from all-round top student to chief scientist. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 The First Use of Root Check Method. Professor Witten, Lin Xiao approached Edward Witten, who stood at the entrance to CERN, and greeted him with a smile. "Lin, nice to see you again," Edward Witten nodded in return. After shaking Witten's hand, Lin Xiao said, "Have you eaten yet? Let's go have some together. We can talk if you need anything." "Okay," Edward Witten said. "It's just as well I haven't eaten yet." They then left and found a restaurant nearby, where they ordered a few dishes. After they finished ordering, the waiter, perhaps recognizing Lin Xiao, exclaimed, "Are you the Lin who discovered multidimensional space?" Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand away. "Probably me, but I didn't discover multidimensional space. No one can. I just proved its existence, that's the same." The waiter, of course, didn't care about the difference, he just wanted to be awesome. Then he took out his cell phone and asked, "Can I take a photo with you?" "Of course, but I suggest you take a photo with both of us." Lin Xiao gestured to Edward Witten, who was sitting opposite him. "This is Professor Edward Witten, our greatest physicist." Edward Witten waved his hand with a smile. "Lin, this is your title now." "I'm embarrassed." Lin Xiao smiled. "It's the same." However, the waiter was stunned, then looked at Witten in surprise and said, "You are Edward Witten? Wow. I've heard of you too. Goddess Minerva blessed me. I actually met two super physicists today. Can I take a photo with you as well?" Witten smiled and said, "Of course, it's my honor." Then the waiter took a photo with Lin Xiao, and then said happily, "I'll ask the kitchen to prepare your food as soon as possible." "Thank you." Lin Xiao made an okay gesture, and after watching the waiter leave, he sighed. People around CERN seem to have a better understanding of the physics world. "I have encountered this many times." "Indeed," Witten nodded and smiled, saying, "Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that some dangerous individuals could pose a threat to the LHC." "That's true." Lin Xiao nodded, recalling those interesting events. The LHC had indeed faced resistance from some. Some physicists had previously suggested that the LHC could create black holes, leading some to believe it was fraught with danger and seek to halt its operation. Furthermore, there were concerns that the LHC might produce unknown, hazardous substances, potentially endangering the world, and other such futuristic ideas. This led CERN to establish a safety assessment panel dedicated to evaluating the LHC's safety and answering public questions. Clearly, this didn't satisfy people. Even Nobel Prize winner Frank Wilczek, 6 years after his retirement, received death threats. Of course, there was no definitive answer as to whether the LHC would create hazardous substances that could harm the world. After all, they couldn't imagine any substance that could directly harm the world upon its creation. However, there was theoretical basis for the possibility of creating a black hole. According to theory, when particles collide, there's a certain probability of creating a microscopic black hole. Of course, according to black hole evaporation theory, these microscopic black holes will evaporate the instant they're created, with no potential for impacting the surrounding area, thus posing no threat. Therefore, such concerns are unfounded. However, some people simply refuse to believe it. And some even secretly entered the orbit just as the LHC was about to start up to try to stop it. Hence, why are there so few foreigners? Without further elaboration on these anecdotes, Lin Xiao asked, "Okay, Professor Witten, now tell me, what's the matter with you looking for me? You told me on the phone that you wanted to talk about the root checking method." Witten nodded and said, "Yes, the root checking method. You said that through calculations, the root checking method can reduce the impact of noise to more than 88%. "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "after using some of our other noise processing methods, it can probably be stabilized at more than 90%. If we're lucky, 99% is not impossible." Witten sat forward a little, closer to Lin Xiao, and asked in a soliciting manner, "Then you say, is it possible for us to find strings through the experimental data after most of the noise has been processed?" Strings? Lin Xiao was stunned. He finally understood why Witten came. He thought for a moment and said, "This may be difficult. After all, we all know that if we want to find the string directly, we may need a very large collision energy to do it. Of course, we can also try to find it indirectly. For example, When heavy ion collisions produce closed strings, they will take away a certain amount of energy. If we can verify this part of the missing energy, we will probably be able to find it, he smiled and said. Besides, now that we can reduce the impact of noise to this extent, maybe we have a great chance of discovering this part of the missing energy. Hearing Lin Xiao say this, Witten nodded and said, there is indeed such a chance. I have thought about it before, Lin Xiao. However, the W boson mass we are studying uses proton collision data, not heavy ion collision data. So in our project, there may be no way for me to help you verify it. Sorry, Witten smiled and said, it's okay. This time I came here, I also wanted to witness with my own eyes how the root check method was used for the first time. I am very much looking forward to whether the more clear experimental data will reveal deeper secrets for us. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. I am very much looking forward to it too. Whether the birth of the root check method is meaningful depends on the actual situation in the future. Here are the golden potato pancakes you ordered. Just then, the waiter arrived with their food. Okay, thank you, the two nodded, took their food, and began to eat. More than a week passed. In the W boson mass measurement project team's computer room. Now, test the program again. Don't let any more bugs appear, Sterling called out to the young programmers present, urging them to begin testing. Due to the complexity of the root check method, their program frequently encountered bugs. This had already led to 4 tests, and this was the 5th. The test began quickly, a marker was entered, a bunch of data was loaded, and the program started. Finally, there were no bugs, and the program ran smoothly until the data was finally output. Much of the data was marked because it contained the marker's characteristics, and thus, the root check method had identified it. Now, they could process this marked data. Success! Finally done, the programmers breathed a sigh of relief and cheered. They'd been working so hard on this thing these past few days, they'd practically gone bald. Now, they'd finally succeeded. Okay. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Take a day off. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, Sterling said with a smile, clapping his hands. The programmers, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, felt a wave of frustration returning. Now that they had the program finished, the next few days would be spent processing the experimental data, and there would be even more data to process. Of course, while that was a bit tedious, they were still looking forward to it. After all, that was their goal. They might be programmers, but they also pursued physics. So, then, it would be their chance to witness history. And so, time arrived at the end of October. The average temperature in Geneva in October is around 10 degrees Celsius. Today, as November was approaching, it was even colder, only 5 degrees Celsius. The people at CERN donned thick cotton jackets. Of course, thanks to the cheap heating coming from Russia, they didn't have to worry about the cold outside. In one of CERN's computer centers, the temperature was 10 degrees Celsius. The computer room was large, easily accommodating a large number of people. A large screen hung on the front wall displayed their experimental data. The room was already crowded, including several renowned physicists, including Peter Higgs, the proponent of the Higgs mechanism. Today was the day to clear the noise. All programs had been completed, all data had been entered. All that was needed was to press the start button, and the room, connected to over 100,000 processors from over 140 research institutes worldwide, would respond to the computational request and, using the root checking method, process all the data from the LHC's proton collision experiments over the past decade. Processing the data from billions of collisions would take a considerable amount of time, hence the need for so many processors. Even the Sunway Tehu Light only had 40,960 processors. Of course, the support from so many research institutes was also due to the fact that this was the first application of the root checking method. Since its invention, the root check method has captured the attention of countless researchers worldwide. Everyone wants to know if it will succeed, and out of respect for Lin Xiao, so many research institutes have joined the effort. However, no one has yet begun, awaiting Lin Xiao's arrival, the one responsible for pressing the start button. Soon, the door opened, and Lin Xiao and Edward Witten walked in. Oh, thanks to technology, we can enjoy warmth. After closing the door, Witten sighed in gratitude at the warmth inside and took off his coat. Lin Xiao also took off his windbreaker and said with a smile, "Yes, long live technology." Seeing the two enter, the people in the computer room shouted, "Mr. Lin, Professor Witten, Both are considered the world's leading figures in theoretical physics, and everyone present expressed their respect for them. The two nodded and smiled in response. At this moment, Elizabeth Marcia came up and took their coats. She smiled at Lin Xiao, saying, "Mr. Lin, we're all ready and have been waiting for you." "Well, then, don't keep us waiting any longer." Lin Xiao smiled at her, then walked to the front of the computer room. Turning around, facing everyone present, he spoke loudly, "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Now, let's see the power of the mathematical vaccine. Believe me, today will usher in a new era in high-energy physics experiments. If possible, I'd call it the high-energy physics revolution." Yeah, everyone in the computer room cheered. Yes, this is a revolution in high-energy physics. The precision of future high-energy physics experiments will be greatly improved. This is undoubtedly a new era. Well, without further ado, let's get started. As Lin Xiao finished speaking, Sterling approached him, holding a laptop and handed it to him. Lin Xiao took the computer. Its screen mirrored the large screen on the wall behind him. It displayed several wave and energy spectrum images. If the data changed after the calculations came out, and the error correction program didn't report an error, it meant they had succeeded. The processing efficiency would be estimated later, and that was when they would truly witness the results. Next, simply press start on the mouse, and the calculations would begin. Lin Xiao looked up, glanced at the people present, and then, without hesitation, he controlled the laptop's touchpad, placed the mouse on start, and pressed it. A progress bar popped up on the large screen with a click of the mouse. The bar began to tick, and below it was an estimated time of 67 minutes. This was the computing power of over 100,000 processors. Compared to data from billions of particle collisions, 67 minutes was a very short time. Then, everyone began to wait. Of course, as the minutes passed, people began to chat about their own things. After all, over 60 minutes was still a long time. Lin Xiao also sat down with Witten and several professors, and chatted. One professor said, "This year's Nobel Prize in Physics went to Penrose and Genzel." "Yes, the Royal Swedish Academy has also sent me an invitation," another professor nodded. "Next year it should be Lin's turn." They all looked at Lin Xiao. Even if the existence of multidimensional space hadn't been experimentally proven, and the Nobel Prize couldn't be awarded to Lin Xiao for that reason, his solution to the vacuum catastrophe alone was enough to earn him a prize, not to mention the significance of the Jensen method he had developed for the field of high-energy physics. Although the Jensen method was a mathematical method, its significance to physics was enough to warrant a Nobel Prize in Physics. Therefore, if the Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded to Lin Xiao for this reason, he would have won the Nobel Prize in Physics as a mathematician. Of course, there are many scientists who have won the Nobel Prize in Physics as mathematicians, such as Max Born and this year's Roger Penrose. However, there are some differences. The root-check method is a more purely mathematical approach, not only applicable to solving physical problems but also playing a vital role in the field of mathematics. Max Born and Roger Penrose, on the other hand, differed because they both used mathematical methods to advance physics. For example, Max Born used a statistical interpretation of wave functions, while Roger Penrose discovered that the formation of black holes is a language of general relativity, both of which differ from the root-check method. Of course, this will have to wait until next year to be determined. Perhaps the Nobel Committee will consider Lin Xiao too young and wait a few more years before awarding him the prize. However, this spot is definitely his. Thinking of this, these physicists couldn't help but cast envious glances at Lin Xiao. The Nobel Prize in Physics is a form of recognition for physicists like them. "Lin, I heard you don't have a girlfriend yet? Even though we're academics, we need a romantic life, too," an elderly professor said with a smile. "My granddaughter has a master's degree in economics from Harvard University and is very beautiful. Would you like me to introduce you to someone?" "That's enough, old Jimmy. Didn't you just complain to us about your granddaughter having 5 boyfriends in college?" Another professor nearby unhesitatingly revealed the professor's granddaughter's dark past. Then, smiling at Lin Xiao, he said, "Lin, my granddaughter is studying history at Cambridge University and is the same age as you. Would you consider her?" "Byron Winston," the professor shouted angrily at the other professor. The two professors then engaged in a quarrel, leaving Lin Xiao beside them feeling both amused and embarrassed. However, Edward Witten, standing nearby, whispered to Lin Xiao, "Lin, I have a granddaughter too. Lin Xiao helplessly spread his hands and said, Mr. Witten, let's not dwell on this. Edward Witten shrugged. All right. Sterling and the others watching couldn't help but find this scene amusing. Professor Byron Winston had been so aggressive in front of them before, but his current attitude was truly amusing. Time passed quickly, and 67 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. Finally, the progress bar on the big screen reached 99%, and the remaining time was displayed next to it. 1 minute. Everyone stopped chatting and stared with bated breath. Even the computer room was packed with people, as more people had heard the news and rushed over to witness this historic moment. The remaining time jumped from 1 minute to 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds. Until the last 10 seconds, someone couldn't help but start counting off the seconds. 10, 9, 8, more and more people shouted, like a rocket launching. And time had finally arrived. 1. Chapter 202, Discovering a Black Hole. When the clock struck the final second, an awkward moment unfolded. Everyone stared intently at the screen, only to find, with a mixture of laughter and tears, that it had frozen at 1 second remaining. This was a common occurrence for computer progress bars. After about 5 seconds, the bar finally reached 100% from 99%. Then, the data displayed on the screen once again took everyone's breath away. The energy and wave spectra shifted, the lines shifted, and much of the data changed. This change was due to the disappearance of noise. The noise-free data gave the physicists present a sense of clarity. For physicists, discerning meaning from images is a fundamental skill. For example, a single peak in a wave could tell whether it was a sign of a Z boson decaying, or whether a proton had transformed into a neutron. The vast majority of the physicists present were world-class experts, their physics prowess undeniable. Seeing such images, they all felt a sense of relief. With the data, previously unprocessed by the root-check method, they couldn't make a judgment at a glance. It would have taken at least 4 or 5 glances. After a brief pause, the room finally erupted in cheers. Beautiful, perfect, awesome, Godlin 666. As an international research organization, with members from all over the world, scientists from all over couldn't help but express their praise in their own languages. For them, this processing result was simply perfect. It would undoubtedly benefit them immensely in future data processing, saving time, facilitating analysis, and ultimately, ensuring the accuracy of the final results. In short, this was a testament to the success of the root-check method. And that wasn't all. A moment later, a pop-up window appeared nearby, reporting the efficiency of the processing. It read, "Processing efficiency for this time is 91% minus 97%. The appearance of this pop-up window further heightened the atmosphere. The lowest estimated processing efficiency was 91%, which clearly demonstrated the power of this method. 10 years, billions of collisions, and a processing efficiency still as high as 91%, a testament to the sheer volume of data it processed." At that moment, everyone in the room looked toward the young man at the front, expressing their gratitude. High-energy physics research will begin a new chapter today, and all those working in this field will benefit. For example, for publishing, this simple root-check method could generate tens of thousands of new papers for the academic community. For example, simply find a previous high-energy physics paper, apply the root-check method to renovate the data, and reprocess it. The result is a brand new paper ready for publication in a journal, perhaps even better than the original. Therefore, everyone owed a debt of gratitude to Lin Xiao for his root-check method. Even Peter Hin's eyes flushed slightly, and his pupils moistened. However, the moisture in his eyes did not dampen the excitement that shone in his gaze. For him, life has no regrets. The Higgs boson, a lifelong pursuit, was finally confirmed 8 years ago, right here in this very place. Even if you asked him what he still pursued in life, he'd probably agree. However, people clearly always have aspirations to see breakthroughs in physics, or something that could benefit the world. Clearly, Lin Xiao has already accomplished this twice. This root-finding method, in particular, will play a crucial role in the future development of physics. So, he walked up to Lin Xiao with great solemnity, grasped one of Lin Xiao's hands with both hands, shook it tightly, and said, "Mr. Lin, thank you." Seeing the old man like this, Lin Xiao was a little surprised, then smiled and said, "Mr. Higgs, this is my interest. I pursue it, not to gain others' gratitude, Higgs shook his head and said, "Great people feel that it is their duty, but gratitude is the responsibility of those who benefit. If multidimensional field theory is your talent that proves your excellence in physics, just like Einstein, then mathematical vaccine is the sufficient condition to prove your greatness, because it is a blessing for each of us. So, I must thank you. At the very least, you have shown me that even after I am gone, our physics can still flourish." Listening to Higgs' words, Lin Xiao nodded slightly, then smiled. "Well, you are right." Higgs smiled, patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, and said, "Haha, in the end, I hope you can achieve more achievements that will make us grateful." Lin Xiao smiled. "As long as my mind keeps thinking, I'll keep pursuing it." "Excellent," Higgs praised, then spoke loudly to the crowd. "Friends, how can we not applaud a young scholar like him?" He then clapped once more, slowly stepping back, out of the spotlight. The crowd applauded Lin Xiao once more. Watching this, Lin Xiao shrugged helplessly, then joined in the applause. As the applause died down, the celebration for Gensifa came to an end. Lin Xiao then said, "All right, let's save the root-finding method for later celebrations. Don't forget the real purpose of this project, measuring the mass of the W boson. Now that our experimental data is so clear and concise, let's begin searching for traces that might represent the W boson. I believe that with the current data, we have a good chance of finding the W boson." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the project team cheered. "Great, then, let's get to work." Many present returned to their seats and began sifting through the data and images, identifying traces that might represent the W boson based on its various properties. Although the W boson decays quickly, finding it in this now clean data set is no longer impossible. Furthermore, they certainly wouldn't abandon their previous method of measuring the W boson, that is, studying its decay products. Previously, due to numerous interferences in the experimental data, even using decay products for research was complicated. However, with the current data being much more readily available, they could continue using this old method, and the accuracy would undoubtedly be even higher. As time passed, someone finally exclaimed, "I think I found a particle that's very consistent with the W boson." Everyone immediately took notice. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xiao couldn't help but take notice, saying, "Show it on the big screen." Then, the big screen flickered, and several images appeared. In the energy spectrum, there was a sudden spike. In previous data, this spike would have been considered an experimental error and ignored. However, when combined with analysis of its trajectory and momentum, it was indeed very consistent with the various data points for the W boson. For example, the mass of the W boson is 80 GeV-c. Using this peak value and the energy formula for calculations yields a mass very close to 80 GeV-c. Furthermore, its trajectory is extremely short, like a dot. Only after magnification can one reveal it to be an arc. Previously, this dot would have been dismissed as noise by physicists due to the surrounding noise, but its appearance now compelled everyone to investigate. "It does look like a W boson, we can calculate it," the discussion erupted. Lin Xiao discussed it with several nearby professors, ultimately confirming that, if nothing unexpected happened, it must be the W boson. Lin Xiao then applauded and encouraged, "Well done. This is definitely a W boson. Okay, keep going, everyone. Find as many as you can, and then we'll use the root search method to identify them all." The root search method can not only be used to eliminate noise, but also to identify all possible traces of the W boson. Of course, the prerequisite is to first find the W boson and determine its signature and its common characteristics. So, they now need to find more samples. Good. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the researchers present all responded in unison. At the same time, this first success further motivated them. Now, the distance to success had visibly shortened. Watching the researchers once again immersed in their work, Lin Xiao smiled slightly, then lowered his head and returned to his work. He did not join the researchers in the search for the W boson. As the overall leader, he had provided the method, and the application of the method naturally fell to his subordinates. He was now working on something more important. That is, to search for possible new discoveries within the now clear experimental data. Previously, the complex experimental data made it easy for them to overlook peculiar but regular patterns within it. Now, they have a greater chance of discovering these patterns. Of course, it's not so easy. If it was like searching for a needle in the Yellow River before, now it's like searching for a needle in a relatively clear lake, which still presents challenges. However, after reviewing many data graphs, Lin Xiao found nothing remarkable. Meanwhile, over time, several others have discovered data that could indicate the W boson. After studying for a long time, feeling thirsty, Lin Xiao asked Sterling to get him a glass of water. Then, he went over to Professor Witten and examined the data he was examining. Witten's expression seemed serious, as if he had discovered something. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Witten, have you found anything? This energy range really puzzles me. Look, its energy is over 2 TeV. That's incredible." Lin Xiao glanced down and nodded slightly. Indeed, that energy is quite high. Typically, these energies end up around the GeV level, but reaching TeV, or trillion electron volts, is truly astonishing. Of course, it's possible this is simply noise data that hasn't been properly processed. The Atlas detector, from which their data originated, observes collisions of particle beams with energies as high as 7 TeV. If noise were present, it's possible that such high energies could be recorded. Both of them pondered the data. Scientific discovery is like that. An unexpected discovery can lead to extremely important insights. Perhaps this discovery is indeed noise, but what if it's truly a groundbreaking discovery? After a while, Lin Xiao suddenly had a surprising idea. Then he immediately said, "Share this data on the big screen." Witten was stunned, then did as Lin Xiao instructed, asking, "Any ideas?" Lin Xiao replied, "Hawking radiation." Upon hearing these 2 words, Witten's eyes lit up with disbelief. Hawking radiation. He pondered it carefully, and immediately felt that Lin Xiao's hypothesis was plausible. Hawking radiation is a phenomenon related to black holes, hypothesized by Hawking based on quantum theory. It refers to the heat emitted by black holes due to evaporation. And because the collision energies in the LHC reach the TeV level, theoretical predictions suggest that the formation of a black hole is entirely possible. In other words, Lin Xiao's hypothesis that this sudden surge in energy was caused by Hawking radiation, if confirmed, would mean they had indeed created a black hole. This would be another huge shock to the physics community. Previously, no one had been able to detect Hawking radiation. After all, that required observing a black hole. Even today, their methods for observing black holes are still severely limited. Even photographing them was incredibly difficult, let alone determining whether they radiate energy. Consequently, the existence of Hawking radiation has remained elusive and controversial within the physics community. If their observations are true, it would significantly impact the debate surrounding black holes. At this point, the relevant data was being shared on the big screen, and Lin Xiao shouted to everyone, "Everyone, pay attention. Look at this sudden energy spike on the screen and search for other similar data. If it's possible, we might be on the verge of discovering a black hole." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203. Thank you, Lin. We might be on the verge of discovering a black hole. Lin Xiao's words sent the entire audience into an uproar. The word black hole holds a magical power in physics. Both physics and mathematics alike thrive on studying extreme cases. For example, in mathematics, there are numerous methods for solving extremes, considering dependent variables at their maximum and minimum values. The same is true in physics. For example, before the advent of M-theory, there were 5 seemingly independent string theories, but in reality, those 5 string theories were merely solutions to M-theory's 5 extreme cases. Therefore, studying how a problem behaves in these extremes can provide a deeper understanding of the problem. Black holes are one such extreme case, and they represent an extreme case of gravity, one of the fundamental forces that vex physicists. Many contradictions between quantum mechanics and relativity are related to gravity. Relativity researchers believe gravity is simply the curvature of spacetime, while quantum mechanics suggests a graviton mediates its effects. However, the graviton's continued absence has led some to call it the most unsociable elementary particle. The transmission of other fundamental forces and the associated particles have been discovered, but gravity remains undiscovered, which is truly unsociable. While this might seem to suggest that quantum mechanics is wrong, it's true that quantum mechanics has been correct in other areas. To overturn quantum mechanics entirely would be fair, but the reverse is also true. To overturn relativity would be even more unfair, as relativity's explanation of gravity is quite successful. just as quantum mechanics' explanation of the other fundamental forces is successful. Even with the emergence of multidimensional field theory studies multidimensional space and is still a nascent theory. It hasn't yet become a perfect reconciliation between quantum mechanics and relativity. Even in Lin Xiao's book Particles in Multidimensional Fields, which predicts several more elementary particles within the more refined Standard Model, one of these particles closely matches previous quantum mechanics physicists' conjectures about the graviton, but it's only a coincidence, and no one has a definitive answer. So, while physicists who support relativity cannot refute multidimensional field theory, they still insist that the particle predicted by multidimensional field theory is something else, not the graviton. It is precisely because of this contradiction that studying black holes has become a way to resolve this problem. By observing black holes and studying the characteristics of extreme gravity, they can better understand this mysterious force. And now, Lin Xiao's claim that they may have discovered a black hole has astonished the physicists present. Doesn't this mean that they have accidentally made another astonishing discovery? Lin, is this true? Byron Winston immediately stood up and asked. Lin pointed to the image on the big screen and said, I can't guarantee it's true, but as long as we can prove that this peak is caused by Hawking radiation, it's enough, so we now need more data and images of the trajectory. Moreover, if it is indeed Hawking radiation, the generation of this peak must be accompanied by the appearance of heavy mass elementary particles, and we need to test this as well. Okay, that's it, everyone, let's continue. This immediately boosted the motivation of the audience. After all, it was a black hole. If they could prove the existence of an artificial black hole, each of their names would be etched in history. And not to mention the superficialities, if they ever left CERN, they would have every opportunity to pursue a career at a better institution. So, everyone in the room, young, middle-aged, even elderly, stared intently at the data on the screen, searching for a peak or a trace that might hold a hidden treasure. And so, time flew by. Outside, news of the root check method's remarkable success had already spread. The result, a noise reduction of over 90%, was enough to astonish those who had been watching closely. Everyone could see how much the root check method could help them, and each of them would benefit from it. On forums and Reddit, a topic about the root check method sparked discussion among many high-energy physics professionals. The topic was titled, How Useful is the Root Check Method? It already had over 1,000 replies, given the vast number of people studying physics. Oh, I guarantee this Lin is God sent to save our high-energy physics. I just want to say thank you, Lin. Our school's particle accelerator lab is ready to measure all the surrounding environments. I was worried my paper wouldn't get approved, but now if I use the root check method, it'll definitely get it. Ahahaha, I'm going to use the root check method to revamp my paper that was published in a 5-impact journal, and then see if I can pick a 7-impact journal to publish it in. I just want to say thank you, Lin, same as above. I was worried about how I was going to graduate, but now I finally have the chance. I want to thank Lin too. Damn Lin, why bother with multidimensional field theory and the root check method? Multidimensional field theory has already taken up so much space in nature and science, and now the root check method is going to take up a lot more space? That's outrageous, same as above. It's really outrageous. The paper I was going to submit to science was rejected. I was told to submit it later, but God knows how long that will take. Oh, please let me sympathize with you unfortunate people, but luckily I'm a physics major. Thank you, Lin. I love Lin. Are you all so good at math? I've read Lin's paper on arcs of several times, but I still don't understand it. Everyone, don't you think we've gone off topic? Shouldn't we be discussing the power of the root check method? Okay, someone finally got to the point. Let me answer it. The root check method is revolutionary for our high-energy physics. As we all know, high-energy physics is an experimental science, and using experimental data for research is our most important method. Of course, freaks like Lin are not included in this list. He only needs a pen and endless draft paper to enable our high-energy physics, or the entire physics to achieve tremendous development. Back to the issue of the root check method, since it is an experiment, there must be errors, and there are many errors in our experiments, such as the optical cables of Fermilab. Regarding the optical cables of Fermilab, if you are interested, you can search for it. Let's get back to the topic. Among our experimental errors, the Earth's magnetic field is first of all a problem. Although the Earth's magnetic field is very weak, for high-energy physics, even for the weakest magnetic field, we must consider its influence, just like the atlas detector of the LHC, which has an internal magnetic field. Through the influence of the Lorentz force of the magnetic field on charged particles, we can analyze various data according to the orbits of the charged particles. With the root check method, we can help us solve this problem to a large extent. Of course, in the past, we've already done a good job correcting for the effects of the Earth's magnetic field. The root check method is just the icing on the cake, as is the effect of gravity. The most crucial aspect of the root check method is its ability to effectively handle the ubiquitous thermal radiation and the effects of gaseous impurities. This is the most crucial point. In the past, we've been completely at a loss as to how to deal with this thermal radiation. Even though we've proposed some methods to correct for it, they haven't achieved satisfactory results. This has significantly impacted the accuracy of our experiments and caused us to overlook many subtle details, which often could reveal a new fundamental force or particle. So, while some of the friends above have said that they owe Lin a debt of gratitude for being able to write a paper, in reality, every high-energy physics researcher should thank Lin. Peter Higgs also said this to Lin. For Lin, this is his duty, but we, the beneficiaries, all need to thank him. That's it. Wow, I don't quite understand what you're saying, but it sounds impressive, boss. How do you know so much? An insider? When did Higgs ever say that to Lin? Hey, actually, I'm from CERN. I'm currently doing research under Lin. And I have some great news for you. We might have discovered a black hole, Wang Difa, a black hole. Is that true? Did you just find out? This has gone viral. Let me share a link. We successfully created an artificial black hole. Click to open. Clicking on the link reveals a YouTube video. The video was posted by none other than CERN. CERN, of course, has its own various media outlets and is keen on sharing its content online. They have over 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. While this number is relatively small, considering they are a purely cutting-edge scientific research institution, it's certainly quite high. Generally speaking, CERN's YouTube videos only get tens of thousands of views, rarely exceeding 100,000. But this video has over 1 million views, and it's only been up for a few days. After entering the video screen introduced the achievements made by Lin Xiao and his team over the past period of time, and explained the role of the root search method in relatively easy-to-understand terms. Halfway through the video, it finally talked about the topic in the title. The screen suddenly changed, and a set of data images appeared, which were exactly the data images that Lin Xiao had previously believed might represent Hawking radiation. The voiceover introduced, After Lin used the root checking method to clear away the noise, we obtained extremely clear experimental data. These data will make it easier for us to analyze them, and we can even find data that we have always overlooked in the past, such as data that may represent W bosons, or even data that represents microscopic black holes. According to the latest analysis of Lin's project team, they have found traces of the possible existence of black holes in the LHC collisions. Of course, everyone don't have to worry. This data comes from collision data from a few years ago, so even if these black holes really appeared, they would have been destroyed in an instant, otherwise our world would have been destroyed years ago. In Lin's analysis, he believes that this set of abrupt high-energy reactions represents the reaction of Hawking radiation. Hawking radiation refers to the thermal radiation emitted from the interior of a black hole, so it is also called a black hole. As for microscopic black holes, since they will evaporate in an instant due to Hawking radiation, they will decay into those heavier elementary particles after they are formed. Then, as long as we find these decay products, we can indirectly prove that a black hole once existed. Of course, it could be nothing, but we have to trust the intuition of physicists, especially physicists like Lin. So let's look forward to the news later. The video then moves on to some unimportant topics. For most people, the most crucial topic is black holes. Black holes hold a fascination not only within the physics community but also among ordinary people. Everyone wants to know what's inside a black hole, another world, or endless darkness. No one knows. Now that humans have actually created a black hole, it's undeniably intriguing, leading to the video's massive number of views. Although the final result doesn't reveal anything, and the title seems a bit clickbait, it still amazed everyone who saw it, especially since it was Lin Xiao's conjecture. With the advent of multidimensional field theory, Lin Xiao's recognition has only grown. For most ordinary people, if such a renowned physicist like Lin Xiao could make such a hypothesis, it must be a black hole. The comments section immediately erupted in excitement. Oh my god, it really is a black hole. CERN, you've done so much harm. The destruction of the world must be your fault. Stop CERN from creating black holes. They could create a vicious weapon to destroy the world. We must destroy their particle collider together. Why doesn't our government stop such an organization? They can create black holes. Are they trying to destroy our planet? I'm establishing the ACO, anti-CERN organization. Let's save the world together. This will be ACO's manifest destiny. Perhaps seeing so many people expressing opposition, CERN was forced to come out again to explain that their LHC truly will not create a black hole. However, it's clear that for these stubborn, perhaps single-minded, people, no matter what CERN says, it will likely be dismissed as a lie. The CERN staff responsible for operating these media outlets are helpless. There's nothing they can do to persuade them. Of course, besides those who believe CERN is destroying the world, there are also many other, more reasonable and less normal, comments. As a Harvard PhD in physics, I was absolutely stunned when I heard this news. If it can be confirmed to be a black hole, it will definitely be one of the most important discoveries of the year. Thank you, Lin. I'm finally on track to graduate. Lin is my savior. I don't have to worry about writing my 2 graduation papers anymore. Ha ha ha. Damn CERN, you must be behind this. This is Einstein's gate. Why is this Lin Xiao so amazing? He's not even human. Is he an alien? Maybe he's got some cheats. Because he's Korean, he has Korean blood flowing through his veins. Get as far away as you can. Lin Xiao is Chinese. Lin Xiao is so handsome. Let me reiterate, Lin Xiao is a mathematician, not a physicist. You physics majors, get this straight first, don't you? Comments always stray from the topic without realizing it, but of course, that's beside the point. Regardless, the news that an artificial black hole might have been created in the LHC still surprised many. While rumors had previously suggested the LHC could create black holes, this was always a theoretical possibility, with no real evidence of its existence. Now that a renowned physicist and mathematician had directly suggested it was possible, the significance naturally took on a whole new dimension, especially for physicists. More and more physicists began to pay attention to news from CERN, with many even traveling to Geneva, eager to receive the final word. If confirmed, they would immediately begin studying this artificial black hole, believing it might hold the key to their success and ultimately, their rise to top scientists. Chapter 204 Black Hole. Time passed quickly. Data processing is a lengthy process. While the root check method helped, it only completed the first step. Organizing the data and performing the complex calculations still required manual effort. Otherwise, why would Fermilab's measurement of the W boson mass have taken a year? Lin Xiao and his team's rapid progress is largely due to the root check method. Of course, the intensity of the work also played a role. Although the project team had been relatively idle for the first 2 months because Lin Xiao hadn't yet developed the root check method, once it was finalized, they were completely busy. Of course, the project team was quite willing to work hard. After all, they were working under Lin Xiao, and they were solving such a cutting-edge problem, especially the artificial black hole, which they all wanted to confirm. Even the Europeans, who hated overtime the most, started working overtime. Unnoticed, time slowly approached December. Still in the computer center's computer room. All data for the W boson mass group has been entered. Calculations can begin immediately. All data for the microscopic black hole group has also been entered. Calculations can begin. Both groups, each with over 50 people, totaling over 100, shouted in unison. Okay, get started. Lin Xiao gave his instructions, then sat quietly at his computer, his eyes lit with anticipation. Nearly 2 months passed before they finally completed all their work and began the final step, calculating the final results. Furthermore, they had specifically scheduled both the W boson mass and the microscopic black hole determination on the same day. Successfully completing both tasks would be ideal, as it would mean they had made 2 significant discoveries for the physics community on the same day. The redefinition of the W boson's mass reaffirmed multidimensional field theory, while artificial black holes were a shared dream for all physicists. Of course, they weren't entirely sure about the latter, as the data they ultimately found that matched their speculations was limited, less than 20 in total. This small sample size introduced significant uncertainty into the accuracy of the results. But all in all, there's still a chance. If their final calculations yield a value around 14 TeV, it would confirm that this is a black hole. Based on the Atlas proton collision energy, a black hole would release 14 TeV of energy upon its demise. So everyone was eagerly anticipating the success of the W boson mass measurement. They believed the chances were high. They all felt that way, even though the results weren't in yet. Of course, when they did, Lin Xiao's computer would be the first to receive the notification. That would be the moment to witness the fruits of their labor over the past 5 months. Anticipation filled the eyes of both groups, and the calculations began. Time ticked by, and after about half an hour, the W boson mass result appeared first. Lin Xiao saw a pop-up in a box on his computer screen, 80,433 plus or minus 4 MeV-C. According to the standard model of multidimensional field theory, the result should be 80,436 plus or minus 3 MeV-C. Perfectly consistent. Satisfaction finally crossed his eyes, and his body relaxed. This was yet another victory for multidimensional field theory. At this moment, the long-lost system voice rang out. Congratulations, host. You have completed a magnificent theory, verified by 15 real-world empirical evidence. Multidimensional field theory is a true stroke of genius, a mark of your immortality, and a beacon of hope for the lost scientific community. In recognition of your outstanding performance, this time's rewards are 4,000 Physics EXP, 2,000 Math EXP, 100 Truth Points, and Physics Master Aura. Congratulations, host. Math has reached level 5, 0/10, 000, and Physics has reached level 4, 3, 200/5, 000. Physics Master Aura. When the host ponders any physics-related problem, the chance of inspiration increases. Upon hearing this string of news, Lin Xiao's face lit up with surprise. Physics had actually awarded him 4,000 EXP directly, the largest EXP bonus he had ever received. Lin Xiao was slightly surprised to receive 2,000 experience points in mathematics. Did the system deem the mathematical methods he used in proving multidimensional field theory more valuable than the root-finding method? Of course, perhaps the bonus from multidimensional field theory was enough for so many. After all, wouldn't a large reward be better for him? Coincidentally, with these 2,000 mathematics experience points, his mathematics level had risen by 1 level, and his physics level had also risen by 1 level. The aura of Physics Master was even more surprising. The increased chance of inspiration when pondering any physics-related problem was a significant boost for him. For a scientist like him, inspiration was clearly paramount. Sometimes, a single inspiration could lead him to a breakthrough that had previously eluded him. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a dull sensation in his head. This feeling was very familiar. Undoubtedly, his brain development had arrived, but this time it's a bit intense. That was the only thought in his mind. Upgrading physics to level 4 had boosted his brain development by 0.5%, and with math also reaching level 5, the increase in brain development must have been much higher. This meant he'd increased his brain development by at least 1% in one go. Such a huge increase, for the first time, had put a heavy strain on his brain. He felt as if he'd been up for 2 days and 2 nights, his head heavy and in desperate need of a good night's sleep. He couldn't help but ask, "System, how much brain development does level 5 math increase?" The system replied, "Upgrading to level 5 increases brain development by 0.6%. That's a 1.1% increase, so his current brain development is 6.45%. This was comparable to his level when he'd used Sage State to solve the Goldbach conjecture. He could only grieve over this. He needed to finish his work quickly, then go back to sleep. Refocusing his attention from his own mind and focusing on his surroundings, Lin Xiao looked at the other researchers in the room. Everyone was cheering. The W boson's mass was different from the original value, confirming that half their efforts had been worthwhile. It also reaffirmed the correctness of the particle model modified by multidimensional field theory. Physics had once again achieved a historic breakthrough. People embraced and celebrated, expressing their joy. Lin Xiao's Lin team members also ran to his side, congratulating him. Mr. Lin, you succeeded. This success was achieved under Lin Xiao's leadership, and of course, this success could be attributed to him. Lin Xiao waved his hand wearily, saying, "Success belongs to me," and to everyone, seeing Lin Xiao's exhausted appearance, Sterling and the others were stunned. "Lin, what's wrong with you? Lin Xiao smiled. Nothing, probably, just a little tired. I need to rest today. This wave of brain activity had been so intense that he felt no relief. However, Sterling and the others had no idea why Lin Xiao looked so awful. They assumed it was because he'd been working too hard on their project, much like how some people only become more tired once they relax. Lin Xiao's expression was completely understandable. Suddenly, they were all overwhelmed with emotion. It was a true blessing to work with someone like him. Lin, you've worked so hard. Thank you, Lin. Elizabeth Marcia stepped forward, concerned, and said, Lin, why don't you go back and rest for a while? We're here, don't worry. Lin Xiao felt a mixture of laughter and tears, knowing they'd misunderstood something. But he didn't bother explaining it. It was difficult to explain. He couldn't say that all this hard work would ultimately lead to rapid progress. A classic period of weakness after a breakthrough? He waved his hand and smiled. That's okay. I need to see another calculation result before I can rest assured. But as soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in cheers. Lin Xiao and the others were startled. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw everyone staring excitedly at the large screen, filled with delight and delight. Because the microscopic black hole team's calculation results were in, the final result, 12,985 plus or minus 21 GeV, within the confidence interval, the final measurement reached 13 TeV. This officially meant they had observed a black hole. An artificial black hole. They had actually been this close. Objects with infinite gravity, previously mysterious celestial bodies beyond human reach. Even the closest black hole, V723 Monoceros, was 1,500 light-years away. But now, they had created so many black holes. This was undoubtedly exciting news for those who studied physics. Ah, black hole, we did it. We all did it, yet. Sterling and the others jumped up excitedly at the sight. 2 missions, both successful. Both of these projects promised to shake up the physics community. They were naturally thrilled to have achieved both, especially since they had initially been skeptical about the success rate of their black hole measurements. Jesus Christ, oh my God, we did it. Lin Xiao's face lit up with a smile. Finally, it was a success. In the future, physics will be able to analyze this data on black holes to further explore the mysteries of gravity. Perhaps, analyzing this data will even reveal the true nature of gravity. Just then, the system's voice chimed in again. Congratulations, host, you've found traces of a microscopic black hole. Reward. 1,000 physics experience, 30 truth points. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Xiao nearly jumped. If he'd leveled up again, wouldn't he have collapsed right there? Fortunately, it didn't. He still needed 800 points to reach level 5 in physics. However, it didn't seem far off. With just one more achievement, he'd probably be able to level up. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be speechless. He actually thought it was a lucky thing that he hadn't been promoted. He was so arrogant. Of course, these problems could be put aside for now. He had achieved the results he wanted, and it was time to go back and rest. Then he propped himself up and said to Sterling and the others, okay, I'm going to go back. As for the celebration, you can go ahead and do it on your own. Don't worry about me. Seeing how exhausted Lin Xiao looked, Sterling and the others hurried over to support him. It was difficult for them to ask Lin Xiao to stay and celebrate. Judging from Lin Xiao's condition, he probably wouldn't be able to do without a good night's sleep. Elizabeth, you take Lin home, Sterling said to Elizabeth. After all, Elizabeth always picked Lin Xiao up. Okay, Elizabeth nodded, took Lin Xiao's arm, and said, Lin, let's go. Okay, thank you very much. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. For so long, Elizabeth had been his driver, taking him to and from get off work. Of course, this was because Elizabeth was the only one in the 9-person team who had bought her own car, but he was naturally very grateful to her. Elizabeth smiled softly, smoothing her blonde hair from her temples. She playfully said, a simple verbal thank you won't do. Lin Xiao was taken aback, then smiled and said, then I'll treat you to dinner later, okay? Elizabeth smiled and nodded, and then she and Lin Xiao walked towards the exit. The people around them had naturally noticed Lin Xiao's presence. Those who had celebrated earlier hadn't forgotten Lin Xiao's crucial role in the entire project. Without his route-finding method, their 2 important achievements, especially the discovery of black holes, would have been impossible. However, when they saw Lin Xiao's tired expression, they were stunned. What was going on? Wasn't Lin supposed to be celebrating with them? Lin, what's wrong? Professor Byron Winston, known for his bad temper, asked. Lin Xiao shook his hand. I'm going back to rest. I must be a little tired lately. Tired? Everyone was stunned. Elizabeth then explained on Lin Xiao's behalf. Lin has contributed so much to our work over the years. He needs to rest now, and then celebrate with everyone. Hearing Elizabeth's words, everyone in the room stood in awe. How could they not respect such a person? Byron Winston bowed deeply to Lin Xiao. Thank you, Lin. Once you've rested, we'll celebrate properly. The others also bowed to Lin Xiao, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Lin. Chapter 205, Surprises in Physics. Watching the group of people bowing to him, Lin Xiao felt helpless. Why did it feel like they were sending him away? He should go back and get some sleep. Maybe a few hours of sleep would fully restore him, and he could even celebrate with them tonight. He waved his hand, saying, no need. You guys can celebrate on your own. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. It's just that I haven't gotten enough sleep these past few days. I'll definitely have a few drinks with everyone after I'm rested. No, absolutely not. Get some rest. We'll talk about the celebration tomorrow, Byron Winston said. The others echoed him, urging Lin Xiao to get some rest. They all believed that Lin Xiao hadn't slept well these past few days. Much of the data they processed had to be reviewed by Lin Xiao, a responsibility he shouldered as the general manager. Because of this, he didn't have much time to rest each day. Especially with the Solvay conference set to begin on December 19th, Lin Xiao, as the central figure, would undoubtedly be involved in the most preparations. It was easy to imagine how busy he must be right now. Everyone instantly developed a deeper respect for Lin Xiao. Seeing Lin Xiao shrug, he didn't bother to argue with them any further, letting them think whatever they wanted. Then he and Elizabeth left. After seeing Lin Xiao leave, the crowd cheered once more. After all, celebrations were still necessary. Of course, the main celebration banquet would definitely be held when Lin Xiao was present. Meanwhile, as they celebrated, they also spread this news, which was of immense importance to the physics community. Many people were already paying close attention to this matter, and they had long awaited the final result. It wasn't long before many people knew the outcome. Then, the physics community was once again shaken. The redefinition of the W boson's mass would bring a major overhaul to the Standard Model. The Standard Model, modified by multidimensional field theory, would become the official Standard Model. Although the modified Standard Model had successfully calculated the masses of other particles, those masses were derived from the old Standard Model. The identical results from both theories clearly didn't prove the new Standard Model was correct. Proving this was only possible by identifying the differences between the two and proving which was right. Now, the W boson mass measurement results match the predictions of the new Standard Model, undoubtedly proving who is right and who is wrong. Therefore, the future of particle physics will adhere to the Standard Model, modified by multidimensional field theory, while the old Standard Model will become history. Of course, particle physicists have long anticipated this day. New physics means new directions and more untapped treasures, which in turn means more honors, which is extremely important for the physics community. This is discussed from a sociological perspective. According to the hierarchy of needs theory, people naturally pursue the professions to satisfy their needs. Besides earning money to meet the basic needs of life, the most important need is self-actualization. Especially for those who study physics, who hasn't dreamed of winning a Nobel Prize, standing on equal footing with Einstein and Newton, and reaching the pinnacle of life? A new field of physics can bring such benefits to them, as it represents an uncultivated treasure island. Perhaps with a little cultivation, they can unearth many treasures. This new Standard Model is more comprehensive than the old one, predicting more particles. The unknown particle that strongly resembles a graviton has physicists particularly excited. If they can prove it's the graviton, it could mean someone's future as a world-class expert. Consequently, everyone is delighted. Besides the confirmation of the W boson's mass, the most astonishing discovery is the discovery of an artificial black hole. While rumors of the possible discovery of a black hole have sparked much discussion among the general public, the physics community remains cautious. While there are hopes, not excessive ones. After all, just like Lin Xiao's team, the lack of samples has further dampened expectations. The probability of a black hole is inherently low. It requires two particles to collide almost perfectly, forming a singularity at that instant, creating a black hole. Even considering this is incredibly difficult, even if it doesn't happen, it's not a big deal. Previously, people thought that a definitive conclusion would only be possible after the LHC upgrades and more data. However, the final results were still somewhat surprising. Consequently, CERN once again attracted more physicists. Relative physicists sought to provide overwhelming evidence against quantum mechanics, while quantum mechanics physicists sought to provide overwhelming evidence against relativity. Black holes were likely to become a future battleground for these physicists. Of course, string theorists also attended, as black holes are also linked to string theory. For physicists desperate to verify string theory, studying microscopic black holes could clearly provide significant assistance. Edward Witten, who had returned to the United States just a month earlier, had returned. He had originally come to see the root cause and discuss the possibility of observing strings with Lin Xiao. If it weren't for the discovery of the possibility of microscopic black holes, he would have stayed for another month. However, he had previously considered the limited data collected on black holes to be too low, and because of family matters, he returned. Unexpectedly, the experiment actually succeeded. Of course, besides coming here to see the details about microscopic black holes, they also wanted to meet Lin Xiao. No one could overlook Lin Xiao's significant contribution to these two results. And it's safe to say that without Lin Xiao, even with so many top-notch physicists on his team, these two achievements wouldn't have been possible. This clearly demonstrates that Lin Xiao not only has a profound understanding of theoretical physics, but also has a significant impact on experimental physics. Consequently, more and more people wanted to meet Lin Xiao, hoping they could ask for his help with future research problems. No one would dislike a collaborator like Lin Xiao. And so, the third day arrived. At CERN, when a significant project is completed and a particularly outstanding result is achieved, it's celebrated with a formal celebration, perhaps with a cocktail party. This perfectly aligns with European custom. Now that two important discoveries had been made at CERN, they naturally had to celebrate with a grand reception, inviting all researchers and even the general public. At the reception, they could explain to the public just what groundbreaking feat they had just accomplished. Shocking the physics world. The mere fact of an artificial black hole was enough to astound these laypeople, and even the W boson itself was probably beyond their comprehension. Of course, some ordinary people would ask, will the black holes you've created destroy the world? Are you building a time machine? The CERN researchers had already mastered the answers to these questions. If the black holes we create could destroy the world, our world would have already ceased to exist. As for the time machine, you'd probably have to ask CERN about that, but you'd have to have seen that anime, of course. However, sometimes, even among these ordinary people, there were some dissenters. For example, two people suddenly ran up and shouted, "Evil CERN, you must stop using weapons that could destroy the world immediately." Naturally, they were chased away by the security guards. Watching this scene, the researchers present were both amused and confused. At first, they might have found it incomprehensible, but after a while, they grew accustomed to it. Lin Xiao and Suda, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but laugh. Suda said, "I bet these guys are from America. Why, individual heroism? That's not the American kind of individual heroism. I absolutely don't believe what you're saying, and I'm going to stop you," Suda said. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. That seems quite plausible, of course. Suda waved his hand, then shook his head. But we can't rule out Europeans. America's cultural exports are quite impressive. Yeah, Lin Xiao nodded slightly, then added, but individual heroism isn't just for them, it's for the world. American films are full of individual heroism, and people enjoy watching them. But why are Chinese films being criticized for it? This is clearly wrong. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Suda smiled heartily and said, "That's true. After all, you are a living example of individual heroism." "Oh? Why do you say that?" "Look, our project team is not just you showing off your skills. If it weren't for you, let alone discovering the black hole, we might still be processing experimental data." Lin Xiao spread his hands and smiled. "This is not individual heroism. Individual heroism is about solving all problems by oneself. If it were just me, even if I came up with a root search method, I would probably still be processing data, and it would probably be a long time before success. So, this heroism belongs to all of us. It's not just so-called individual heroism, perhaps it can be called collective heroism." Suda was stunned. then gave a thumbs up and admired, "Your ideological realm is high." At this moment, another voice came from the side. "Well said." The two turned their heads and saw a foreigner in a suit and tie walking over, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, and walked up to Lin Xiao with a smile. "I never thought Lin had such noble ideas. Admirable, and worthy of a drink." The man then extended his glass toward Lin Xiao, a smile on his face. Lin Xiao glanced at the man in confusion, not recognizing him, but he didn't refuse the offer. He picked up his glass, clinked it with his, and took a quick sip. The man put his glass down and said with a smile, "Excuse me, but let me introduce myself. I'm Dawson Edinson, CEO of ASML." ASML? Lin Xiao was startled and asked again. "Yes." Dawson Edinson nodded and said with a smile, "I admire physicists like you very much. I remember when I was a child. I dreamed of becoming a physicist. Unfortunately, I went to study business administration later. Einstein and Maxwell were my idols at the beginning. Now it seems that I have a new idol. Multidimensional field theory reveals multidimensional space. What a great theory." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise. Of course, I don't believe that the CEO of a world-leading technology company came to me just to discuss this matter, right?" Dawson Edinson smiled and said, "Of course not. Can we talk for a moment?" "Of course, no problem." Lin Xiao nodded, gestured to Suda, and then went to a corner next to him with Dawson Edinson. "I'm open to you now," Dawson Edinson said with a smile. "Mr. Lin, as you can see, I'm the CEO of ASML. So, I'm here for ASML. The root-check method is undoubtedly a great theory. It has enabled the advancement of physics, and that's enough to demonstrate its immense significance. However, it still has a problem. Its current scope of application is still somewhat limited. For example, it can't yet assist in the production of our lithography machines. Mr. Lin, you should also be aware that a crucial step in the production of our lithography machines is the installation of the light source. However, a key issue is that this process always introduces errors, namely the control of the diffraction of the light source. Adjusting for this problem takes up a considerable amount of our production time, and errors, both large and small, always occur during the debugging process, which impacts the speed of our lithography machine production. Mr. Lin, your mathematical ability is so formidable that ASML and I hope to collaborate with you. With your help, you can develop a method as great as the root-check method to solve this problem for us, but I don't know if you agree. Chapter 206 Second Time Chapter 05 ASML, Photolithography Machine. Lin Xiao's brows raised slightly at the ASML CEO's request. Lithography machine production? Light source diffraction control, yes, Dawson Edinson nodded with a smile. This issue is related to our ultimate lithography accuracy. If this isn't perfected, our lithography machine won't be considered a finished product and won't be shipped. I'm not sure if you know, but we only produce 50 UV lithography machines annually. With your help, I believe our production will increase significantly, and perhaps the whole world will benefit. After all, more lithography machines means more chip production, and perhaps future chips will become cheaper, benefiting the world. Lin Xiao smiled, non-committal. Benefit the whole world, no wonder this man became CEO. Anyway, Lin Xiao couldn't say that with such a smile. After all, the first country to stand to benefit is China. China spends trillions of RMB annually on purchasing chips from foreign countries. This money will ultimately flow abroad, profiting from foreign companies. Chinese companies could even face foreign blockades and sanctions on their chips, severely damaging China's interests. From this point alone, Dawson Edinson's claim of benefiting the entire world is absurd. As for the claim that future chips will become cheaper due to increased lithography machine production, that's even more ridiculous. For those companies, price reductions are impossible unless costs are lowered. Even then, they might even raise prices and complain to consumers about the increased costs. Therefore, Lin Xiao didn't believe a single word of Dawson Edinson's claims. Therefore, he did not dwell on this issue and said, "If you can sell your UV lithography machine to us in China, I believe it." Dawson Edinson spread his hands, revealing a helpless look. Mr. Lin, it's really not that we don't want to do this. Of course we are willing to accept the Chinese market. Did we accept an order for UV lithography machines from your Huaxin International before? In the end, it was stopped by the Americans. It's really not that we don't want to do it. We have always been willing to sell DUV lithography machines to China. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "In that case, You can rest assured that I, a Chinese, can help you design a solution." Dawson Edison smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, don't worry about this. This is just a business cooperation. It's impossible for you to know all the secrets of the lithography machine after cooperating with us. We can even show you part of our UV lithography machine production process without any problems. This project we are working on does not involve key technologies." Although Dawson Edison's words were polite and humble, Lin Xiao could clearly see a glint of contempt in his eyes, contempt for China. ASML was the only company in the world capable of manufacturing UV lithography machines, and as ASML's CEO, he naturally looked down on China. After all, China simply didn't have the capability to build one. Even if the blueprints were given to China, they wouldn't be able to build one. An UV lithography machine consists of over 100,000 components, sourced from thousands of suppliers worldwide. Even if China had the blueprints, it wouldn't be possible to produce so many. Manufacturing these components is incredibly difficult. For example, the lenses require state-of-the-art finishing technology, achieving a surface accuracy of 50 microns, a level that China's current technology clearly cannot achieve. Therefore, Dawson Edison paid no attention to Lin Xiao's question, not even considering it. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Pretending to be a fake? Then I'll make you cry. He never forgot the gift the system had given him. It's called Instant Object Request, and it allows him to scan and analyze everything in the world, obtaining information about its production process and other aspects. However, the scanned object is limited to 100 cubic meters, and an UV lithography machine typically fits within that range. Therefore, if an UV lithography machine were placed before him, he could directly scan it and obtain information about its entire production process. While the actual utility of Instant Object Request remains unknown, it's believed that once scanned, it will undoubtedly prove useful. Upon his return to China, he will undoubtedly contribute to the development of domestic lithography machines. The importance of lithography machines is undeniable. Chips, the products of human ingenuity, hold immense significance in modern society. Almost everything, except perhaps artwork, is inextricably linked to chips. Even Lego blocks contain chips, and even mobile phone batteries rely on various chips, including charging and power management chips. On a larger scale, supercomputers place even greater demands on chips. While Chinese supercomputers are impressive, that's only because engineers have meticulously optimized their architectures. The Sunway Tehulite's domestically produced Shenhua E26010 multi-core processors are manufactured on a 28nm process, with 40,960 of them. The top-ranked supercomputer in 2020, the US-based Summit supercomputer, primarily features 9, 216-14nm CPUs and 27, 648-12nm graphics processors. Its maximum floating point performance of 200 pfLOPS is 60% higher than the Sunway Tehulite's 125 pfLOPS. Yet, the former has only 10% fewer processors. This is where the manufacturing process comes in. This goes without saying for military applications. While the media claims that lower processed chips aren't necessarily better for weapons, there are certainly applications for more sophisticated chips. With the advancement of technology, even if low-processed chips aren't currently needed for military use, they will eventually be needed. It's a matter of having a sword but not using it, or having no sword to use. Therefore, Lin Xiao felt it was crucial for him to contribute to the development of China's lithography equipment. And since Dawson Edison had offered him the opportunity, he gladly accepted it. Then, he smiled and said, "That's good to know, but I'd like to ask, what's your price for hiring me?" Hearing Lin Xiao mention money, Dawson Edison burst into laughter. "Talk about money? That's easy enough. Very easy. People like him love nothing more than talking about money, especially with someone like Lin Xiao. He had indeed wanted to be a scientist as a child, but he didn't make it, leading to his current situation. Of course, he had no regrets. On the contrary, he considered it a blessing. After all, he now frequented various high-end venues, and because his company monopolized all lithography machine manufacturers, he enjoyed countless adulation and flattery. At this point, he could even boss scientists around and have his way with them. Before meeting Lin Xiao, he had initially thought that a world-renowned top scientist like Lin Xiao, especially one from China, would be difficult to deal with. He had even prepared himself for failure. But unexpectedly, after just a few words, he started talking about money. Price is never a problem. You can even name it. My meeting with you didn't involve a price for hiring you. Lin Xiao spread his hands. Not a problem? Then, 1 billion euros. Dawson Edison's smile froze, and then he said, Mr. Lin, you're such a joke. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, alright, I'll give you a normal offer. I need 50 million euros after the matter is resolved. Hearing this, Dawson Edison breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought Lin Xiao was serious about the 1 billion euro offer, which was equivalent to the price of one of their UV lithography machines. Clearly, Lin Xiao was playing him. Of course, Lin Xiao's current offer was too high. 50 million euros was unacceptable. They were only looking for Lin Xiao to solve the problem. So, a round of wrangling ensued. Finally, Dawson Edison offered 1 million euros for the hiring fee and 20 million euros for the final settlement, and the two sides reached an agreement. Of course, the more seriously Lin Xiao bargained, the more it signaled Lin Xiao's continued commitment to their business. Therefore, Dawson Edison was quite satisfied with the outcome. Lin Xiao, however, was even happier. He hadn't originally intended to get the job done for them. He simply wanted to use it as an excuse to see the UV lithography machine. Unexpectedly, Dawson Edison, while haggling over the price, even went so far as to offer a 1 million euro retainer. This fee, payable even if Lin Xiao didn't resolve the final issue, would be paid immediately after both parties signed the agreement. Lin Xiao hadn't originally intended to rip them off so harshly. His serious bargaining was simply to gain their trust and secure a smoother visit to the lithography machine. Perhaps it was precisely because of his serious bargaining that Dawson Edison offered the retainer, lowering Lin Xiao's original offer of 30 million euros to the final 20 million euros. But, Mr. Edison, let me be clear. If I can't solve the problem, don't accuse me of taking the money and not doing the job. After all, I've never done anything like this before. After the discussion, Lin Xiao gave him another warning, lest he regret it. Of course, he would regret it eventually. Spending 1 million euros and getting nothing in return was a sure thing, but Lin Xiao didn't care. The project had an 18-month deadline, which was a fairly normal timeframe for a mathematically oriented project. Some projects took 3 or 5 years. And after 18 months, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly have returned to China. Would ASML then come to China and cause trouble for him? Mr. Lin, please rest assured. ASML is a large company and wouldn't do something small. Of course, Mr. Lin, you also need to have confidence in yourself. After all, if I remember correctly, you also developed the important mathematical vaccine not long after joining CERN, right? So there's nothing to worry about. Besides, you're considered one of the smartest people in the world, Dawson Edison said with a smile. Lin Xiao said no more. If that's the case, then let's do this. After we sign the contract and the Solvay conference is over, I'll go to the Netherlands to take a look at your lithography machines and understand the problems I'm trying to solve. ASML looks forward to seeing you. Dawson Edison nodded, then stood up and extended his hand to Lin Xiao. The two shook hands. It's a pleasure working together. Lin Xiao didn't stay any longer and went back to find Suda. Dawson Edison watched Lin Xiao's departure and his lips curled slightly. Scientist? It's the world of capital now. Oh no, it always has been. What did that person want from you? After reuniting with Suda, he asked. It's nothing more than cooperation, Lin Xiao replied. Cooperation? Help them develop lithography machines, pretty much? Solve the problem of light source diffraction control, Suda sighed. You shouldn't have agreed. Lin Xiao knew what Suda meant. He probably saw it as helping a company he shouldn't be helping. But only he knew why he agreed. Ever since receiving the in-person request, he had been searching for an opportunity to see UV lithography machines in person. However, few places in the world have UV lithography machines. Nowhere in China, outside of Taiwan, has one, but TSMC clearly won't invite him to visit. As for other companies like Samsung and Intel, it's even less likely they'll do so. Now that ASML has come to him personally, offering a direct tour of the lithography machine production facility, he certainly won't give up. Perhaps the machines they have are even more advanced. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't dwell on this question. What he did outwardly wasn't important, what he ultimately did mattered. Just then, a voice called from the side, Lin, can I ask you to dance? Lin Xiao was startled. Turning, he saw Elizabeth standing beside him, a beaming smile on her face. Elizabeth was wearing an evening gown, her blonde hair beautifully styled, a truly graceful expression. She was already beautiful, and this outfit made her the most stunning star in the room. Suda, standing nearby, patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and smiled. "I won't bother you anymore." Then he left. "I don't know how to dance," Lin Xiao said, spreading his hands. "You can dance even if you don't." "I can teach you," Elizabeth said. Lin Xiao touched his nose. Well, okay, he knew exactly what Elizabeth was thinking. For nearly 5 months, Elizabeth had gone to great lengths to pick him up and drop him off. Anyone could see that. Unfortunately, he didn't have the desire to pursue her right now. As for refusing outright, he feared hurting her feelings. However, it wasn't many days until Paris anyway, so Elizabeth would have to stay at CERN, as she was a researcher there. By then, with more time, there wouldn't be any more worries. Elizabeth smiled happily, extending a hand. Lin Xiao took it, and the two of them joined the dance floor. The music swayed, and the crowd continued to dance. I'd like to recommend a sci-fi novel written by a friend. It's a refreshing read. The author is a newbie, so please support me. Chapter 207. What belongs to God belongs to God. What belongs to scientists belongs to scientists. The celebration lasted late into the night, and everyone in attendance enjoyed the feast. In particular, all the researchers involved in Lin Xiao's project received praise from their peers. Some of the more successful researchers even received invitations from other research institutions or universities to give lectures and share their experiences. Some even received offers from universities, hoping to become professors. This was a dream come true for some researchers, as not everyone wants to stay at CERN forever. In short, everyone benefited in some way, and this made them feel grateful to Lin Xiao. Without him, they certainly wouldn't have received such treatment. This was also a form of networking. After all, the project team consisted of several hundred people, and aside from over 100 leading scholars, the rest were mostly young people. Perhaps a few of them would become future giants in particle physics, and it wasn't impossible for 1 or 2 Nobel Prize winners to emerge. Of course, only the future would reveal these future events. After the party, Lin Xiao and his team compiled and published their research progress and conclusions. One paper was published in Science, the other in Nature. One was on the mass of the W boson, the other on a black hole. Each deserved to be featured on the cover of these 2 journals. And of course, both journals did just that. The cover of the paper on the mass of the W boson featured an image of a W smashing through all the particles in the old Standard Model, signifying that the determination of the W boson mass was a break from the Standard Model. However, in a corner of the cover, there was a tiny formula, as if to replace the old Standard Model. Clearly, this formula was the new Standard Model. For the physics community, the replacement of the new Standard Model was an irreversible fact. As for the Nature paper on the artificial black hole, the cover featured a giant ring representing a particle collider, with a black hole in the center. It was simple, but of course, the black hole alone was captivating. Of course, by the time this paper was published, it was already mid-December. The Solvay conference was very close. École Normale Supérieure in Paris. Lin Xiao's dormitory. To be honest, after living in the small villa at CERN for so long, Lin Xiao was a little uncomfortable returning to this cramped dormitory. Perhaps it was because it's easier to go from frugality to luxury than from luxury to frugality. Of course, it wasn't a big deal, at least this dormitory was quieter. He was currently preparing for the Solvay conference. After all, it was an important conference, so he had to treat it with respect. He would be presenting his multidimensional field theory at the conference, and as a pioneer of multidimensional field theory, he had to introduce his own new ideas. Of course, these weren't big issues. After all, it had only been a few months, and there were still relatively few physicists in the world who could understand multidimensional field theory. So, whatever new ideas he had, they were generally genuine. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller, Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. It was from Time magazine. Time had contacted him earlier, hoping to interview him, and Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't refuse. It was an honor, no matter what. After being abroad for so long, he naturally needed to prepare for his return. While a Chinese citizen doesn't necessarily need foreign honors and awards to recognize themselves, especially for achievements like his, these things are unavoidable given the broader Chinese environment. It's an indisputable fact, but also a sad fact. Take Tu Yaoyao, for example. Before winning the Nobel Prize, she was virtually invisible in China. She had no doctorate, no overseas study experience, and no academic honors, earning her the nickname 3-No Scientist. Of course, before winning the Nobel Prize, she actually received the Lasker DeBakey Award for Clinical Medical Research in 2011, a prestigious award often cited as a bellwether for the Nobel Prize. Even after receiving this award, it sparked controversy in the academic community, as some Chinese scholars argue that the award should go to the team, not her, even though she was the first to discover artemisinin. Even after she received the Nobel Prize in Medicine, the controversy persisted. However, it certainly helped her, as her name is now known nationwide. Similarly, for Lin Xiao, returning scientists laden with honors are often cherished more deeply in China. Especially since he planned to begin developing lithography machines upon his return, this undoubtedly required enormous investment. He had no company or billions of dollars in assets, so his only source of support was the government. For him, using internationally recognized honors to generate capital was essential. Of course, Lin Xiao hadn't forgotten the old man's words, "If you need anything, you can come to him, and the country won't let you down." But if Lin Xiao could secure this much more capital, it would give the country even more reason to help him. After all, domestic resources need to be allocated. Therefore, Time magazine's interview with him was merely an appetizer. Soon, Lin Xiao arrived at a vacant classroom for the interview with Time. This was his first media interview in the nearly 6 months since the publication of his multidimensional field theory. The reporter was a man, accompanied by a photographer. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Lin Kane, a reporter for Time magazine." Upon seeing Lin Xiao, the man smiled and extended his hand. Lin Xiao shook his hand and said with a smile, "Hello, Kane, Mr. Lin, I've heard of you for a long time, especially since your multidimensional field theory was published. We've been wanting to interview you, but we've never been able to get permission. Now, at last, we're finally able to." McLennan Kane couldn't help but sigh as he thought, when has Time ever had such a hard time interviewing someone? But even with Lin Xiao, they'd been trying to reach him unsuccessfully for 6 months. At one point, they considered giving up. After all, they didn't necessarily have to interview Lin Xiao. They didn't necessarily need to interview him when they were judging the most influential people of the year. However, when faced with a scientist like Lin Xiao, considered comparable to Einstein and Newton in the physics community, they chose him. Hearing McLennan Kane's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. "Well, it's because I've been so busy lately that I haven't been giving any interviews. I finally finished work a while ago, so I agreed to your interview." McLennan Kane smiled and nodded, saying, "Looks like we're lucky after all." After a pause, he continued, "Shall we begin the interview now?" "Okay," Lin Xiao nodded. Time magazine doesn't often feature people, but they usually feature those who have garnered international attention for a period of time, or those who are named Person of the Year. Although Lin Xiao wasn't named Person of the Year, it's clear that he's garnered considerable attention worldwide. The photographer set up his camera. The two of them were standing against a blackboard covered in equations. Anyone studying high-energy physics would easily recognize that it was the Standard Model, refined by multidimensional field theory. The Standard Model, when fully expanded, is a rather complex equation, perhaps 30 or 40 lines long. Of course, the equation on the blackboard is simplified, but due to the increased number of unknowns introduced by multidimensional field theory, it still appears complex. But this also made their interview seem even more impressive. The camera began recording, and the photographer, holding the clapperboard, snapped it shut, officially beginning the interview. McLennan Kane asked, "So, who do you most admire?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. This interview question was indeed a bit different from a normal one. Then, he smiled faintly. "The people I admire are the general public." McLennan Kane was stunned. "The general public?" "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded slightly. "The general public, or the vast majority of the general public, don't have too many desires. They just want to live their own lives and hope not to encounter troubles, such as not being bullied or oppressed. As long as this is the case, they feel that life is worry-free. Even if they suffer a little oppression, they will do their best to endure it. So I admire the general public very much, because they are the most like a normal person." McLennan Kane was a little confused. "The most like a normal person? What's so worthy of admiration about that?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, Because everyone has desires, and the way normal people satisfy their desires is to obtain them through their own hard work. McLennan K nodded, seemingly understanding, and then smiled and said, I see. However, I thought the person you admired most would be a scientist like you. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. That's too common. Since this is your interview, of course I have to give a slightly different answer. McLean smiled and then asked the next question. Then I'll leave your slightly different answer for others to judge. Let's move on to the next question. It might be difficult for ordinary people like us to imagine what the universe is like in the minds of physicists. According to your multidimensional field theory, our universe has many dimensions. So what do you think these different dimensions look like? Lin Xiao, if I were to talk about what I think in my mind, I might think that there is actually a four-dimensional life standing next to us, or perhaps a two-dimensional life standing under our feet. Why is that? Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and pointed at a plane. Imagine a piece of paper on this plane. Why can we see this piece of paper? McLennan Kane thought for a moment and asked, is it because light is reflected into our eyes? Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, you can understand it that way. However, there are requirements for us to be able to see something. Imagine why we can't see air. For example, oxygen? But we can see liquid oxygen. This involves the issue of particle density. In two-dimensional space, it is an infinitely thin piece of paper. If it's infinitely thin, it can't accommodate our particles, because particles have volume, which means its particle density is zero, which makes it even more impossible to reflect our three-dimensional light, so we can only see things in three-dimensional space. So from this point of view, we can't see two-dimensional space, and two-dimensional space is everywhere around us. Similarly, the same is true for four-dimensional space. The light that transmits four-dimensional space will pass through our three-dimensional space and therefore cannot be seen by us. Of course, you can also understand it this way. Establish a three-dimensional rectangular coordinate system. X, Y, and Z are length, width, and height. Then we don't live in the length and width of the second dimension, but in the height of the third dimension. The same is true for life in the fourth dimension. If a four-dimensional rectangular coordinate system is established, with W, X, Y, and Z as the four axes, they will mainly live on the fourth axis, rather than the three axes representing length, width, and height. Listening to Lin Xiao's introduction, McLennan Kane couldn't help but feel amazed. Is that so? If so, will a casual wave of our hand affect two-dimensional space? Lin Xiao shook his head. The forces we exert all originate from electromagnetic force, which requires electrons and photons. But obviously, infinitesimally thin two-dimensional space can't accommodate the electrons and photons of our three-dimensional space. McLennan K nodded. Although a little confused, he could still roughly imagine what Lin Xiao meant. Then, he asked, so, is this your conclusion based on multidimensional field theory? Yes, Lin Xiao nodded. What if true high-dimensional space doesn't follow your understanding? Lin Xiao smiled. If the universe doesn't follow my mathematical deductions, then I think our universe is truly terrible, or perhaps it's a sham, designed by a real creator, because only a creator could break the rules. Oh, God wouldn't be happy to hear you say that. What belongs to God, and what belongs to scientists? Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. McLean was stunned for a moment, then sighed. That confirms you're a great scientist. Lin Xiao laughed. I'm sure every scientist feels the same way. McLean didn't respond and moved on to the next question. The time interview was no different from a normal one. Questions, then answers. Since Lin Xiao was being interviewed as a scientist, the questions were mostly about mathematics. Finally, McLennan Kane asked his final question, Mr. Lin, which do you think is more important, theoretical science or applied science? Lin Xiao frowned at this question, then smiled and said, I've always firmly believed that theoretical science is the most important, and I will always contribute to solving problems in theoretical science. As for applied science, if you know the Bourbaki school, you'll know that they disliked applied mathematics. My teacher was Jean-Pierre Serre, also a Bourbaki. Although this concept has lost much influence in modern times, it still persists, just as even now, when I study physics, I only study theoretical physics. I'll leave the applied sciences to others. I only want to explore deeper truths. McLennan Kane smiled brightly. I wish you further progress in your theoretical science. Thank you. The interview ended. McLennan Kane stood up and extended his hand to Lin Xiao again, and they shook hands. The previous questions were from Time magazine, and the last question was someone else's suggestion. Now, He had a relatively satisfactory answer. He hoped a theoretical scientist would become even more remarkable, because theory was universal. Oh, by the way, we need to take another picture of you. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be on the cover next week. Also, you'll be among the 100 most influential people of the year. Congratulations, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Thank you. Chapter 208. The universe is increasing in entropy. Within 2 days of the Time interview, a video featuring the interview was released. As a globally influential media outlet, Time's interview videos are bound to attract attention, especially since they were featuring a leading physicist. The video immediately captivated many people. First, there were those whom Lin Xiao admired most. However, most people seemed confused by Lin Xiao's answer and didn't think much of it. But the following questions captivated everyone. Was multidimensional space everywhere around them? Was it two-dimensional space beneath their feet? And was the same with four-dimensional space, directly upon them? This sparked many people's imaginations. Lin Xiao's discussion of 2, 3, and 4 dimensions also brought to mind the concept of the Klein bottle, a four-dimensional space-time. According to Lin Xiao's explanation, two-dimensional space is like an infinitely thin sheet of paper. A small piece of three-dimensional space can hold an infinite number of infinitely thin sheets of paper. Similarly, a small piece of four-dimensional space can hold an infinite number of three-dimensional sheets of paper. The Klein bottle's claim to never be full stems from the fact that water exists in 3 dimensions, while the Klein bottle exists in 4 dimensions, so it can naturally hold an infinite amount of water. This comment sparked renewed enthusiasm among some netizens who aren't physicists but were interested in physics. Many had heard of the Klein bottle but couldn't imagine how it could hold an infinite amount of water. By linking the relationship between 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions, and then 3 dimensions and 4 dimensions, they were able to easily grasp the Klein bottle's infinity. This sparked a wave of imagination, exploring the possibilities of multidimensional space. One commenter even suggested making a film about multidimensional space, exploring what would happen if a second dimension suddenly became the size of a particle and interacted with 3 dimensions. Or perhaps a sci-fi horror film about a third dimension being scaled to the size of a particle in 4 dimensions, leading to bizarre events on Earth. Of course, true scientists didn't care about these things. They were more interested in Lin Xiao's statement, what belongs to God belongs to God, and what belongs to scientists belongs to scientists. For scientists, this statement was incredibly pleasing to the ear, making each of them want to praise it as a brilliant statement. The original text of this phrase comes from the biblical maxim, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. This statement, uttered by Jesus, distinguishes between divine and political authority. Lin Xiao's statement now effectively distinguishes between theology and science. Although theology no longer influences science, this doesn't stop scientists from embracing the statement, as it undoubtedly elevates the status of science. In Yang's room, in China, that's quite well said. He had been following Lin Xiao's news, and upon hearing this, he felt deeply moved. Science requires a disrespectful attitude. This God could also broadly refer to the so-called creator. And scientists clearly must have this disrespectful attitude. Of course, Lin Xiao's statement that if the universe didn't operate according to his theories, then it would be truly terrible also made Yang laugh. What an interesting young man. He laughed heartily, then suddenly remembered that today was December 17th, only 2 days until the Solvay conference. He was too old to fly long distance, and the Solvay conference was being held in Paris, so he would have to watch the live stream at home. He could only express regret for this. After all, Lin Xiao was the young person he most admired, and the conference was centered around him, so he naturally felt a pity not being able to attend. He was naturally overjoyed to hear about Lin Xiao's achievements this year. Lin Xiao's outstanding performance proved that his initial confidence was correct. Furthermore, Lin Xiao's brilliance also meant that China no longer had to worry about a shortage of top-tier scientists. He even happily enjoyed a few drinks. At his age, he shouldn't drink, and even his family had advised him not to, but he insisted. Of course, he had to be happy. However, by the time the Solvay conference begins, it might be too late for China. I need to get some rest for the next few days. With this thought in mind, he prepared to rest and prepare for the live stream. Shangjing International Airport, waiting area. 2 people sat in a row of seats. One was Ma Gaolian, the director of the China Science and Technology Bureau, and the other was his secretary. Ma Gaolian was quietly flipping through a journal. The secretary next to him suddenly asked, "Director, can you understand what's being said at the physics conference?" Ma Gaolian scoffed. "If I could understand, would I be the director? You're making fun of me, aren't you?" The secretary quickly waved his hand. No, I just can't believe they've arranged for a physicist to go with us so they can explain everything." Ma Gaolian waved his hand. "Don't get all that nonsense. We're administrative people, so we just need to do our jobs. It's like you, a politician, listening to a government work report. If you could understand, you wouldn't be my secretary." A look of resignation crossed the secretary's face. "Director, is it really okay to be so direct?" He felt the need to protest. "I don't understand it while I'm listening, but maybe I'll figure it out after I go back and think about it." "Well, you don't understand the physics they're talking about, so don't worry about it." Ma Gaolian waved his hand. "Let's just go and complete the task." Lin Xiao's attendance at the Solvay Physics Conference had drawn considerable attention back home. Of course, he also had other tasks to attend to. Just then, the announcement blared, "Boarding for flight XXX from Beijing to Paris." Their plane arrived. Ma Gaolian closed the magazine in his hand and saw Lin on the cover, and the magazine was Time. Lin Xiao's appearance on the cover of Time had already been trending in China, sparking widespread discussion. Both the incident and Lin Xiao's answers in the interview had reignited Chinese people's interest in science. It was for this reason that Ma Gaolian had sought out the issue of Time and read it. He was already looking forward to meeting Lin Xiao after the Solvay conference. December 19th arrived, as expected. Paris, the World Center for Conferences, once again hosted an international conference, attended by a vast array of the world's leading intellectuals. The 1927 Solvay conference brought together a remarkable group of physicists, leaving a lasting legacy in the history of physics and resulting in an unparalleled group photo. Today, however, the world's leading scientists gathered for a single individual. This wasn't a tragedy for the physics community, as quantum mechanics and relativity were both relatively new a century ago. These two theories were like uncultivated treasure islands, hidden within numerous treasures. This allowed them to dig them up, making it extremely difficult for future generations to uncover new treasures. However, Lin Xiao's discovery of a new treasure island made this a day every physicist wanted to celebrate. Of course, unlike the 1927 conference, which attracted only a few dozen physicists, today's conferences, thanks to advances in transportation and the economy, attract vastly more participants. As a result, even a conference room at the Paris Conference Center, which can accommodate 1,000 people, was practically full. Seated in the front row were the world's top physicists, including Nobel Prize winners and Wolf Prize winners, all of them powerful figures. In the back row sat reporters from various media outlets. The 3 CCTV reporters stationed in Paris were once again present. "Being here really makes me feel ashamed," female reporter Zhang Ning lamented, her hands covering her face. "Why? Is there even a need to ask why?" Zhang Ning rolled her eyes and said, "They're all top physicists, and we know nothing." Chen Ming smiled. "Then just watch quietly here. The meeting is about to begin." The meeting began at 2 p.m., with an opening ceremony in the morning and the actual meeting in the afternoon. This first session would delve directly into the main theme of the conference, multidimensional space. The speaker was Lin Xiao. At 2 p.m., Lin Xiao, dressed in a suit, stepped from the audience to the podium. He looked out at the nearly 1,000 people in the audience. Those world-class physicists were all watching him, waiting for him to speak. But of course he wouldn't show any fear today. With a slight smile, he said, "Have you ever thought about this? Before we were born, we had no consciousness. In other words, our consciousness was still in a wave function state and had not yet collapsed. When we developed a brain in our mother's womb, we became conscious. Then, have you ever thought about why your consciousness was born on Earth, and not on other life-bearing planets in the universe? Why were we born on this timeline, and not on other timelines? Why were we born in 3-dimensional space, and not in 4-dimensional space or 5-dimensional space? Maybe it's survivor bias, but perhaps there are many hidden secrets in it. Of course, I'm not saying this to reveal these secrets. No one can reveal these secrets, but just like the birth of multidimensional field theory, it reveals many whys, but it also brings up many whys, and these are what I want to share today. Then, let's start with the most basic problem in multidimensional field theory, that is, the vacuum catastrophe." Lin Xiao turned around, opened his PPT, and continued, The vacuum catastrophe is a fundamental problem in our physics community. Of course, I would rather call it a fundamental problem of the past. It allows us to observe a cosmological constant whose scale is many orders of magnitude smaller than theoretically predicted, so we can be sure that there must be something wrong that caused this to happen. This is also the fundamental reason why I was able to derive multidimensional field theory. Now, let's start by exploring this problem from a 3 plus 1 dimensional manifold. M equals G, I equals J, the D, C, C, E. Its multidimensional field theory is derived mathematically, so Lin Xiao's presentation naturally included some mathematical explanations. However, since the equations Lin Xiao presented earlier were all mentioned on multidimensional fields and their state superposition, the audience was generally able to follow along. Several months had passed since Lin Xiao published his multidimensional field theory. These months had also allowed others to better understand it, allowing them to better understand Lin Xiao's presentation at this conference. Time passed quickly. 2g plus 2g plus equals 0. With this, Lin Xiao had essentially completed his presentation of the multidimensional field theory in his paper. Of course, he had also proposed some new ideas. His research over the past few days, combined with his reading of other relevant literature, had allowed him to further refine his multidimensional field theory. He looked back at the crowd, a faint smile on his face, and said, "Previously, I proposed that energy between dimensions is being exchanged, but I didn't explain why this energy is being exchanged. Now, based on my deductions, I can explain this for everyone." As he spoke, the audience gasped in surprise. Explaining why energy is being exchanged. The physicists present were all stunned. Then, Lin Xiao translated the PPT once more, and once again, new mathematical equations appeared. Greek letter phi equals 3u plus Greek letter phi, 1k, Greek letter phi 2k. Everyone knows the universe is expanding, and it's actually expanding faster and faster. This obviously contradicts our common understanding. If the energy generated by the Big Bang is the primary driver of the universe's expansion, then as the energy decreases, shouldn't the expansion slow down? So, the only explanation is the addition of other energies. These energies come from other dimensions, and this is why energy exchange occurs. Lin Xiao pointed to the long series of equations on his PowerPoint presentation, his eyes filled with a passion for truth. Look at this formula. It perfectly explains that the force behind our universe's expansion comes from 3 dimensions and below. And the over 100 orders of magnitude of energy we lost during the vacuum catastrophe all went to fuel the expansion of higher dimensional universes. Because higher dimensional expansion requires even more energy, the audience fell silent. Lin Xiao's conclusion was truly incredible. If it appeared in science fiction, they would consider it an interesting idea. But now, combined with the formulas on Lin Xiao's PowerPoint presentation, they had to try to believe that this was a real possibility. But just then, someone raised their hand. Everyone looked over. It was Frank Wilczek, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist. Seeing this prominent figure with his raised hand, everyone was puzzled. What was he going to do? Was there something wrong with Lin Xiao's proposal? The Solvay conference wasn't an academic conference, so Frank Wilczek's raising of his hand didn't break the rules. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Mr. Wilczek, do you have any questions?" Frank Wilczek said, "Your explanation has a fatal flaw. You still can't explain the sudden increase in energy input from other dimensions. That still doesn't explain the increasing expansion of the universe." Everyone nodded in agreement at Frank Wilczek's question. This was indeed a crucial question. Lin Xiao explained that the energy for the expansion of the universe came from energy input from other dimensions, but that couldn't explain the increased expansion of their universe. However, Lin Xiao just smiled and said, "This question is obvious, Mr. Wilczek. The entropy of the universe is increasing." Chapter 209. The aliens are in my formula. When Lin Xiao said, "The universe is increasing in entropy," physicists like Wilczek, who hadn't yet reacted, suddenly showed a look of realization. Those who had already thought of entropy increasing nodded slightly. However, this didn't make them feel relieved, but instead they were caught up in another question. However, Lin Xiao didn't seem to notice their expressions and continued to speak. A universe with increasing entropy makes the energy density in the universe greater and greater. These energies will undoubtedly accelerate the expansion of the universe. At the same time, energy is conserved and will never disappear. Oh yes, Now please allow me to divide the universe into the broad universe and the narrow universe. The broad universe refers to the universe as a whole that includes all dimensions, and the narrow universe refers to the universe we are in. My previous words were all based on the narrow universe, and now I am switching to the broad universe. That is to say, after the mass of each dimension is gradually converted into energy form, the energy density floating in the entire broad universe becomes greater. The acceleration of the expansion of the universe is based on this. I can also use mathematical methods to support this. If you don't understand how to prove it, I can also prove it on the spot. At this point, Lin Xiao smiled and looked at the physicists present. Frank Wilczek didn't sit down. Instead, he said, Mr. Lin, your idea of increasing entropy is indeed very intriguing, but there's still one question you need to explain. Lin Xiao smiled and said, I know you, and the questions everyone else might be asking. I'll say one word, and you'll probably be able to guess it. Everyone's attention was instantly riveted. Lin Xiao knew what they were asking, and he knew the final answer. Lin Xiao didn't rush to answer. Instead, he turned and walked back to his podium, picked up his water glass, and took a sip. Seeing this, everyone in the room was stunned. How could you keep us on suspense like this? In the back row, 3 CCTV reporters looked stunned at first, then shook their heads in amusement. They had been waiting for Lin Xiao's answer. After all, something involving cosmology was deeply curious to them all. And what questions were these scientists trying to ask? They didn't even know what questions the physicists were asking. Zhang Ning couldn't help but exclaim, You're truly worthy of being called Lin Xiao. With so many people here, I'd definitely have answered directly. Sun Xiang smiled. Isn't that why he's called Lin Xiao? Look at his mental fortitude. He even dared to do this in front of a Nobel Prize winner. As the other side, Lin Xiao finished his water and put it down. Then, he glanced around the room again. Seeing everyone's impatience, he smiled faintly and uttered the word, consciousness. A moment's silence followed the utterance of the word. As time passed, Wilczek's face lit up with shock and sudden enlightenment. The same expression gradually spread around him. However, many others remained bewildered. Consciousness? How does it relate to the accelerated expansion of the universe? The question they were asking was, how does increasing entropy cause the universe's expansion to accelerate? The universe has always been expanding, but the rate of expansion is accelerating, even exceeding the speed of light. This is undoubtedly astonishing. Furthermore, the rate of acceleration is also increasing. This is where Lin Xiao's explanation still has a problem. Over very long timescales and the spatial scale of the universe, the rate of entropy increase should remain uniform. However, the acceleration of the cosmic expansion rate is still increasing. In other words, the second derivative of the cosmic expansion rate is positive. Doesn't this mean that the rate of entropy increase is also accelerating? However, this doesn't make sense. The main energy released by the universe comes from the burning of stars, and this is endless. At the same time, stars die every minute and every second. However, in the long run, this should be a uniform rate and should not lead to an increase in entropy. As for Lin Xiao's mention of consciousness, what does it mean to this question? Lin Xiao didn't keep them waiting. He cleared his throat and began to speak. I wonder if anyone has read the science fiction novel Triple Star? There's a plot in it where an advanced civilization launches a superweapon at a star in a triple star system with a lesser civilization, ultimately destroying the star. First of all, speaking of this triple star system, the three-body motion, it's obviously a problem we still haven't been able to explain. But if Laplace's demon really exists, do you think it could predict the three-body motion? Everyone present looked at each other in confusion, and finally Wilczek smiled and said, yes, the Nobel laureate had already guessed what Lin Xiao was going to say. He couldn't help but marvel at Lin Xiao's imagination, as it was definitely a science fiction idea, but he also felt that Lin Xiao's scenario was very possible. The Nobel Prize winner in physics played a supporting role. Lin Xiao smiled and then said, okay, Laplace's demon predicted the motion of the triple star system where this low-level civilization resides. But this begs the question, could it have predicted that one day an advanced civilization would launch a superweapon towards this triple star system, destroying one of the stars and causing the original triple star system to become a binary? When Lin Xiao said this, many of those who had previously been confused about why Lin Xiao used consciousness to answer the question suddenly realized that he was about to reveal the answer. Then, they were once again shocked and looked at Lin Xiao with admiration. This was an absolutely astonishing conjecture. At this point, Lin Xiao finally gave his explanation in full. According to my calculations, the increasing amount of free energy from other dimensions is causing the accelerated expansion of our universe. And in order for the expansion of the universe to accelerate, the rate of free energy input must inevitably and only increase. Just as we predicted, the dark energy of our universe is gradually increasing. Even as the universe expands and grows in volume, the density of dark energy remains unchanged, even our cosmological constant, and this makes us think again about that high-dimensional civilization in that science fiction I just mentioned. They were able to directly destroy a star. Doesn't this accelerate the process of entropy increase? Think back, millions of years ago, when our human ancestors appeared on this land, how much could we increase the world's entropy? Later, our ancestors learned to use fire and learned to burn things. This increased the Earth's entropy growth rate immensely. Later, with the first industrial revolution, the emergence of the steam engine increased the entropy growth rate even more immensely, and with the second industrial revolution, the emergence of the electric machine increased the entropy growth rate even more. Until modern times, the Earth's entropy growth rate caused by humans has increased immensely, but we humans on Earth can only survive on Earth, and the increase in entropy we bring is very small compared to the entire universe. But what if other civilizations in our universe, or civilizations in other dimensions, are many levels higher than ours, able to control stars, or even galaxies and galaxy clusters? Then, in this case, consciousness will definitely lead to an increase in the rate of entropy growth, which will also cause a change in the expansion rate of our universe. Now, we can't find any other explanation for the increase in the expansion rate of the universe. So, I think my hypothesis is the only one that can explain it. That is, in the broad universe, there must be quite a number of civilizations that possess technology that we humans can't imagine. Moreover, there will always be a civilization that completes a higher level of technological revolution, which will cause the rate of entropy growth to increase again. Finally, the overall rate of entropy growth of the universe caused by all civilizations combined will accelerate, and ultimately, the acceleration of the expansion rate of our universe will increase. Therefore, from this perspective, I have proven that Earth civilization is not alone, whether in the narrow universe or the broad universe. That's it. Lin Xiao stopped abruptly, then spread his hands, turned and walked toward the podium, picked up his water cup, and took a sip. The entire audience fell silent again. Undoubtedly, what Lin Xiao said was just a guess, but even they had to try to believe it, or rather, to doubt it, in short, not to reject it outright. Because, as Lin Xiao had said, his formula explained the accelerated expansion of the universe from the perspective of multidimensional space. It was caused by energy. Cosmological observations had also proven that dark energy did not obey the law of conservation of energy. No matter how the universe expanded, its density remained constant. According to Lin Xiao's explanation, dark energy was conserved in the general universe because it originated from other dimensions. Everything made sense, and now, only Lin Xiao's guess could explain it. Consciousnesses like them were the culprits causing the accelerated expansion of the universe. As the silence ended, the crowd couldn't help but discuss and sigh. This isn't scientific. Okay, but it's also scientific. This is incredible. Could Lin's hypothesis be true, using this method to prove the existence of aliens and life in other dimensions? Truly, Lin, what a genius idea. However, some people refuse to believe it. After all, there are scientists who don't believe in aliens. So one physicist couldn't help but exclaim, but where are the aliens? Where are the aliens? This question stems from the Fermi paradox. Fermi, a leading physicist, had raised questions about the existence of aliens. Asking this question now undoubtedly cast doubt on Lin Xiao's speculation. But Lin Xiao answered it directly, the aliens are in my formula, believe me, until someone finds the fatal flaw in my argument or makes another similar conjecture. The answer to the Fermi paradox is in my formula. Lin Xiao's confident words once again stunned the audience. Then, applause broke out. This applause led to a wave of applause. Even though Lin Xiao's answer was a conjecture that couldn't be mathematically proven, it was brilliant. Aliens were in his formula. The crowd stood up amidst applause. Even the person who had asked the question couldn't help but admire him. Though he still didn't believe in aliens, Lin Xiao's answer was still eye-opening. Listening to the applause from the audience, Lin Xiao bowed slightly to express his gratitude. When the applause died down, Lin Xiao finally spoke. Well, my presentation is over. Does anyone have any questions? There were still many people with questions. After all, many still didn't understand certain aspects of multidimensional field theory. In addition, some wanted to discuss their own discoveries with Lin Xiao. Many raised interesting questions, and Lin Xiao tentatively answered them. However, due to the imperfections of multidimensional field theory, Lin Xiao couldn't answer some of them. And so, the time slowly approached 5:30 p.m. The meeting had lasted 3.5 hours, and Lin Xiao, the main protagonist, had been on the stage the entire time, and naturally, he was a little tired. After answering another question, Lin Xiao checked the time and finally said, "Okay, everyone. We have endless questions. It's 5:30 now, and everyone's hungry, so let's end the Q&A session." Finally, multidimensional field theory is still a young theory, and it needs us all to continue to refine it. As everyone always says, I understand multidimensional field theory best, but there's actually a lot I don't understand. For example, how exactly is energy exchange achieved between different dimensions? What exactly do those unknown quantities in our standard model of multidimensional field particles represent? But in short, that's all for now. Thank you for listening. Let me say this again, God's work belongs to God, scientists' work belongs to scientists, and our science is the supreme cause. Thank you. Lin Xiao finished his words loudly, then bowed slightly. The physicists in the room burst into applause again, including the reporters in the back. These reporters, too, had gained a lot of impressive-sounding knowledge from this conference, especially Lin Xiao's statement, "Aliens are in my formula." What a fitting headline. Using mathematical formulas to infer the existence of aliens, come on, that's super cool. So, as the conference came to an end, that evening, the news about it practically dominated the internet. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, The Einstein of the World, The Oppenheimer of China. Lin Xiao, aliens are in my formula. This headline dominated trending searches worldwide and even appeared on the headlines of numerous news stories. Lin Xiao and aliens, these two keywords are incredibly catchy for news. Not to mention the aliens, Lin Xiao, due to his recent surge in popularity, has also drawn considerable attention, naturally generating a tremendous amount of traffic. And when people clicked on this trending search, the content was even more astonishing. First, the history of the Solvay conferences. That photo, featuring a gathering of leading physics figures, was reposted, demonstrating the significance of the Solvay conferences. Then, Lin Xiao's mathematical proof of the existence of aliens astonished everyone. Concepts like multidimensional space and the expansion of the universe are now readily understood by almost everyone. While Lin Xiao's conclusions would be difficult to describe mathematically, they are still manageable when described in plain language. Imagine the universe as a balloon. If we blow air into it evenly, the balloon's expansion rate will obviously slow down, because the larger the balloon, the more gas is needed. If we increase the blowing rate evenly, the expansion rate will also increase evenly. And if we accelerate the blowing rate, the expansion rate will obviously accelerate. The energy usage of various civilizations and consciousnesses in all dimensions is what causes the blowing rate to accelerate. Ordinary people would obviously be amazed by this theory. They finally understand the sheer scale of scientists' imaginations. And crucially, they can prove it with a formula. On Weibo, this trending topic topped the search list, and the netizens commenting were incredibly excited. Fermi, where are the aliens? Lin Xiao, aliens are in my formula. Strictly speaking, Lin Xiao has not only proven the possibility of aliens, but also the existence of civilizations in other dimensions. This is a far greater advancement than proving the existence of multidimensional space and knowing what particles exist in that space. Holy crap! Are other civilizations really that powerful? Will they destroy Earth, eliminate human tyranny, and the Earth belongs to Samsung? I've always believed in the existence of such a super civilization, including in the universe. Do you know about the KBC void? Our Milky Way galaxy is located at the center of a KBC void. A cosmic void refers to a space with very few galaxies, so dense that the density of galaxies is practically zero. Such a void is likely created by another super civilization. For example, an interstellar war on a cosmic scale between two super civilizations destroyed all galaxies in that area. The KBC void, where our Earth is located, could have been caused by such a war. Perhaps it's precisely because of this void that we haven't encountered aliens, as it would be extremely difficult for aliens to find us. Cosmic void +1. I can't imagine anything other than a super civilization that could create such an incredible cosmic wonder. It doesn't conform to the principle of increasing entropy, or the law of universal gravitation. Lin Xiao is so handsome. Lin Xiao is invincible. In addition to trending searches, news media also reported on this. Furthermore, 3 reporters from Paris once again sought out Lin Xiao for an interview. During the interview, Chen Ming asked Lin Xiao, "Why do you think aliens are within your formula?" Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "Mathematical formulas can prove everything, so I can certainly prove aliens are within my formula. Of course, this is a process of deduction. Furthermore, my formula is written on paper, and within that piece of paper lies countless two-dimensional spaces. So, as long as civilization exists within that two-dimensional space, then aliens must also exist within the formula." Hearing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but smile, then asked, "What if your deduction is wrong?" I think someone's asked me a similar question before." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "My formula can't be wrong, so my hypothesis can remain valid until it's proven to be the only valid one." "You seem very confident about this." Lin Xiao smiled. Of course, after watching this interview, the audience couldn't help but smile, and at the same time, they felt proud of this Chinese scientist once again. But this thought also evoked another question: will Lin Xiao return to China in the future? "When will you return to China?" In a coffee shop on the left bank of the Seine, Ma Gaolian, director of the Chinese Science and Technology Bureau, asked Lin Xiao, who was sitting opposite him. The first day of the Solvay Physics Conference was over. Of course, it was not held for only one day. It was now the second day, and Lin Xiao had spared this little time to meet with Ma Gaolian. Hearing the other party's question, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I'll go back before the new year. Going home is good." "Going home for the new year is a tradition in our China." Ma Gaolian smiled and nodded. "What are your plans for next year?" Lin Xiao said, "Next year, I'm almost graduating." "We'll see then. What about after that? Where do you plan to settle down?" Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. He now knew what Ma Gaolian wanted to ask. Then he smiled and said, "Of course, nowhere is better than China." Ma Gaolian breathed a sigh of relief, then a smile spread across his face. "The country is also looking forward to your return. If you can come back as soon as possible, then do it. We need scientists like you." Lin Xiao nodded and smiled. "I will always remember the country's help to me. I've received so many national scholarships and awards from the university. Of course I have to come back." "Okay, well said." Ma Gaolian smiled and nodded. Everyone in China was upset that Lin Xiao didn't want to return. But now, listen to what they say. "How could you be the kind of person who stayed abroad and didn't want to go back? How many people have such awareness? So many people went abroad with scholarships funded by Chinese universities and the government, then never came back, and then they come back and say bullshit about everyone having different aspirations? If they used their own money to study abroad and then didn't come back, that wouldn't be a big deal. But this is the result?" Ma Gaolian wanted to point his finger at those people and curse them. "If only China had more people like you, it would be great." He sighed. Lin Xiao said nothing, then added, "However, after I return, I have some requests I hope you can meet." Ma Gaolian quickly said, "Please tell me. I'll discuss them with my superiors later." Lin Xiao waved his hand. "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll wait until I actually return." "Okay." Although Ma Gaolian was puzzled, he didn't ask any more questions. He suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right, you've made it into the 10,000 person group now. You should also apply for some projects." Lin Xiao smiled. He had already made it into the 10,000 person group, which had been there for the first half of the year. With that, you'd have at least 1 million yuan in funding, but Lin Xiao hadn't applied for any projects this year, so the funds were effectively useless. "No rush, let's talk about it after I get back." "Okay." Ma Gaolian nodded. Then, perhaps because his work was done, he leaned back in his chair and looked outside. He took a sip of his coffee and said, "These places abroad are so colorful. I wonder how many people they attract. It's so dazzling." Lin Xiao smiled calmly and didn't respond. "By the way, I saw the last issue of Time magazine. Your photo on the cover is quite stylish." Ma Gaolian suddenly remembered this and called over his secretary. who was drinking coffee at another table, to bring out the Time magazine. He glanced at the cover and saw it was indeed very stylish. They must have added all sorts of filters when they took the photo, making it look so special. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile and waved his hand modestly. It's just so-so, but Ma Gaolian did have good taste. Lin Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Ma Gaolian smiled, flipped open the cover, and read a few sentences. Leaving the application to others, I only want to explore more truth. That's a good statement, he said with a smile, then casually asked, do you think theory is more important than application? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows at this question. Although Ma Gaolian's question seemed completely casual, Lin Xiao could keenly sense his concern. It seemed the country was also concerned about whether he would pursue an applied or theoretical path. Last time, he told the people at Time magazine that he preferred theory over application because he understood the underlying implications of the question. Now, facing Ma Gaolian, who might be asking him a question on behalf of the country, he had to give a genuine answer. I think theory is more important, he said, pulling out a small notepad and pen from his pocket. They always carry them for easy access. I hope to be the world's Einstein. Upon hearing his answer, Ma Gaolian's eyes flickered with a hint of regret, and then he said, well, that's fine too. However, he noticed Lin Xiao suddenly start writing, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What are you writing? Lin Xiao didn't say anything, simply scribbling a sentence on a piece of paper. He then tore off the paper, folded it, and handed it to Ma Gaolian. Let's take a look at it when we get home. Ma Gaolian was puzzled, but ultimately nodded and didn't ask any more questions. They chatted for a while longer, and then, because another Solvay conference was about to begin, and Lin Xiao had to attend, they said goodbye. Ma Gaolian and his secretary returned to their hotel. The secretary asked, Lin Xiao said theory is more important. Ma Gaolian nodded, that's what he said. He then remembered the piece of paper Lin Xiao had given him. He hadn't opened it, but now that he was back at the hotel, he could open it. However, Lin Xiao was so secretive, he didn't intend to show it to the secretary. Entering the bathroom, he retrieved the paper, unfolded it, and took a quick look. However, becoming the world's Einstein doesn't conflict with becoming China's Oppenheimer. After reading it, Ma Gaolian was silent for a long time. Then he folded the paper again and put it in the deepest part of his pocket. He had a feeling that this piece of paper would become a relic in the future. Time passed quickly. After 3 days of meetings, the Solvay Physics Conference finally concluded successfully. While this conference wasn't as packed with big names as the 1927 conference, it still featured fascinating conversations like where are the aliens, and the aliens are in my formulas, which added to its brilliance. Just like that conference, Einstein's statement, God doesn't play dice, and Bohr's response, don't tell God what to do. All in all, this conference will likely leave a lasting mark in the history of science. December 25th, Christmas Day. Christmas is the most important holiday in France, so on this day, the entire city of Paris was filled with Christmas cheer. This also happened at the École Normale Supérieure. The courtyard garden was packed with people, celebrating with one another, and even people dressed in Christmas attire distributed various small gifts. Lin Xiao was among them, and watching the scene, he felt as if he were swept up in the atmosphere. Lin, Merry Christmas. The people around him recognized Lin Xiao, the star of the École Normale Supérieure, and congratulated him. Happy, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded at them, feeling deeply impressed by how much importance these traditional holidays hold abroad. He wondered which was stronger, the Spring Festival atmosphere in China or the Christmas atmosphere abroad. Such matters are a matter of personal opinion. However, he wasn't there to celebrate Christmas with these foreigners. Professor Searle had come to see him. Leaving the courtyard garden, he entered the teaching building and found Professor Searle's office. Professor Searle was packing up when he saw Lin Xiao come in. He smiled and said, Merry Christmas, Lin. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Merry Christmas, Professor Searle. Yes, Searle nodded, fetched a Santa hat from the side, walked over to Lin Xiao, and helped him put it on. Well, this is your Santa hat. You can also use it as your doctoral hat for now. Lin Xiao adjusted the hat on his head. The funny look of the hat made him feel like he was dressed up as a cartoon character. Compared to Chinese Hanfu, Santa Claus's bright red costume seemed like something out of a fairy tale, while Hanfu seemed like mythology. Each had its own merits. Of course, compared to the Santa hat, Lin Xiao was even more puzzled by Professor Searle's mention of a doctoral hat. Doctoral hat? Yes, Professor Searle smiled and nodded. You're about to graduate. Lin Xiao was stunned. Graduation? I haven't even written my thesis yet, and I still have to defend it. The graduation requirement was 2 papers published in top mathematics journals, but of course, a doctoral degree also required a thesis, followed by a defense. Professor Searle waved his hand. Your defense committee represents the entire academic community. Clearly, both your proof of the twin prime conjecture and your proposed root-finding method have been recognized by the entire academic community. The Solvay conference was your final defense, so you've graduated, so there's no need to waste our university's resources organizing another unnecessary defense for you. Hearing Professor Searle's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh and cry. Wasting university resources? That's not a way to put it. Still, he accepted the fact that he had graduated with a doctorate. After more than a decade of studying, his journey had finally come to an end. A moment of daze, he bowed slightly to Professor Searle and said, Professor Searle, thank you, and the university. Professor Searle patted him on the shoulder and said, no need to thank me. This is your result. Well, I should go home now. Have a good Christmas, okay? Oh, by the way, let's have another glass of wine. Professor Searle recalled this incident and fetched some red wine and glasses, pouring them for the 2 of them. Professor Searle raised his glass and said, may you go further than Einstein and Newton. Lin Xiao smiled and clinked his glass with Professor Searle's. I wish you good health. He drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 211, The Treasure Brought by the Actual Object. Christmas passed in celebration. Although Professor Searle said Lin Xiao could graduate, there were still some graduation paperwork to complete, so Lin Xiao was in no rush to return home. Furthermore, he still had one important task to do. That was to go to ASML and uproot their family. End of December. Eindhoven, Netherlands. This is one of Europe's 4 major technology centers, and many important technology companies have branches here. For example, ASML, which monopolizes the world's lithography machine sales, is located here. At this moment, a world-renowned scientist was welcomed at the entrance of ASML headquarters. Oh. Lin, welcome. ASML's current CEO, Dawson Edinson, was already waiting at the door. When he saw Lin Xiao get out of the Maybach they had arranged to pick him up, he opened his arms and walked over with a smile. Mr. Edinson. Lin Xiao nodded to Dawson Edinson and shook his hand. We've been anticipating your arrival for a long time. Please follow me. We've prepared a sumptuous banquet for you. Lin Xiao nodded and said, okay, although he was already eager to see the UV lithography machine. After all, it was a precision instrument unique to mainland China, hailed as the crystallization of human wisdom and the most sophisticated technological product in the world. He would then remove this crystal and transplant it to their own land. However, he couldn't appear too anxious, as this would only arouse suspicion. Furthermore, when he arrived, he could sense the gazes fixed on him, coming from all around him, either from corners or from the burly security guards. With his brain development now at 6.45%, he possessed an extremely acute sense of his surroundings, perhaps like a sixth sense. While this was a mysterious state, he certainly felt it. This was likely due to the increased frequency of electrical signals transmitted between his brain's synapses, which, due to magnetic fields and other factors, led to this phenomenon. However, there was no need to dwell too much on something without a proper scientific explanation, and Lin Xiao didn't dwell on it too much. He couldn't possibly have superpowers. Please follow me. After receiving Lin Xiao's consent, Dawson Edinson smiled faintly and led Lin Xiao into the headquarters, to a dining room. This should be the employee cafeteria, but they were clearly not eating there. Dawson Edinson led them to a lavishly decorated room. In the middle stood a table just large enough for 2, with cutlery already laid out. There was also a bottle of red wine nearby. Please sit down, Dawson Edinson offered, then personally pulled out a chair for Lin Xiao to sit on. Thank you. No, it's my honor. Dawson Edinson smiled and waved his hand, saying, you're a top physicist, the person I admire most. Then he sat down in his seat and clapped his hands. Soon another door opened, and several waiters walked out one after another. They were all beautiful women in OL clothes. There were Slavs, Arabs, Germans, and even an Asian. They were all tall and dazzling. They must be the top goddesses in the eyes of others in their circle of life. In one hand, they held an exquisite dinner plate, and the dinner plate was covered with a silver glowing dinner cover. Although no one knew what was inside, it was not difficult to guess that it must be some top-notch food. Such a grand occasion made people think of the scenes of the palace dinners in those movies. And such luxurious treatment seemed to be able to immerse people in it. Then, these beautiful waiters put the dishes in place one by one, and showed Lin Xiao a very seductive smile, and then took off the dinner covers, and the food inside finally revealed its true face. In addition to Western food, there is also Chinese food, which is all delicious in color, fragrance and taste, making people's mouths water. How is it? Dawson Edison said to Lin Xiao with a smile. Very good. What's good? These dishes. Lin Xiao looked at the plate of braised pork inside. Judging from its color, it was definitely made by a top chef. He couldn't help but sigh. Since I came here, I haven't eaten this kind of authentic Chinese food for a long time. Well, what about our beautiful ladies? Dawson Edison laughed, then pointed to the waitresses next to him who had not left yet. Lin Xiao was stunned, turned his head and saw that these women gave him another ambiguous smile. Lin Xiao laughed. Are they your friends? I thought they were waitresses. Dawson Edison was stunned, then shook his head. Well, they are indeed waitresses, but there is no conflict between beautiful ladies and waitresses. Lin Xiao smiled. As for waitresses, then don't let them affect our meal. I don't like the people standing next to me when I eat. Of course, you have the final say today. Dawson Edison smiled and nodded, then waved his hand, signaling the women to leave. These top-tier beauties all had expressions of disappointment on their faces, but they had no choice but to leave. According to Dawson Edison's promise, if Lin Xiao took a liking to any of them, they would receive a check for 1 million euros, enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. But now, it was clear that no such opportunity existed. Lin Xiao didn't pay any attention to the departure of these alluring figures. He knew why Dawson Edison had made this arrangement. He had encountered this kind of situation frequently over the past few months, especially at research institutions and universities, which had offered him very generous treatment, just like the offer the Max Planck Society had made him, offering him a separate institute and making him the director. After all, among the many Max Planck institutes, the director generally holds the greatest power and has enormous control over funding. As for Dawson Edison's arrangement, perhaps it was an attempt to entice him with the evils of capitalism? Lin Xiao felt no wavering at the thought, and even felt a little like laughing. That's it? I'm sorry, the education I received wouldn't support me doing something like this. Of course, he didn't express anything outwardly, simply dealing with the situation calmly. However, Dawson Edison clearly had more than just this planned. Come on, let's not talk about this anymore, let's have a toast. Dawson Edison smiled slightly, picked up the bottle of red wine on the table, and said with emotion, Riemann Hypothesis 1990. I bought this bottle of red wine at an auction. It cost me nearly 50,000 euros, and I've never been able to drink it. It was only when I thought about having dinner with you today that I decided to open it. Thank you very much. Lin Xiao nodded and smiled. I've also been wanting to try the taste of Riemann Hypothesis. Oh? That's perfect. Dawson Edison smiled. Then let's not waste any more time, let's drink it first. Then he opened the cork, brought out 2 high-heeled glasses, and poured a little for each of them. With a light clink of wine, the 2 of them took a sip. How does it feel? It's really good, Lin Xiao replied. Dawson Edison smiled. Here it is. If you like me, I will give it to you. It can also be regarded as a gift from me to my idol. No need for that. Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand. It's so expensive, I can't afford it. That's not necessarily the case. Dawson Edison shook his head. When Einstein worked at Princeton, his annual salary was as high as 24 kilograms of gold. Now it's different from before. You can get more salary and better treatment. He smiled and said, I have a friend in the United States. I don't know if you know him. Of course, maybe everyone in the world knows him. His name is Cook, the CEO of Apple. He is willing to offer you an annual salary of $50 million and hire you to Apple as the chief scientist. He may even give you shares in Apple. I wonder if you are willing? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. Apple actually wanted to hire him? And even offered him shares. Apple's market capitalization is over $1 trillion. Even 1/10,000th of the shares is worth hundreds of millions. This is nothing. Of course, this is still nothing. The richest boss in the world is in there China, so these top companies are nothing. So he replied, Edison, let's not talk about these boring things. I like to study theory, not application. Look at the most famous physicists in history. How many of them are remembered for their development and application? I am willing to accept your invitation, but I just want to make a fortune so that I don't have to worry about the money I need for life in the future. So, let's start my work early after eating. I can't guarantee that I can solve this problem for you. Time is of the essence. Hearing what Lin Xiao said, Dawson Edinson could only say regretfully, "This may be a very sad news for us entrepreneurs. You don't need me." Lin Xiao shook his head, picked up his knife and fork, and began to savor the steak before him. Dawson Edinson said no more. Since Lin Xiao had said so, there was no need for him to say anything more. He felt a little regretful that Cook had promised him a generous reward if he agreed. Now that he had failed, the reward was naturally gone. Of course, he hadn't lost anything, just this bottle of wine. In fact, he had been wanting to drink this bottle for a long time, and now it gave him a good reason to open it. And so, after the meal, Dawson Edinson took Lin Xiao out of the restaurant and headed to their factory. The lithography machine itself requires a dust-free environment to operate, so even this production plant is a dust-free workshop. Lin Xiao put on his clean room suit and walked with Dawson Edinson into the birthplace of the world's first UV lithography machine. Even the color of the light here needs to be controlled. The photoresist used in the lithography machine is a photosensitive material that changes when exposed to light, so these lights also require a special light source. Finally, they arrived in front of a lithography machine. The clean surface and the artistic appearance make it hard to imagine that this thing is an instrument capable of engraving at the nanoscale. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. This thing is worth $150 million. That's 1 billion RMB. Especially since this thing is a high value-added product. Over its lifetime, it could produce products worth over $1 billion. It's definitely a super profitable machine, as evidenced by TSMC's global ranking. This is a lithography machine we just produced. We're currently testing its lithography stability, Dawson Edinson said nearby. Testing? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked, does that mean the wafers, photoresist, and masks are all in there? Of course, these are all needed when we manufacture chips, Dawson Edinson nodded. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. So, could he possibly acquire all of these things? Chip manufacturing isn't just about having a lithography machine, it requires raw materials. Wafers, or silicon chips, the sand in the saying chips are made of sand, must have a purity of 11 nines to meet quality standards. Then there's photoresist, another essential raw material for chip production. Evenly applied to the wafer, light passes through it, creating microscopic patterns. These patterns are the circuits that make the chip work. Masks are also crucial in the lithography process. And in all of these, China lags far behind other countries. So, for China, the problem isn't just the lithography machines, raw materials are a challenge as well. And now, Lin Xiao wondered, could he analyze these materials as well? Without further hesitation, he mentally addressed the system, use, physical object request, to scan the area, centered around the lithography machine in front of me, covering all areas I can currently access. The system's voice rang out. Physical object request is in use, please wait. A moment later, physical object request has completed the scan. The result is numbered 1. If you wish to open it, please use that number. Physical object request has been used, open 1. Without further ado, Lin Xiao simply opened the scan. Then, a look of shock involuntarily crossed his eyes. This is a treasure. Chapter 212, Eat the photolithography machine directly. Lin, what's wrong? Dawson Edinson suddenly asked. He saw that Lin Xiao's eyes seemed filled with shock as he looked at the lithography machine. He couldn't help but find it interesting that their lithography machine could actually make such an expression on the face of such a top physicist. Hearing Dawson Edinson's voice, Lin Xiao came back to his senses. Recognizing his question, Lin Xiao said with a look of deep emotion, it's truly a lithography machine. It looks like a truly perfect product. It's truly astonishing. Dawson Edinson smiled and said, if others knew a physicist comparable to Einstein was so amazed by this thing, they'd probably be even more surprised. Lin Xiao smiled and said, if Einstein had seen a lithography machine, he'd probably be astonished too. It's the world's most advanced technology, that's true. After all, it's the fruit of human wisdom, Dawson Edinson said. Decades of scientists have been working tirelessly to enable the rise of nanotechnology. Think about it, The radius of a silicon atom is only about 0.111 nanometers, which means 1 nanometer is only about the size of 4 silicon atoms. And yet, today's lithography machines can perform lithography on silicon wafers at a 5 nm process, demonstrating the sheer precision of these machines. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Well said, so it's mine now. Lin Xiao's shock wasn't from the lithography machine before him, but from the image in his mind. A complete lithography machine had already appeared in his mind, like a 3D model. He could see every component and structure. Take, for example, the lens, the most crucial component of the lithography machine. It was the smoothest lens currently achievable, with an accuracy of 50 pm/ms. This means, in root mean square terms, that less than half the radius of a silicon atom is visible on it. Such smoothness speaks volumes about its smoothness. A mere touch of the lens would likely destroy its smoothness. The electromagnetic force generated by the electrons in the atoms above a finger would be enough to disrupt its equilibrium. Therefore, from its inception, it needed to be protected from damage and wear. Even the lens for the James Webb Space Telescope, currently under construction, has a precision of only 20 nm. A lens of this precision is just a joke. Of course, considering the wavelength of UV light is 13.5 nm, this level of precision is quite reasonable. This lens is made by the German company Zeiss. They only work 10 months a year, taking vacations after their work. ASML's low production volume is also related to the small number of lenses provided by this company. Besides the lenses, Lin Xiao can also see the structure of all other components. This means that with just the raw materials, he can reassemble a photolithography machine. Of course, this isn't all for Lin Xiao. Not only can he now see the entire structure of the photolithography machine, he can even understand how the lens is manufactured. Once he selects a lens as a target, he can understand the processes it undergoes to achieve this polishing quality. First, it undergoes various mechanical polishing steps, followed by chemical treatment, and then continuous polishing. Furthermore, the lens material itself has a near-zero thermal expansion coefficient. Light during photolithography will obviously cause the lens temperature to rise, and even a 0.1% increase can affect the final lithography accuracy. Of course. Besides the lenses, there are also key components of the photolithography machine, such as the light source and dual work tables. Lin Xiao will also understand the production principles of these components. Besides the lithography machine, since the one being scanned was undergoing factory testing, it also contained various materials needed for the lithography process, such as silicon wafers, UV photoresist, and photomasks. He now fully understood the production processes for these materials. Now, if he could simply bring these materials to bear, China's progress in lithography machine production would be significantly accelerated. He couldn't help but marvel at this. The system had actually given him such an incredible item? He found it incredible. He couldn't help but wonder, "System, are you so kind? If I were to purchase this directly with truth points, how many would it cost?" The system's unexpected response was, "Any existing technology or theory in the host civilization is meaningless to the host, and incompatible with the system's goal of assisting the host in finding the truth." This system believes that information asymmetry caused by internal conflicts within a civilization should not hinder the host's pursuit of the truth. Hearing this response, Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, then mentally gave the system a thumbs up. "Well said. Then give me a few more physical object requests, so I can scan everything in the world." "Would that be better?" the system replied. "A certain amount of difficulty can also promote the host's growth, so please continue to achieve more." Then it fell silent. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. "What? You just don't want to talk anymore?" He'd stopped caring. His goal had been achieved, and he wouldn't need to come here again. As for whether he should help them optimize the internal light source diffraction? No question. He was here to spy on the enemy, not to aid them. He could just leave when the time came. Time passed quickly. He continued to observe for a while, and then Dawson Edinson took him to see what he was going to build. Simply put, it was optimizing the light path, which required mathematical modeling and then computer programming. This point had actually been obtained through the retrieval of physical objects program. When Lin Xiao requested it, the computer next to the lithography machine was within scanning range. Needless to say, after the scan, the retrieval of physical objects program directly extracted all the programs contained within the computer for Lin Xiao to read. So, he could now retrieve these programs at any time, and the same applies to the entire lithography machine's control system. This also made Lin Xiao feel much more at ease. A lithography machine has so many components, and he wanted to build them all solely with China's capabilities. If he had relied on his own research, who knows how long it would have taken. But now that he had this information, it was no longer a difficult task for him. He could even develop all of these components within a year and hand them over to various Chinese departments for research and development. Over 100,000 parts were certainly a lot, but with China's vast industrial system, with the right technology and principles, even a toy nuclear submarine could be replicated into a real one. So, now Lin Xiao could truly see the light of success. Of course, simply selling all this stuff wouldn't be a good idea. While there wouldn't be the issue of patent infringement if they were simply copied, the companies that possessed the key technologies generally didn't apply for patents in China, fearing potential copying after the patents became public. However, developing everything would still take a considerable amount of time, so Lin Xiao decided to optimize the existing lithography machine architecture. Optimizing the architecture of a piece of technological equipment requires a deep understanding of physics and materials science, and for Lin Xiao, a level 5 physics and level 3 materials science were more than enough to tackle this problem. At that moment, he already had numerous ideas for optimizing the lithography machine. For example, he could optimize a single screw, the entire interior, or even the placement of each lens. He could optimize all of these. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The lithography machine was finally within his grasp. Of course, he didn't show it. "Lin, do you need to take another look?" Dawson Edinson asked after an hour of touring the factory. "No need. Send me the relevant information later, and I can begin my research." Dawson Edinson's face lit up, and he asked, "So, how long will it take you to complete it?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "It's hard to say. After all, this is operating at the nanoscale, and I can't guarantee success. Besides, this isn't my area of expertise." He then spread his hands. "If you're worried, forget it. I'll refund the €1 million hiring fee." Dawson Edinson quickly waved his hand and smiled. "That's not necessary. We don't need that kind of money back. It's only 18 months, we can afford it. It takes more than a year to produce a single lithography machine, let alone just a year and a half. Some of these major companies' important projects span years, so Dawson Edinson didn't find Lin Xiao's 18-month period too long. "That's it," Lin Xiao said without further ado. "Since you insist on giving me €1 million, I'll accept it with reluctance." Anyway, the contract stated that the €1 million was a hiring fee. Whether successful or not, Lin Xiao wouldn't have to pay anything. It was like when China purchased a foreign tunnel boring machine, and it ran into problems, so they had to hire foreign engineers to inspect it. Those engineers told them they'd pay $10,000 per day in China, or $300,000 per month, and that fixing the problem would be another matter. So Lin Xiao ignored it. Then, with Dawson Edinson by his side, he left. Watching Lin Xiao leave, Dawson Edinson's smile faded. He waved, and his secretary came over. "See if he did anything strange in our factory just now." "Strange? Have you seen Now You See Me Too? The kind that steals all our data." "Dawson Edinson, I heard this Lin Xiao is good at kung fu. Keep an eye out for any similar moves he made just now." "Secretary, okay, weren't you guys together the whole time? Could that Lin Xiao actually perform magic tricks and steal the secrets of our lithography machines?" "You're kidding. If this were true, he'd eat the lithography machine. He didn't believe the things in the movies could happen in the real world." Of course, he had no choice but to obey his boss's orders. So he left. Dawson Edinson pulled out his phone and said, "Keep an eye on Lin Xiao's room. Watch him for any strange behavior in the hotel, or anything he does on his computer or phone." A yes came from the other end. Putting down his phone, Dawson Edinson cast a long glance at Lin Xiao as he got into the Maybach and left. If he cooperated freely, it wouldn't be a problem. But if he wanted to play the spy role, don't blame him. While ASML also recruited Chinese employees, for a top scientist like Lin Xiao, no precautions were too strong. Lin Xiao returned to the hotel and collapsed on his bed. Though unaware he was being monitored, it didn't stop him from continuing his research on the lithography machine, in his mind, of course. The system's ability to store information made it like a computer within his brain, allowing him to directly access and study it. The system also had a nice feature: it could directly transmit information to the computer nearby. This saved him from having to type out the information word by word in his head. Of course, he wouldn't be getting the information out now. Everything would have to wait until he returned home. Thus, he mentally pondered how to optimize the ASML lithography machine, as time slowly slipped by. Lin Xiao didn't stay in the Netherlands for long. He returned to Paris the next day. Meanwhile, his graduation procedures were complete. Lin, congratulations on completing your studies. You've completed all your doctoral studies in less than a year. You are undoubtedly one of the best students at the École Normale Supérieure. At a simple graduation ceremony, Lin Xiao, dressed in his doctoral gown, posed for a photo with the École Normale Supérieur's president and the mathematics faculty. President Marc Mézard shook Lin Xiao's hand and said with a smile. Lin Xiao said humorously, "It's a shame, too. We can't even get our full scholarship for a year." Ha ha ha. Marc Mézard laughed heartily, then paused, his voice returning to normal. "Well, Mr. Lin, we're officially offering you the position of Professor of Physics. How about that?" Lin Xiao was stunned. Physics. At that moment, someone nearby started cursing. Marc Mézard. "Lin is our mathematician. You, a physicist, don't even think about snatching him away from us." This person, Pierre-Louis Lion, was the president of the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. This was a unique system in some national schools, one president and one president. Pierre-Louis Lion was also a mathematician and a Fields medalist. As for President Marc Mézard, he was a physicist. The debate over whether Lin Xiao was a physicist or a mathematician had apparently resumed at this graduation ceremony. Marc Mézard, it is obvious that Lin is a physicist of pure and noble blood. Pierre-Louis Lion snorted coldly, turned to look at Lin Xiao. "Lin, come and be our mathematics professor. Don't listen to this guy. Lin, you should achieve success in physics." Looking at the quarrel between the two professors, Lin Xiao covered his forehead. What was going on? Chapter 213 Wolf Double Award winner. Although the president and the chairman of the board of directors tried to persuade him to teach in the physics or mathematics department, Lin Xiao refused to stay at the École Normale Supérieure. He clearly didn't have the time to teach and educate. He had to return to China within 18 months at the latest. If he stayed and supervised graduate students, only to have them leave 18 months later, wouldn't that be a disservice to the students? Especially since once he became a professor, there would undoubtedly be a flood of students wanting to apply to be his students. They would undoubtedly be the best, and they would certainly not want to see their doctoral supervisor, whom they had worked so hard to recruit, leave a year later, almost as they were about to graduate. So Lin Xiao declined the invitations of the two elders, a fact they both felt a pity for. "Can't you stay?" Lin Xiao shook his head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I hope to return to my home country and contribute to the development of mathematics and physics there." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, both of them couldn't help but feel regretful. "I think that's a shame. If that's the case, we might hardly see each other again." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I very much welcome you to visit China in the future. I'll treat you to our best food." "That's a deal," Marc Mézard said with a smile. "Of course. By the way, when are you leaving?" "Let's see you off together then." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "About 2 weeks." He still had to complete the relevant procedures so that he could bring Mimi back. "Okay." Neither of them said anything more. However, Jean-Pierre Serre, who had been standing nearby, suddenly said, "But, Mézard, haven't you considered giving Lin an honorary professorship?" Hearing this, Marc Mézard clapped his hands and, as if suddenly remembering something, said, Right. I'd forgotten that. Lin, you can't refuse this, can you?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. "Of course not. That's good." Marc Mézard smiled. "You're leaving in just 2 weeks. In 10 days, we'll officially present you with the honorary professorship medal. Being respectful is worse than being ordered," Lin Xiao said with a smile. Everyone laughed. And with that, the brief but not simple graduation ceremony came to an end. The last graduation ceremony, leaving the graduation room, Lin Xiao walked into the courtyard garden. It was already January, and the cold air made him shiver uncontrollably. It was a far cry from the blooming flowers of April. "Time flies," he sighed inwardly. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was a call from China. Professor Su. Lin Xiao was taken aback when he saw the caller's name. The caller was none other than Su Ji, his undergraduate advisor. "Professor Su, Happy New Year," Lin Xiao said with a smile after the call was connected. "New Year's Day was yesterday, So of course it was also New Year's Day. Happy New Year, Suji replied with a smile, then said, have you graduated from the École Normale Supérieure in Paris? Lin Xiao said, yes, I have. Then, are you coming back? Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Of course I'm coming back. You're not coming back for the new year, and you're spending it abroad? Hearing this, Suji breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, then when will you be back? Our Peking University is looking forward to holding a graduation ceremony for you. Are you going to hold one for Peking University too? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Of course. You were jointly trained by us and the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. If you graduated there, you must graduate here, too, Suji smiled. And strictly speaking, you should complete your graduation here, since you graduated from Peking University. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh, then said, okay, I'll definitely be back before the 20th, okay, that's a deal. The two chatted briefly for a few more minutes before hanging up. Lin Xiao returned his gaze to the courtyard, took one last photo, and left. Time passed quickly, and the date for Lin Xiao's return home drew near. The École Normale Supérieure in Paris had planned an honorary professorship ceremony for Lin Xiao, recognizing his significant academic status. The question of whether Lin Xiao's honorary professorship belonged to the Department of Mathematics or the Department of Physics sparked a dispute between the president and the chairman of the board of directors. Of course, the honorary professorship belonged to the entire École Normale Supérieure, and that remained unchanged. Afterward, Lin Xiao began preparing for his return home. After all, if he wanted to take Mimi back with him, he could only take flights that allowed pets. Of course, everything depends on one's own efforts, and Lin Xiao was already quite familiar with the process, so there was no need to worry. January 18th. Lin Xiao officially boarded his flight back to China. Before he boarded, he received another call from someone in Paris. He thought it was a farewell call from a friend in Paris, but when he answered, the voice on the other end startled him. Hello, Lin, this is Emmanuel Max. Hearing this voice, Lin Xiao was stunned. Mr. President, haha, it's me. The person opposite laughed heartily, and then said, I heard that you plan to return to your motherland. Yes, you know, scientists like you are the treasure of our entire human race. To be honest, I also envy China for being able to produce people like you. So, your departure is also a great loss for us in France, the president opposite said very sincerely. So I want to know, what conditions will be required to keep you? We need scientists like you. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xiao smiled and said, thank you for your retention, but as you said just now, China is my motherland, and it is my duty to repay my motherland. What's more, no matter what contributions I make to scientific research in the future, in the end, it will always be the whole world that benefits from knowledge, so you don't need to regret whether I stay or go. Hearing Lin Xiao say this, the president still tried to retain him. You also said that it is the whole world that benefits from knowledge, so why should you care about the difference between countries? Science has no nationality, but scientists do have nationalities, Mr. President. Alright, the president gave up, finally saying, France's doors are always open to you, just as the Mona Lisa always awaits you standing before her once more, solving a difficult problem. Thank you, Lin Xiao replied, then hung up. A president personally calling him to ask him to stay, such an honor was clearly not something anyone could experience. But even if the other party offered him more promises, Lin Xiao wouldn't agree. While faith is becoming increasingly rare these days, he still has some. Even if he doesn't seek world communism for the time being, he must at least make things better for his country. Flight XXX may begin boarding. Passengers, please line up in an orderly manner. The announcement suddenly blared, bringing Lin Xiao back to his senses. He shook his head and smiled, carrying his luggage and the cat bag. His flight allowed pets in the cabin. Then, he began lining up for boarding. Herzliya Petroya, Israel. Wolf Foundation. Today is January 18th. We must reach a conclusion today on whether to award Lin Xiao the Mathematics Prize or the Physics Prize. Don't forget, we will announce the news to the outside world the day after tomorrow. Rhett Berman, CEO of the Wolf Foundation, looked at the board members present and urged. It's been said that Lin Xiao is a mathematician. He solved the Goldbach conjecture, the twin prime conjecture, and yes, the root check method. In addition, there are the mathematical methods he used in deriving multidimensional field theory. Each of them symbolizes that Lin Xiao is 100% a mathematician. Professor Erhu Keenan, a member of the council, stood up and said, "So we should award the Wolf Prize in Mathematics to him first." Professor Sifi Hendler, another member of the council, took out a report from the bag beside him, threw it on the table, and said, "I have asked someone to do a social survey. 80% of people know that Lin Xiao solved the multidimensional field theory, but only 60% know that Lin Xiao solved the Goldbach conjecture. So there is no doubt that Lin Xiao is a physicist. We should award him the physics prize first." After speaking, Professor Sifi Hendler sat down on the chair, crossed his legs, and faced Professor Ehud Kenyan's sharp gaze without giving in. Whether Lin Xiao is a mathematician or a physicist will likely continue to spark debate within the academic community. The Wolf Prize, a prestigious international award that combines both physics and mathematics, would have been tantamount to recognizing Lin Xiao's mathematician status if it were awarded first for mathematics, while physicists would have been acknowledging his physicist status. Both scenarios would clearly be unacceptable to the other side. As for why the debate over whether Lin Xiao is a physicist or a mathematician? Perhaps it's because such a prodigy hasn't appeared in a long time, and those in both disciplines want him as their own. Of course, it could also be that the mathematics and physics communities, with little else to do, have tacitly opened up a new battleground. These two professors, one a mathematician and the other a physicist, are now locked in a heated argument, leaving CEO Rhett Berman feeling frustrated. This is precisely because the two professors, chairing the jury for the Mathematics and Physics Awards, respectively, have been arguing over this issue. The judges for the other awards are simply watching, as if mathematics and physics are arguing, and the rest of the disciplines are just watching. What surprised them all was that Professor Sifi Hendler had actually gone so far as to conduct a social survey. It was simply outrageous. The two argued for a long time, until they were both exhausted. During a break, someone suddenly said, "Why can't we give both awards to Lin Xiao?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Giving both the physics prize and the mathematics prize to Lin Xiao simultaneously? In the entire history of the Wolf Prize, no one had ever won both, let alone simultaneously. These two awards are considered the most important, with the mathematics prize having the greatest influence. If they were given to Lin Xiao simultaneously, that would truly be a breakthrough. However, the members who had come to watch the show quickly responded with agree, support. After all, it was just a matter of the two awards, none of their business. Besides, awarding both awards simultaneously would certainly generate some public attention. They were quite happy with it. The two professors, who were drinking from their cups, were stunned by the proposal and put their cups down, saying, "How can this be possible?" While this was a good solution, they still preferred that Lin Xiao take their awards alone. However, CEO Rhett Berman said bluntly, "How about this? Let's vote on this by a show of hands. Those who agree to award both awards to Lin Xiao, raise your hands now." Everyone in the meeting raised their hands, except for the two professors. Rhett Berman spread his hands and said, "Okay, Professor Hendler and Professor Kennan, I trust you have no objections, right?" "No," the two professors replied reluctantly. "Then let it be." Rhett Berman nodded. "All the award winners have now been determined and will be officially announced the day after tomorrow." "Okay, that's all for now," everyone applauded. At the same time, they couldn't help but recall the face of the young man named Lin Xiao. This year, he would have been 21 years old. At 21, he had won both the Wolf Prize in Mathematics and the prize in Physics. This not only broke the minimum age limit for the Wolf Prize, but also made history. What a significant honor for such a person. However, considering the achievements of that young man, awarding him the Wolf Prize is not only appropriate, but a true honor for the Wolf Prize. If it weren't awarded to Lin Xiao, it would even undermine their credibility. If it were given to someone else, others might think Lin Xiao should have been awarded first and be embarrassed to accept the prize. In short, awarding both the mathematics and physics prizes to Lin Xiao is truly worthy of the title. They are already anticipating the impact the announcement will have on the academic community. I'm sure no one will question it. January 20th, 8 a.m. China time. When early risers opened their eyes, the first thing they looked for was their phones. Then, almost everyone noticed notifications from various apps on their phones. Chinese mathematician and physicist Lin Xiao wins the 2021 Wolf Prize in Mathematics and Physics. Lin Xiao wins both the world's top mathematics and physics prizes. Suddenly, people woke up in an instant. Chapter 214. Welcome back. Lin Xiao, welcome home. Ma Gaolian walked towards Lin Xiao, laughing heartily. Welcome home. The others also came forward, smiling, to greet Lin Xiao. This grand reception wasn't just to let Lin Xiao know they hadn't forgotten him, it was also a political imperative. Such things were inevitable everywhere. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't care about the showmanship. After all, the more attention he received back home, the better for his future. Thank you, Lin Xiao smiled and greeted the welcoming crowd. First came Director Ma Gaolian. As the head of the nation's primary scientific organization, he was a political figure, so his presence was a symbol of the nation. He approached Lin Xiao, smiled, and shook his hand, saying, "You've worked hard abroad. Now you're home. China will always stand behind you, I know. That's why I came back." Lin Xiao nodded. Both of them laughed, and then they briefly embraced. This scene quickly prompted the surrounding cameramen to snap away. If they didn't capture this scene, then the photographers wouldn't have had their work cut out for them. After the hug, Ma Gaolian stepped aside so others could speak to Lin Xiao. The first, naturally, was Lin Xiao's former mentor, Su Ji. "Professor Su, haha, you're Professor Lin now, and it's only been a few years," Su Ji said with a smile. Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then laughed too. After the École Normale Supérieure in Paris awarded him the title of honorary professor, he could no longer be called Professor Lin. The sudden promotion from student to professor was rather strange. "That's still a far cry from being an academician like you." "Not far off." Su Ji patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, then opened his arms and asked with a smile, "Would you like a hug?" "It would be disrespectful to refuse." Lin Xiao smiled, then opened his arms and briefly embraced Su Ji. The sound of shutter clicks echoed around them again. Things weren't over yet. Lin Xiao engaged in various discussions with the other people. Naturally, the attendees weren't just from the mathematics community, there were also physicists. Several academicians in theoretical physics and experimental physics were also present. Lin Xiao's Wolf Prize in Physics demonstrated his stature in the physics community. It would have been unreasonable if several physics academicians from China hadn't come to greet him at the airport. Of course, regardless of his status, Lin Xiao's achievements in physics alone were enough to attract these academicians to meet him. After all, multidimensional field theory was a new type of physics that Lin Xiao had pioneered, and they were all eager to know how he had come up with it. Lin Xiao greeted each of the physics academicians one by one, until he reached the fifth academician. "Who are you?" the academician said. "I'm Wang Yi from the Institute of High Energy Physics." Lin Xiao was stunned. The Institute of High Energy Physics? Wasn't this the same institute he had clashed with about 6 months ago? Even then, he hadn't even responded to the matter. Of course, half a year had passed, and someone coming to pick him up at the airport was a sign of respect, so he smiled and said, "Hello, Academician Wang." Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't hold a grudge against him, Wang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although the incident had nothing to do with Wang Yi and the culprit had already left the Institute of High Energy Physics, as the institute's director, he still felt it necessary to personally apologize to Lin Xiao. He apologized. "Some unpleasantness occurred between you and our Institute of High Energy Physics some time ago. I sincerely apologize." Lin Xiao smiled brightly and waved his hand. "It's okay. It happened months ago, and I've almost forgotten it. Besides, it had nothing to do with Academician Wang. I'm sure Academician Wang wouldn't do such a thing." Wang Yi smiled and said, "Thank you for your understanding. I'm very happy to see a talent like you in China. Your root-finding method is particularly helpful to our research. Of course, I also welcome you to our Institute of High Energy Physics and help us with our research. I'll definitely go if I have the chance." Lin Xiao nodded. "Okay." Wang Yi smiled and nodded, then said nothing more, handing Lin Xiao over to the others. Of course, the others had also witnessed a conversation between Lin Xiao and Wang Yi, and seeing that Lin Xiao didn't show any anger, they all felt a sense of gratitude. They had long heard that Lin Xiao had a good personality, and now it was indeed true. People with good personalities are more likable, and those present were more willing to build good relationships with Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, the people around had already recognized Lin Xiao. It was already past 11 o'clock, and many people had learned that Lin Xiao had won the Wolf Prize. Most had seen his photo in the news. Although those photos were taken a while ago, they were still relatively recent, so people could still recognize him. It was then that everyone realized that the large-scale airport reception was all for Lin Xiao. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Perhaps only a brilliant scientist like Lin Xiao could achieve such feats at such a young age? Of course, many were excited. In China, many people are now potential fans of Lin Xiao. Most, having learned of his past achievements, have developed a certain level of admiration for him. However, online, many trolls are attacking Lin Xiao, constantly bringing up the issue of his return to China. This angers those who support him, yet they feel helpless. After all, Lin Xiao had indeed not returned, and many talented Chinese people never return after leaving the country. Now, Lin Xiao's appearance has undoubtedly dispelled those rumors. Lin Xiao has returned. Their Lord Lin isn't the man who, as some claim, forgets his country. Immediately, many people pulled out their phones to take pictures, while others shouted to Lin Xiao, "Lord Lin, welcome back." Lin Xiao turned and looked, then nodded and waved to the onlookers. Seeing Lin Xiao wave, the crowd grew even more excited. Some people who had just entered the arrival hall, upon seeing the scene, couldn't help but curse, "Are we here to pick up another celebrity? Damn, what kind of contribution do people like them make to society?" Then someone nearby said, "Lin Xiao's back." The same Lin Xiao who is in the news today and won the international prize in mathematics and physics. The person cursing was stunned, then his face suddenly lit up with excitement. "Holy crap! Lin God! Ah! Lin God!" And just like that, Shangjing International Airport was exceptionally bustling today. Of course, time passed quickly, and everyone could still see Lin Xiao's fatigue, so after a short delay, they took him back to the city and to the hotel he'd booked, allowing him some rest. This included Mimi, of course. For an animal, this kind of back and forth wasn't good. Fortunately, Mimi had been traveling around with Lin Xiao for so long that she was accustomed to flying, so aside from a bit of lethargy, she was otherwise in good condition. Of course, Lin Xiao wouldn't have to bring Mimi with him anymore. Even if he did go abroad, his stay wouldn't be long anyway, and besides, he might not be able to leave the country at all. When the lithography machine project began, the massive mobilization of manpower and resources couldn't possibly escape foreign scrutiny. Unlike the titanium aluminum alloy material Lin Xiao had initially developed, where fewer people were involved, the secrecy was easier to maintain, and no information had been leaked to date. However, Lin Xiao didn't immediately reveal his intention to begin research on the lithography machine. The lithography machine he envisioned had over 100,000 parts, nearly 20,000 even counting the core components. Before embarking on the project, he needed to thoroughly understand these components and develop a plan. This way, when he approached the government for funding, he'd be able to get more and feel more confident. Telling the government, "I want to build a lithography machine," when he had nothing was no different from those scammers trying to defraud government subsidies by developing new energy vehicles. In short, there was no need to rush this matter. After all, it was a product of the combined wisdom of all mankind. Facing near universal sanctions, it would take time for China to achieve the feat of single-handedly producing lithography equipment. Lin Xiao was prepared for a long struggle. Time passed quickly. About a week had passed. Lin Xiao finally finished his various social engagements and had time to return to Shangjing University to focus on his studies. He arrived at the school and found Suji's office. Seeing him enter, Suji stood up and greeted him with a smile. Come on, take a seat, Xiao Li. Go get your idol a glass of water." The graduate student named Xiao Li immediately poured Lin Xiao a glass of water and respectfully handed it to him. "Mr. Lin, please have some tea." Lin Xiao accepted the tea, saying with a mixture of laughter and tears, "That's not necessary." Yes, Xiao Li said. "You're my idol, I won't interrupt you," Xiao Li said, turning back to his seat. Lin Xiao shook his head with a chuckle, then looked at Suji and said with a smile, "From today on, I'm finally graduated." "Yes, I'm finally graduated," Suji nodded with a smile, pulling out 2 certificates from the table. A doctorate in mathematics from Peking University, and a doctorate diploma. "Of course, as I told you before, there's a graduation ceremony planned for you." Lin Xiao took the 2 certificates and flipped through them, asking, "When?" "The day after tomorrow, for the entire school, in the auditorium, so you'll need to give a speech then," Suji said with a smile. Lin Xiao couldn't help but glare. "I need so many people to watch my graduation," Suji laughed heartily. "Of course, to showcase the style of our Peking University graduates." We'll also invite people from outside the school, probably dozens of academicians." Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. But after all, it was his school, and it would be his alma mater from now on, so he didn't refuse. "Oh, by the way, there's a surprise." "What surprise?" "Then, never mind, I'll tell you first." Suji shook his head. "Who knows if this won't be a surprise for you?" Lin Xiao was even more confused. "Just let you know, we at the School of Mathematical Sciences of Shengjing University have officially extended an offer to you, inviting you to become a professor. What do you think?" Hearing Suji's words, Lin Xiao was slightly stunned, then smiled. "How can this not be a surprise?" "Of course it is." Hearing Lin Xiao's agreement, Suji laughed. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't look down on our school." "How could that be?" Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, "I believe no one would refuse a position at their alma mater." "Ha ha ha." "That's true." Suji smiled and stood up, then his expression straightened again and he extended his hand to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stood up, confused, and shook Suji's hand. "Professor Su, what's this?" Suji smiled again. "Professor Lin, we will be colleagues from now on, so please bear with each other. I also hope that you can create more theories like multidimensional field theory in this position. After all, you are still so young." Hearing Suji's words, Lin Xiao's heart was also lifted. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Professor Su. This is also my life pursuit." "Well, that's it." Suji nodded, and then smiled. "Of course, I'm notifying you in advance. After your graduation ceremony tomorrow, the principal will personally present you with the appointment letter. You should act surprised at that time, but don't let anyone know that I told you the news first." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Of course. Chapter 215 Hello Professor Lin. After speaking with Lin Xiao, Suji looked at his other graduate students and said, "You must remember this, don't tell anyone." I know. Several graduate students nodded. They had, of course, just heard the news. And it was astonishing news. A 20-year-old professor. This undoubtedly made him one of the youngest professors in the world. Of course, if you remove the one of, according to the Guinness Book of World Records, the world's youngest professor is an American female professor who became a professor at Gaokao University in South Korea at the age of 18. There's also a 19-year-old British professor. However, those two individuals weren't renowned universities, and Shanghai University was far from comparable. Therefore, Lin Xiao's professorship was clearly more valuable. Of course, discussing the youngest professor was meaningless. The youngest professor didn't necessarily mean the most outstanding academic achievements. Those two youngest professors were clearly not world-renowned. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was already among the world's top academic achievers. To him, the title of one of the youngest professors was just one of many, a relatively modest one. It wasn't worth dwelling on. After realizing this, the graduate students' surprise subsided a bit, and then, of course, they started to show their courtesy. "Professor Lin, I'll get you another glass of water." "Professor Lin, if you need errands from now on, come to me." "Professor Lin, come on." Lin Xiao will be a professor in their college from now on, so he'll have to flatter him a lot. If Lin Xiao ever has a project and needs help, and if he thinks of them, it'll be a great opportunity for them to get ahead. Plus, it'll be impressive to say, "I worked on a project with Professor Lin." Just imagine bragging about it until their grandchildren are born. Seeing this, Suji couldn't help but chuckle and scold. "Did you forget I'm here?" Several graduate students chuckled and said, "Professor Lin is our senior, too." All the same, Suji pointed at them and finally shook his head. He didn't bother with them anymore. Time arrived the next day, graduation ceremony for Dr. Lin Xiao, winner of the Wolf Prize in Mathematics and Physics. A bright red banner hung at the entrance of the auditorium, attracting many people's attention. Everyone who entered the auditorium sighed inwardly, fantasizing, "A true man should be like this, and that person could replace him." Of course, these were only fantasies. Once inside, they'd just have to honestly observe how impressive the crowd was. And once they entered, they were even more astonished. Wow, why are there so many people? Is a graduation ceremony just for this many people? I don't see you guys coming to any other school events these days. And most importantly, it's supposed to be winter break, so why are there so many people still on campus? Seeing people sitting in the aisles, those who arrived late couldn't help but regret their arrival. "I wish I had come earlier," And then they saw the front rows filled with all sorts of higher-ranking figures, academicians, school leaders, and some unknown elderly people, but they all looked like high-ranking figures. There was also a group of photographers standing in the back, with several large cameras set up. If you hadn't noticed, you'd have thought this was a major event. But this was just a graduation ceremony for one person. Just then, another group of people entered. Seeing them, the people in the front hurriedly quickened their pace to find their seats. If we don't find a seat, it will be too late. Time quickly came to 3 p.m. This is the time when the graduation ceremony officially begins. The host came up and began to speak. Of course, it was just a formality, and then he invited President Li to give a speech. Today is the doctoral graduation ceremony for the most outstanding student in the more than 100 years since the founding of Shangjing University. When the president said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. The most outstanding, no doubt about it. Is this too absolute? Of course, considering Lin Xiao's achievements and the students who have graduated from Shangjing University, Lin Xiao is indeed worthy of this evaluation. However, this matter can be discussed privately. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to say it directly in such a public occasion? But Principal Li had guessed everyone's reaction and simply said, I think this evaluation is very appropriate. Although our Chinese tradition emphasizes modesty and subtlety, sometimes we have to break tradition, break habits, and do things that others don't do. So this student deserves such an evaluation from us. To commemorate this day, we held this graduation ceremony for him and invited everyone to watch. We also hope that the students present can learn from him. Although not to learn from his achievements, but to learn from his hard work and learning. As for who he is, although everyone knows him, before we mention his name, please let us review his deeds. At the age of 17, he won first place in the National Mathematical Olympiad with a perfect score and was selected for the national training team. Then he continued to score perfect scores and was undisputedly selected for the national team. During the training, he was already 18 years old. That year, he solved a world-class mathematical problem, proving that there are infinite prime numbers in the Fibonacci sequence. Then, in the 2018 college entrance examination, he won the top spot in Qin province with a score of 746, and won the gold medal in the subsequent International Mathematical Olympiad, and won the special prize that had not been awarded in 13 years. Of course, these are not all the achievements of this student. Afterwards, he truly told the world what a genius should be like, solving the distribution law of Mersenne primes, an important difficult problem that had lasted for thousands of years in the mathematics community was ended in his hands. The proof of the Goldbach conjecture once again plucked a pearl for the mathematics community. Suddenly switching to the field of materials chemistry, he found the bonding law of titanium, which set off the materials chemistry community's exploration of the bonding law of elements, and then returning to the mathematics community to solve the twin prime conjecture, which once again shocked the mathematics community. Both pearls were picked by him. Hearing this, everyone present felt their blood boiling, and they were deeply shocked in their hearts. They'd often heard Lin Xiao boast about his impressive accomplishments, but they'd never fully enumerated his specific areas of expertise. Now, thanks to Principal Li, they were reminded of Lin Xiao's impressive accomplishments. Even a single achievement would be enough to catapult someone to the top. But for all of these accomplishments to occur in one person was truly incredible. Furthermore, he possessed both math and materials science skills. He could truly be called an all-around genius. But clearly, there was more to it than that. There was also physics. Next, it was time for physics. Everyone fell silent, awaiting Principal Li's next words. And Principal Li did not stop and continued. Later, he devoted himself to study and began to conduct in-depth research in physics. With his strong mathematical ability, he completed a physical theory that can be discussed on the same level as relativity and quantum mechanics, multidimensional field theory. He proved that there are multidimensional spaces in our world, and combined multidimensional field theory with a standard model in physics, allowing us to even understand the basic organization of higher dimensions, and achieve the incredible feat of peeping into higher dimensions from lower dimensions. Later, he applied multidimensional field theory to the study of cosmology, proving the origin of dark energy in the universe, and from this he inferred the possibility of the existence of life consciousness by aliens and other dimensional spaces. So, he solemnly announced to the world, aliens have once again provided an answer to the Fermi paradox in his formula. And it is verified entirely from mathematical formulas. When Principal Li said this, the people in the audience were even more excited, and they couldn't wait to see the student's appearance. Then, President Li said, and he is none other than the pride of our Shangjing University, Lin Xiao. Today is his graduation ceremony, and I will not waste the remaining time. I will invite him to the stage to complete the finale of his own ceremony. I hope that all students will learn something from Lin Xiao. There was thunderous applause, not for President Li's speech, but for the person who was about to take the stage. It was a welcome applause. A moment later, Lin Xiao, once again donning his doctoral gown, stepped onto the podium and stood before the crowd. Everyone fell silent as they watched the young man ascend, wondering what he would say. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao surveyed the faces present, feeling a slight sense of emotion. It seemed as if the last doctoral graduation ceremony had been only a month ago, perhaps less than a month ago. However, whereas the last time was dominated by foreigners, this time it was all Chinese, which made him feel quite at home. Then, he spoke. "Hello, students and teachers. I'm Lin Xiao. Just now, listening to Principal Li's words really got me excited. I've done so many amazing things in the past." The whole room burst into laughter. "Don't you even know how amazing you are?" Lin Xiao smiled, but his next words left the room speechless. "Of course, I also want to thank Principal Li for helping me recall so many things, because it made me realize that I've only solved a few problems so far, that's all." As he uttered these words, the entire room, teachers and students alike, rolled their eyes. "Wow, you've solved so many world-class problems and proposed so many world-class theories, and now you tell others that you've only solved a few problems? And that's all? Well, you're the god, Lin. You're on the stage, you have the final say." Lin Xiao ignored the reactions from the audience and continued, "Although I have solved many problems, those are not all. Compared with all the problems in academia, the problems I have solved are still few. What's more, we don't know how many problems we haven't discovered, and having no problems is far more terrifying than having problems. Of course, for the academic community, there is no need to think about those undiscovered problems for the time being. We need to first find ways to solve those problems that have been discovered. After all, you can't have your cake and eat it too." However, for more friends, solving the problems that have been discovered by the academic community is also a difficulty. So, my friends, you must first solve your own problems, then solve the problems in the academic community, and then find and solve the problems that have not been discovered by the academic community. This is the three-step strategy we should follow in the process of learning and research. And what are your own problems? For example, do you have procrastination? Don't let deadlines become your primary productivity, because that will waste more of your time for learning. You also need to understand if there are any gaps in your knowledge. At the same time, Lin Xiao continued speaking, and everyone present, students and professors alike, listened intently. Regardless, Lin Xiao's experience was worth hearing. After all, he wasn't some success guru, he had truly achieved success. What he shared was genuine insight. Putting aside the system, his consistent, year-round dedication to study was truly grounded. It was simply the system that enabled him to consistently achieve success. For most ordinary people, achieving success in just one area of their lives was enough. Time passed quickly, and Lin Xiao's speech quickly concluded. Everyone in the audience gained something, but it was clear that many would quickly forget. However, if even 1% of people remembered, Lin Xiao's speech was valuable. After his speech, he didn't leave. Principal Li came up again. He was holding something red, like a certificate. Seeing this, Lin Xiao knew what was about to happen. With all the students watching, Principal Li opened the red book, revealing a letter of appointment. Then, President Li said, "Lin Xiao, on behalf of Shangjing University, I now officially invite you to become a professor at our university. Are you willing to accept?" Lin Xiao's expression flashed with surprise. He accepted the offer and solemnly said, "Thank you. It's my honor. Of course I accept." Everyone present was stunned by this scene. Becoming a professor right after graduation? Considering Lin Xiao's age, the situation was even more astonishing. Of course, no one said anything wrong. Instead, they were delighted. From now on, Lin Xiao was a professor at their university, and of course, they were happy. President Li also smiled, turned to look at the crowd, and said, "Classmates, why don't you say Professor Lin now?" The students laughed and shouted in unison, "Hello, Professor Lin." Then, a wave of applause broke out, celebrating this moment. Lin Xiao smiled. He had officially entered a new stage. On January 28, 2021, Lin Xiao officially became a professor at Shengjing University. Chapter 216 Goodbye Kong Huan. Hello, Professor Lin. A trending search popped up on Weibo. Netizens who initially saw the title were confused. Hello, Professor Lin. Who is this professor? And why was he trending? However, when they clicked on the trending search, they were stunned. It was an article from Shengjing University, and the content read, world-class mathematician and physicist, and our doctoral student Lin Xiao, graduated today and has been appointed a professor in our School of Mathematical Sciences. Let's all say hello, Professor Lin. Also, students interested in mathematics can apply to be Professor Lin's graduate students. Why not study math now? Seeing this content, everyone was stunned. It was Lin Xiao's trending search again. Lin Xiao had been trending for a while before because of the news that he had won the Wolf Prize, shocking everyone. And now he's trending again? And what about this trending search? It turns out that Lin Xiao was only a doctoral student? And he only officially graduated today? Many people had previously assumed Lin Xiao had already graduated, or hadn't even considered him a student at all. How could he still be an ordinary student if he was so impressive? It wasn't until they saw this news that they finally realized this. Furthermore, Lin Xiao's sudden appointment as a professor at Shengjing University also surprised many. For someone so young to become a professor at Shengjing University was truly astonishing, but of course, it wasn't surprising. If someone so impressive didn't become a professor, that would be quite surprising. However, after pondering this news, people were suddenly stunned. Lin Xiao graduated in the Shengjing University auditorium? Doesn't this mean that Lin Xiao has returned to China? While the news of Lin Xiao's return had sparked discussion, the buzz surrounding his Wolf Prizes overshadowed it, and thus, not many netizens knew about it. Now, this Weibo post undoubtedly announced Lin Xiao's return to China, and that he had come to teach there. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's fans erupted in excitement. Those haters who always used Lin Xiao's refusal to return to China had finally found a way to counterattack. They mentally gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up and immediately took to the comments section, celebrating. Hello, Professor Lin. Professor Lin is back. What are those haters saying now? Are those haters just some paid trolls? Welcome home, Professor Lin. I'm going to work hard and get into Professor Lin's graduate program. Oh my god, Peking University and Professor Lin, with all the hype, doesn't that mean my score has to be at least 400? Forget 400, go for 450. Go ahead, I'm tired, let's go. I just want to say, Professor Lin, please love me again and let me get in. They're only accepting guaranteed admissions. At least you have to win an award at the EMO, right? Why isn't there a physics major? Can't Mr. Lin be a physics professor? I want to learn multidimensional field theory from Mr. Lin. The comments section was divided into three camps, those who posted hello, Professor Lin, those who cursed the haters, and those who discussed how to get into Lin Xiao's graduate program. The first two are self-explanatory, but the third discussion was quite popular. Many of Lin Xiao's fans studied mathematics, so naturally, many wanted to apply for his program. Obviously, getting into his program was extremely difficult, especially since Lin Xiao's reputation was as high as any renowned mathematics professor abroad. If he did, many students who had originally planned to study abroad would likely choose to apply, making the process even more difficult. It's easy to imagine how many talented students would be forced to fail because they wanted to be Lin Xiao's graduate students, becoming the ones pushed overboard. Of course, this all came down to their personal choices. For Lin Xiao, none of this was a concern. I'm back again. Lin Xiao returned to Yanbi Garden, that familiar house. He had been away from this house for about a year, but it hadn't been occupied by anyone else, so the house was once again in his hands. And it could basically be said to belong to him forever. Because as long as he was a professor at Shengjing University, he could live in this house worth 5 million yuan. Of course, this was actually nothing, because according to the original conditions, he could actually choose any house worth 20 million yuan in Shengjing, which was even better than the one he lived in. However, for him, the quality of the house would not affect his research. Just like he was able to come up with top-notch physics theories, such as multidimensional field theory in that small dormitory at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris, and now this house was even better. Who knew that he could even come up with a grand unified theory here? Of course, such future prospects would have to wait until the future. Furthermore, Lin Xiao's compensation wasn't limited to this. Besides the house, his annual salary reached 1 million. And that was just his salary. He also received various allowances and subsidies. While the exact amount wasn't known yet, it added up to several $100,000 per year. As for research funding, that wasn't a problem at all. Of course, these were just figures on paper. The final figures would undoubtedly be much higher. As for whether money meant anything to Lin Xiao, while it didn't to him, it did to his family. He gave a lot of his money to them, and didn't keep much for himself, just under 2 million. This included the 1 million euros ASML gave him, which he had long ago converted to RMB. Without further ado, Lin Xiao got back to his work. Lithography machines. For days, whenever he had free time, he'd been mentally optimizing the model of the lithography machine. However, aside from the core components within the machine, there were some things he could have worked on ahead of time. For example, silicon wafer technology. China was already capable of producing 12-inch silicon wafers for UV lithography, but its production process wasn't as advanced as that of Japanese companies, and production volume lagged behind. The technology he now possesses can be used to optimize domestic production processes and catch up with the world's top companies. Silicon wafers, in particular, have a huge global market, the highest of all chip raw materials. Furthermore, there's UV photoresist technology. China previously lacked UV photoresist technology, but it does have other photoresist technologies. Therefore, this technology can also be exported. Of course, in addition to these material technologies, there's another technology, the photolithography computing system. As an automated device, a photolithography machine obviously requires a computer control system to operate. This computer control system determines the effectiveness of the photolithography machine. Although Lin Xiao can currently construct this photolithography system in his mind, it's designed for ASML photolithography machines and may not necessarily be compatible with the ones he'll develop. Therefore, the program will need to be modified. However, modifying the program is not something he can do alone. It requires at least a team of programmers to develop the corresponding mathematical model and then hand it over to them. He shook his head. We'll think about it later. First, get the raw materials for those chips. Otherwise, once the lithography machines are built, it's clear that the raw materials will be directly sanctioned by foreign countries. Even if the lithography machines are available, they'll be in a difficult situation. Without giving it any more thought, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller and was startled. Kong Huan. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of this friend he'd known back then. It had been so long since they'd seen each other, and since he'd called, he wondered if he wanted to get dinner together. He answered the phone and said, Kong Huan, why are you calling me? I figured you're okay now, otherwise I would have called you a few days ago, Kong Huan replied. While his tone was still relatively calm, seemingly devoid of emotion, he was still much more talkative than before. Hearing Kong Huan say this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. Oh? Looks like you have something to talk to me about. Well, actually, I have something I'd like to ask you for help with, and I've been waiting for you to come back. If you have something important, just post it online. It's a confidential project for my company, so I'm planning to meet with you in person. Kong Huan gave a wry smile. We're facing a critical problem with the photo analysis and imaging algorithm. Over a dozen people at my company have been working on it for 6 months and haven't figured it out. Is that so? Okay, then let's meet somewhere later, Lin Xiao said. I'm free right now. Okay. Hearing Lin Xiao's immediate agreement, Kong Huan finally sounded a little happy. Let's go to the Huan Hotel. Okay. Huan Hotel, Lin Xiao had just responded when he suddenly felt that the hotel's name seemed a little off. Why was it called Huan? Kong Huan smiled and said, it's my family's hotel. After I started my company, my dad gave it to me as my headquarters. Lin Xiao, just pretend I didn't ask. He was inexplicably being shown off. Is this the young master from Shanjing? Kong Huan said, I'm still at school. I'll pick you up now. Where are you? Yanbi Garden, Lin Xiao said. Then I'll meet you at the door, okay? After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao waited for a moment, then went downstairs to the door. Moments later, a seemingly ordinary honky H5 pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down, and he saw Kong Huan sitting inside. Get in, Kong Huan said. Bought a car? Lin Xiao's face flashed with surprise, but then he realized the question was a bit pointless and asked, have you learned to drive? Yeah, I learned a while ago, Kong Huan nodded, looked Lin Xiao over, and then smiled slightly. "Hello, Professor Lin." Lin Xiao was stunned, then waved his hand and said with a laugh, "I'm not used to this yet. Just call me by my name." Kong Huan smiled and said, "From now on, I'll call you Professor Lin at school, and by your name in private." Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and said, "Whatever." The two of them said nothing more. Lin Xiao had already taken his seat, fastened his seatbelt, and headed to the Huan Hotel. The Huan Hotel was located on the Third Ring Road and looked quite magnificent. If the land was estimated, it would be worth hundreds of millions. This once again made Lin Xiao marvel at the wealth of Kong Huan's family. Then, led by Kong Huan, they arrived at a spacious room upstairs. "We'll have dinner here later. I'll call the people from my company, they all want to see you," Kong Huan said. Lin Xiao nodded, "Okay." He casually took in the surrounding decor, a slight sigh of admiration in his heart, then stopped paying attention and continued to think about the lithography machine. However, it suddenly occurred to him that Kong Huan was a programmer, and his friends were also programmers. What if the lithography machine operating system was left to them? Lin Xiao thought about it and decided to ask Kong Huan later. Of course, it would be best to have someone familiar to help with this matter. Kong Huan was also very talented and well-suited to the job. Lin Xiao pondered this, and a few moments later, the door to the room opened again. Kong Huan then walked in with a group of people. There were about a dozen people. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, each one excitedly exclaimed, "Lin God, Lin God. I finally meet you, oh my God, it's really Lin God. The living Lin God." Hearing these words, Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. He waved and said, "Hello everyone." Kong Huan clapped his hands, signaling for silence, and then began introducing Lin Xiao. "This is our chief engineer, Wen Zihu. This is our chief architect, Zhao Yu. This is..." Kong Huan introduced Lin Xiao one by one, and with his now developed brain, Lin Xiao easily memorized them. After a brief acquaintance, everyone took their seats. The place was mostly young, so there weren't many rules. Soon, the waiters began serving the food, and it was very fast. After all, Kong Huan was the boss, so of course it had to be fast. This was the first time in many days that Lin Xiao had celebrated with people his own age, so he was particularly relaxed. On previous occasions, during meals, there were always a few elders present, and the occasional polite remarks were quite unusual for Lin Xiao. So, in his excitement, Lin Xiao even started drinking baijiu. 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes passed, and Lin Xiao was already a little tipsy. After all, everyone was coming to toast him. If he hadn't declined several drinks, he would have been drunk. In his drunken state, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered Kong Huan's request for help. He patted Kong Huan on the shoulder and said, "By the way, didn't you ask me for help with that analytical imaging algorithm problem? Now is a good time to talk about it." Kong Huan hadn't drunk much baijiu. He and Lin Xiao had only had a few drinks, mostly tea, so he wasn't drunk at all. He looked at Lin Xiao and asked, "Why don't we talk about it after you sober up?" The others also wondered if Lin Xiao was so drunk that he could even think about such a problem. With the exception of Kong Huan, the computer genius who was still an undergraduate, the others were at least graduate students, with 8 holding doctorates, all from prestigious universities. This team had worked together on this problem for 6 months and still hadn't figured it out. Could Lin Xiao do it? Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I'm not too drunk, so it's no problem for me to think about a problem." "Oh, do you want to sign a confidentiality agreement or something?" Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Kong Huan didn't ask any more questions and immediately showed Lin Xiao the problem. He smiled and said, "No, I trust you." Then he said to the person next to him, "Go get a laptop." "Okay," someone responded immediately and quickly left. Their company was in this building anyway, so they wouldn't be away for long. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 The first person in the lithography team. Soon, the man returned with a notebook. Opening it, he found the problem they were facing. As they had previously stated, the problem they were trying to solve was an algorithmic one. Our goal is to analyze and process existing images, making them sharper than they were originally. If this function works, it could be used in satellite mapping, image processing, medical imaging, and other applications. Once this project is completed, we could potentially earn tens of millions annually through patent licensing. Kong Huan explained their project to Lin Xiao and then went on to explain their problem. Lin Xiao took the notebook and first looked at their mind map. While listening to Kong Huan's words, he analyzed their thinking. Analytical imaging algorithms are a relatively common area of research in imaging algorithms, and the development of such innovative algorithms undoubtedly relies on one key principle: mathematics. Mathematical research is always essential in algorithm development. After all, algorithms themselves are composed of mathematical logic, just as computers are fundamentally based on binary numbers, and the study of how to manipulate these binary numbers in various ways is crucial. The same is true for photographic imaging. Today's photographs are all digital, just like film cameras of the past and digital cameras of today. Film cameras process images through film, while digital cameras convert optical data into binary digits, which are then processed by internal computers. Algorithms play a crucial role in this process. Our current approach is to transform all the pixels in an image into a matrix and automatically analyze them into different layers. That is, we analyze and study the various image elements within, and then fine-tune the pixels in the blurred areas. We've already mastered the algorithm for automatic layer analysis, but the algorithm for fine-tuning the processing remains a challenge. We've developed several mathematical models for discussion, but none of them are very promising. Compared to other companies in the industry, they're not leading the way. Listening to Kong Huan's explanation, Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Having studied computer science, he understood what Kong Huan meant. He opened the mathematical models Kong Huan and his team had originally constructed, took a quick look, and then began to ponder. When a digital image is fully magnified, its pixels become visible. Each pixel has a different color. These pixels, based on the RGB distribution, red, green, and blue, form all the colors in nature. The combination of these colors creates a complete image. Blurred images are caused by a disorganization of the pixels. So, we need to deal with these blurred pixels, Lin Xiao said, stroking his chin, thinking. Despite the effects of alcohol on his brain, he still entered a state of immersion when he began to think. Even a little alcohol couldn't slow his thinking. Seeing Lin Xiao begin to ponder, the people around him fell silent. Everyone wondered how Lin Xiao, drunk and seemingly intoxicated, could even think about a math problem. The mere thought of it struck them as unbelievable. For them, the thought of properly thinking about a problem after drinking was simply out of the question. But the Lin Xiao before them was truly thinking, seemingly entering the legendary Lin Xiao time. In Lin Xiao's story, he would periodically enter this immersive state, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Upon waking, he would solve a world-shaking problem. This phenomenon was dubbed Lin Xiao time. Now, Lin Xiao had entered this state again. Did this mean that upon waking, he would also be able to solve this problem? These young men, all considered experts in mathematics and computers, looked at each other in bewilderment. Do you think he can do it? Chief Engineer Wen Zihou asked, patting Zhao Yu beside him. Zhao Yu watched Lin Xiao ponder the question and replied, I guess. I don't know, don't ask me. Wen Zihou shrugged, then sighed. Big brother's big brother. Suddenly, he patted Zhao Yu and whispered, what's the relationship between Godlin and our boss? Boss used to never smile, he kept his mouth shut, and he never drank. But in front of Godlin, he's like a close friend. Zhao Yu rolled his eyes. Don't let the boss hear you, or he'll find a bug in your program. Did it the boss say before that Godlin and his friends? What's wrong with that between friends? Wen Zihou, aren't you curious? Curious? So what? Let's not overthink it. We're all thanks to the boss for being able to see Godlin. Okay, Wen Zihou said. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and said, let me take a look at your layer analysis algorithm. Everyone's attention snapped to his words. Did Lin Xiao have any ideas? Kong Huan began to do as he was told, opening the program files and showing them to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced through them, pondered for a moment under the gaze of the crowd, then snapped his fingers and said, got it, give me some paper and a pen. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, everyone present was stunned. What? You got it already? So many of them, 8 PhDs, 4 masters, and their boss, a computer genius, had been working on this problem for 6 months without a solution, and you figured it out in less than half an hour? And after all that drinking? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even cheating like that wouldn't work. He must have only come up with an idea for a solution, and the details would surely take time to fully implement. While they believed in Lin Xiao's prowess, this was beyond their imagination. However, since Lin Xiao needed paper and pen, someone naturally went to get them for him. After a short while, someone brought them over and handed them to Lin Xiao. Everyone then looked at Lin Xiao, eager to know the extent of his got it, something he'd figured out. Lin Xiao didn't dwell on it. After receiving the banknotes, he began calculating. Perhaps not forgetting the others around him, he explained as he wrote, "Your layer analysis can actually be applied to blurred layers as well. We'll circle the blurred areas without separating them. If the entire image is blurred, we can also use different circle types based on the elements within the image, thus separating the entire image into different appearances. After circumscribing these areas, we'll matrix these pixels and then perform calculations based on the key elements." Lin Xiao wrote the numbers on the paper, and the people around him looked at his calculations. While they looked impressive, of course, their actual effectiveness needed to be tested on a computer. Lin Xiao wrote, the others looked, and soon he stopped writing. A brand new mathematical model emerged on the paper. The next step was to input this model into the program and test its effectiveness. But for Lin Xiao, having already figured out the root-finding method, why would he worry about such a simple problem? Well, that's about it. Pixel processing is nothing more than processing individual pixels. Once all those pixels are listed, solving the problem becomes simple. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the top students exchanged bewilderment. They understood the principle, but if it were truly that simple, image processing would have been a piece of cake long ago. An image, even one with an 800x600 resolution, has 480,000 pixels. Analyzing so many pixels is already difficult, and nowadays, photos have tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, of pixels, making analysis even more challenging. So, they felt like Lin Xiao was mocking them, the programmers, with his words, yet they couldn't refute him. Of course, Kong Huan didn't say anything. Back when he'd shared a room with Lin Xiao during the emo training camp, he'd known not to compete with Lin Xiao in math. He couldn't win. Looking at the mathematical model Lin Xiao had written, he said, "Thank you. We'll try it later." Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, "Let's go try it now. I'm going to visit your company, not eating anymore. No, I'm full." Okay, Kong Huan didn't dwell on it. He wasn't one to dwell on such matters. He then said to Wen Zihou and the others, "Okay, let's go back to the company and start building our program." "Okay," they all responded, their voices filled with impatience. Although Lin Xiao had built a mathematical model so quickly and it looked impressive, something like this that needed to be applied to a program ultimately needed to see how it performed in practice. A program might rely on a bug to run, and even if a perfect mathematical model could solve the ultimate problem, it might not achieve the desired effect. Therefore, the effectiveness of Lin Xiao's mathematical model would depend entirely on its actual performance. Then, they left and returned to their company. Their company headquarters was located on the 18th floor of the building, a single floor. Naturally, with only a dozen employees, one space was more than adequate. Upon entering, Lin Xiao first noticed their company name, Anhua Network Technology Company, Limited. It was a simple name, the same as Kong Huan's. The office environment was pleasant, with the interior decor reminiscent of an internet technology company. Soon, Lin Xiao followed them to their studio. Computer after computer, each one a unique design, clearly not standardized but designed to suit different people's preferences. Without further ado, the programmers began to work. Lin Xiao's mathematical model wasn't complex. For these skilled programmers, it could be created in an hour or two. Lin Xiao glanced at it briefly before moving on to Kong Huan's office, taking a quick look inside. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, Kong Huan ignored him and let him work on his own. However, Lin Xiao only glanced at it briefly before walking up behind Kong Huan and saying, "Kong Huan, I have a question for you." Kong Huan was stunned. "What question?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment and whispered, "Have you ever thought about developing other areas of programming?" "What kind of programming?" "For example, lithography machines." Kong Huan was stunned, his eyes suddenly filled with excitement. "Are you going to research this?" Lin Xiao didn't say it directly, simply saying, "Just tell me if you want to," Kong Huan said. "I'll listen to you." Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. "Don't listen to me, listen to yourself." Kong Huan smiled and said, If you really want to research that, of course I'm willing. I also want to provide some help to our country. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned, then smiled and patted his shoulder. Okay, I'll contact you later. Yes, Kong Huo nodded and said, I'll look into this area later. Okay, Lin Xiao said no more. However, Kong Huo's agreement also meant that his lithography machine team officially had its first member. I worked on my paper quite late yesterday and have only just finished typing it. I'm sorry. Chapter 218 New Year. Because the program would take a while to complete, Lin Xiao stayed in Kong Huo's office and chatted with him. Kong Huo was also curious about the lithography machine. Although he had agreed to it earlier, it was still a lithography machine, so he naturally had some questions. Why did you suddenly want to do this? Lin Xiao spread his hands and said, for us Chinese, it's easy to understand why we want to develop this for our country. Right, that's true, Kong Huo nodded. Before unification, China would never truly possess its own top-notch lithography machine and the corresponding production technology. Given the importance of chips and modern technology, without this, China would be severely constrained. Therefore, they had to develop this machine. Kong Huo added, but don't you think it's a pity? A pity? Lin Xiao was stunned. Researching this would probably take a long time, wouldn't it? Would that mean you're giving up theoretical research? You're more suited to theoretical research, right? Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile at the question. Who says those who are good at theoretical research aren't suitable for applied research? Top mathematicians tend to be more productive if they want to transition to applied research. A solid foundation of knowledge allows them to think differently when facing practical problems. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Kong Huo nodded in understanding and said, that's true. For example, the root-check method, known as the mathematical vaccine, is primarily used in particle colliders. However, over time, researchers in the applied sciences have begun experimenting with applying it to other noise processing applications, such as communications noise. Since the root-check method can handle the radio frequency noise from particle colliders, it naturally has applications in communications noise as well. For example, when answering a phone call, can the relevant signal be received more clearly in areas with weaker signals? According to statistics, a leading Chinese telecommunications company has already developed several important patents based on the root-check method. So, from a root-check perspective, Lin Xiao is quite suitable for the application field. However, this thing does still require a long time, right? How long do you think it will take to succeed? Lin Xiao smiled. 2 years at the shortest. I don't know how long. 2 years. Kong Huo was stunned, somewhat incredulous. Why? Lin Xiao spread his hands. I was just saying it. Kong Huo finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder. That's good. Kong Huo smiled. I thought you were going to steal technology from the many lithography machine parts suppliers around the world. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. How is that possible? However, it was actually almost the same. It was just that these parts suppliers sold it to ASML, and then ASML packaged it and gave it to him. As for the fact that the lithography machine could be built in as little as 2 years, he wasn't wrong. According to his estimate, once the plan was launched and everything went smoothly, with all the technology he had mastered, there was a chance of completing it within 2 years, or even less. After all, China boasts the world's most comprehensive industrial system and the world's strongest mobilization capabilities. As long as they have the technology, a production line could be built within 2 years. So, it all depends on how well Lin Xiao can optimize this lithography machine. Of course, there's no need to reveal these details to Kong Huo for now. For the time being, there's no need for Kong Huo to know too much. The two chatted for a while, and Kong Huo learned that this matter was currently unknown to him, and he was deeply moved by Lin Xiao's trust. Of course, he wasn't good at expressing his emotions, so he simply said, I won't tell anyone. Yes, I know. Lin Xiao smiled. His brain development had not only improved his scientific research capabilities, but also his ability to observe people. Just now, during dinner, Kong Huo had been aloof with the company's employees, but sincere with him. Considering Kong Huo's past personality, he could tell that Kong Huo considered him a true friend. So, he was willing to trust Kong Huo. Kong Huo added, by the way, Wen Zhihu and the others are all technically competent. If you're short on people, you could bring them along. Lin Xiao raised a brow. Let me poach your people. Kong Huo shook his head. I just couldn't find anything to do when I started my own company. I've already learned everything computer-related. There's a computer science academician named Yao Kizi at Kingho who's won the Turing Award. He wanted to take me on as his graduate student, but I declined. I don't even plan to take the graduate entrance exam. If you can take me on something so important, I'd really appreciate it. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, then said, after a moment's silence, okay, I understand. Suddenly, exclamations erupted from outside. The two of them listened, and Kong Huan said, it should be done. Let's go out and take a look, Lin Xiao said. Then, the two of them left the office and went outside. They saw the dozen or so people who had originally been there were now gathered around a computer, marveling. Ah, that's amazing, holy crap. It actually worked. Someone soon noticed Lin Xiao and Kong Huan approaching, then turned directly to Lin Xiao, bowed deeply, and said, God Lin, you're awesome. God Lin, my admiration for you is like a surging river. Upon hearing this, the others also acted like sycophants. Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand, saying, it's just a small matter. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, these people were speechless. They had only heard that Lin Xiao was amazing and had exceptional mathematical skills, but now they had truly experienced just how impressive this extraordinary was. Thinking back to when they had thought Lin Xiao couldn't figure it out in a short time, and then he figured it out for them in less than an hour, they felt a sense of shame. Meanwhile, Kong Huan and Lin Xiao had already walked over to the computer and saw what was on the screen. The image on the left was a low-resolution, distant view, blurry and difficult to discern. However, after applying Lin Xiao's mathematical model, the blurry image became clearer, at least in terms of outlines. And while this improvement is merely a slight improvement, it represents a level of clarity unmatched by countless other similar products in the industry. According to their estimates, it's at least 30% better than the current state-of-the-art product. This is a significant improvement over their target. They originally thought they could earn 20 to 30 million yuan annually from patent licensing alone, but now, they think they could potentially increase that to 10 million. Furthermore, considering the technical difficulty, they'd be at least 3 years ahead of the industry. Naturally, they were delighted. Kong Huan's face was also filled with surprise, a slight feeling of deep emotion. Just like back in that hotel room, Lin Xiao was still as formidable as ever, perhaps even a bit too much. Of course, he was prepared, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Then, he stood up, clapped his hands, and waited until everyone looked at him before saying, everyone, I have a suggestion. Give Lin Xiao some shares, 10%? How about that? Everyone was stunned, and without much thought, they all said, agree, me too, okay. No one refused. In fact, although Kong Huan was the boss of their company, everyone actually had shares, with the lowest holdings being 2%. This was why these dozen or so computer whizzes, who could easily earn $1 million annual salary at any major domestic company, were willing to stay. After all, if they had shares, they were the bosses. Wouldn't it be better to make their own money? After covering the company's daily expenses, the rest of their earnings were divided according to their shares. Now, Lin Xiao had simply done them a favor, earning tens of millions annually. In a few years, everyone could earn at least $1 million. Naturally, they were even more willing to give Lin Xiao shares. Who knew Lin Xiao would just write a few mathematical models to solve a few problems, and then get another tens of millions? They understood this principle. They were all smart people, after all. Lin Xiao was stunned, then quickly waved his hand. Kong Huan, no need. You never mentioned this before, Kong Huan said seriously. We all agree, so don't refuse. Yes, yes, that's right, yes, 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 the others echoed again. Lin Xiao declined a few more times, but faced with their enthusiasm, he finally agreed. Never mind, just consider it a way to make money for his family. That's it. Then, without further ado, Kong Huan said he would find a lawyer to handle the relevant share transfer procedures and had Lin Xiao come in a few days to sign. After that, nothing else mattered. Lin Xiao had gained the first member of his future team, and Kong Huan had also solved a project for their company with Lin Xiao's help. After that, they would apply for relevant patents, and then they could approach major manufacturers for collaboration. For example, mobile phone manufacturers, which would surely be interested in their technology for camera phones, and other equipment companies that needed image processing, such as medical equipment like color ultrasound, would definitely need their image clarity enhancement technology. Lin Xiao didn't need to worry about these matters, Anho Company would take care of them. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao continued to stay secluded, spending his days in his room pursuing his research. If necessary, he would consider using truth points, but of course, for now, he didn't need them. As for the university, they asked him if he planned to accept this year's graduate students. After all, the preliminary exams had already concluded, and the re-examinations were imminent. Of course, he was free to choose whether to supervise students, it was his right. Furthermore, the School of Mathematical Sciences at Shengjing University only accepted a relatively small number of students in basic mathematics each year, generally around 3, much fewer than the other master's programs in applied statistics and finance. Furthermore, these students likely already had their advisors chosen, so unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't necessarily be assigned a position. Last year's students who had been admitted to graduate school were in a more difficult situation. The School of Mathematical Sciences accepted a large number of students in the basic mathematics field, but they had clearly already chosen their advisors. Wanting to change advisors would seem rather naive. However, given his plans to develop lithography machines, Lin Xiao hadn't decided to supervise students for the time being, to avoid being constantly absent and disturbing the students. Of course, in addition to supervising graduate students, the school also assigned Lin Xiao classes to teach next year, including basic number theory for sophomores and graduate students. Lin Xiao didn't refuse. The school paid him so much, so he had to teach. He was sure many students were looking forward to his classes, so he couldn't let them down. However, the classes would have to wait until next semester, and there would be the Lunar New Year holiday in between. And so, time gradually approached, and for the Lunar New Year, Lin Xiao naturally needed to go home. Mimi was once again left in the care of Professor Zhang Ren, who lived upstairs. Zhang Ren was naturally delighted to be neighbors again and accepted Lin Xiao's request. What surprised Lin Xiao even more was that Professor Zhang had a cat at home. It seemed that this professor, who once disliked cats, had now become a proud cat lover. Time passed quickly, and New Year's Eve arrived again. Happy New Year, the crisp clink of glasses echoed across the dining table. Looking at his family, Lin Xiao's face broke into a smile. After not seeing his family for a year, he was overjoyed to see them again. He downed his beer, and even his mother, Yang Rong, joined in. Needless to say, his father, Lin Guowen, was beaming with joy. After all, their son had not only become a professor at Shengjing University, but also the youngest professor in all of China. Both he and his wife felt they had no regrets in their lives. Then, amidst the laughter and chatter, they finished their meal and drank their fill. "I'm done, I'm going back to my room," Lin Xiao said, clearing away his dishes. But Lin Guowen said, "Xiao, rest up during the New Year holiday. Don't stay in your room all the time studying," Yang Rong urged him. "Xiao, don't stay in your room all the time," she said. "Let's go out for a walk as a family tonight." Lin Guowen agreed. "Okay, let's go out together." "Xiao, you come too. You've been away for a year, and it's been a long time since we've been out together." Hearing his parents' words, Lin Xiao didn't refuse and smiled. "Okay, then." The family left the house and began to stroll around. It was already dark, and many people were shopping, mostly with friends or family. It had been a long time since Lin Xiao had been out shopping like this, and he felt a sense of nostalgia. The only pity was that he couldn't hear the sound of firecrackers like he used to. "Xiao, you're a researcher. What are the cutting-edge scientific research going on in the world right now?" Chapter 219, the first year of the rise of China's semiconductor industry. Suddenly, Lin Guowen struck up a topic. Lin Xiao, no longer sleepy, said smugly, "Of course they're all studying my multidimensional field theory." "Huh? Isn't multidimensional field theory a theory? Is it also cutting-edge science?" Lin Guowen asked. Lin Xiao was stunned. How can theoretical research not be considered cutting-edge science? I thought it was rockets and lithography machines. What you're talking about is cutting-edge research in applied science, so it counts as such. That's it, Lin Guowen said. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly, deciding not to dwell on these issues with his father. However, Lin Guowen clearly intended to continue the conversation. "But look, haven't we been researching photolithography machines nationwide in recent years? A photolithography machine is just like a printer. Why can't we develop one? Lin Xiao spread his hands and said, they're not the same thing. A printer can only print one word on a 1 centimeter piece of paper, while a photolithography machine can print 10 million words. A photolithography machine uses light, and the light is very short. It's about controlling variables, Lin Xiao said. So our country's science and technology is still not developing well. Listening to his father's words, Lin Xiao didn't know what to say, but the words control variables suddenly popped up in his mind again, and he was stunned. Control variables? Recalling the model of the photolithography machine in his mind, he suddenly felt that he had found a feasible optimization solution. Optimizing a technological product should start with the control variables. And what are the variables of a photolithography machine? The optical path, the reflective lens, the light source, and so on. The problem he'd been struggling with was related to these issues. Because lithography machines engrave at the nanometer level, they also require precision, also reaching the nanometer level. This requires a crucial component, the servo motor. A servo motor is an engine that controls the movement of mechanical components, but China still lags behind other countries in this area. So he'd been pondering how to create a servo motor with the same nanometer level precision. This, in turn, requires the depth, not the breadth, of a country's industrial technology. This is also a shortcoming of Chinese industry. Breadth exists, but depth is lacking. The precision of servo motors is absolutely the most crucial criterion for evaluating depth. Lithography machines require it, as do machine tools, known as the mother machines of industry. However, due to insufficient research in basic materials, Chinese servo motors lack high precision. This, then, is the variable Lin Xiao needs to control. By effectively controlling this variable, many of the problems with lithography machines will be solved. Therefore, Lin Xiao's first goal is to improve the current servo motor precision. Thinking about the data in his mind, this is entirely possible. He took a deep breath, a slight surge of emotion in his heart, and then said to his father, "Dad, you're right." Lin Xiao laughed heartily. "Of course I'm right." Without complaining about his father's mysterious confidence, Lin Xiao continued, "By the way, Mom and Dad, I might be quite busy over the next year. I don't know if I'll be back next year." Both Lin's parents were stunned. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiao said, "I have something important to do." Although somewhat puzzled by Lin Xiao's sudden statement, they didn't question him. Lin Xiao was already an adult, with his own ambitions. Lin's father patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go for it. A man should accomplish great things." "Dad believes in you," Lin's mother replied. "Mom believes in you too. You'll be back sooner or later anyway." "It's okay." Lin Xiao nodded gently. "Okay." Time passed quickly. Lin Xiao didn't stay home for the entire year, but returned to Shangjing 3 days before the Lantern Festival. School started on March 1st, with about a week to go, but Lin Xiao wasn't idle. Upon returning, he pulled out his phone and called Ma Gaolian, director of the Science and Technology Bureau. At that moment, within the China Science and Technology Bureau, Director Ma Gaolian was busy in his office, tending to various matters. The Science and Technology Bureau has regulatory authority over all matters related to science and technology nationwide, such as applications for national science and technology awards. While this primarily falls under the jurisdiction of the State Council, the Bureau's opinions carry considerable weight. Furthermore, major national science and technology projects also require their approval, as does the oversight of various research funding issues. In short, China's scientific community is a vast system, and the Science and Technology Bureau is one of its most prominent regulators, which naturally means a busy schedule. After signing an important policy document, Ma Gaolian rubbed his eyes and asked his secretary to get him a glass of water. "It's already so busy even before the new year ends. I guess I'll have to keep busy until April or May," he lamented. But just as he finished his sigh, he noticed his phone ringing. He picked up the phone, looked at the caller, and was suddenly stunned. Lin Xiao, his heart suddenly surged with excitement. He had been waiting for this call for a long time. Or rather, he had been waiting for Lin Xiao to call him ever since he returned. He knew that whenever Lin Xiao called, it must be about something important that required the country's assistance. Perhaps it was a major event that would boost their country's development. He had this suspicion because he hadn't forgotten what Lin Xiao had written on that note. He still had it, stored at home. Now, Lin Xiao had finally called. He was eager to hear what she had to say. Then, He said to his secretary, "Please leave. I have an important call." The secretary, who was pouring water for the boss, heard this and left the office, puzzled. Once the door was closed, Ma Gaolian answered the phone. He suppressed his excitement and asked, "Professor Lin, what's the matter? Let's talk in person." "It's something quite important." Lin Xiao's voice came from the other end. Upon hearing these words, Director Ma Gaolian was overjoyed. This was exactly what he'd wanted to hear. It was a rather important matter, and they needed to discuss it face to face. He was already impatient to know what exactly had prompted Lin Xiao's request. Then, he said, "Okay. Where shall we meet? Find a suitable place." "All right," Director Ma Gaolian said immediately. Soon, in a nondescript tea restaurant, Lin Xiao and Ma Gaolian sat in a small private room, sipping tea and ordering a few snacks. Closing the door, Ma Gaolian smiled and said, "This is where we prefer to discuss matters. With our official background, it's quite safe." Lin Xiao nodded. "That's good. Professor Lin, can you tell me what's important now? Do you know about silicon wafers?" Hearing these three words, Ma Gaolian's breathing quickened. He glanced nervously around and whispered to Lin Xiao, "I know this. I know it all too well. Are you planning to develop in this area? Silicon wafers are the largest component of the chip raw material market." If he, as the director of the Science and Technology Bureau, didn't even know this, he could simply resign. Foreign companies have long held a dominant share of the silicon wafer market, a fact that naturally worried him. "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded, adding, "I have some ideas for the production process of 12-inch silicon wafers." "That's great." Ma Gaolian grew even more excited. 12-inch silicon wafers are the mainstream among all silicon wafer sizes. Larger wafers can produce more chips, resulting in lower unit costs. Consequently, older 8-inch and 6-inch wafers are gradually falling behind. However, due to certain production process issues, China still lacks a leading position in silicon wafer production. However, once their production technology catches up, they'll make those foreign silicon wafer factories feel the fear of being dominated by China's vast industrial system. So Ma Gaolian immediately asked, "What are you going to do?" "I'll do whatever you say." Seeing Ma Gaolian so excited, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and continued, "I need to cooperate with a company in our country that already has 12-inch silicon wafer production capacity. This will facilitate my research and development." "Okay, I'll help you contact them when I get back," Ma Gaolian replied immediately. "Let's go to the silicon industry. They're the first company in our country to develop a 12-inch silicon wafer production line. They're also state-owned enterprises, with the highest proportion of state-owned assets." "Okay, state-owned assets are best. I don't trust companies controlled by private enterprises." Lin Xiao nodded. For him, state-owned enterprises were naturally the best. This would also effectively prevent the technology he developed from being packaged and sold overseas by private enterprises. "Okay, I understand that," Ma Gaolian said with a smile. "Regarding important new technologies, we could establish a state-owned enterprise to directly manage them, which would avoid certain problems. If that's the case, that would be even better." Lin Xiao nodded. "Well, that's fine. I'll take care of it later," Ma Gaolian said with a smile. This trip hadn't been in vain. The importance of silicon wafer production technology was self-evident. Although he wasn't sure if Lin Xiao could truly solve this problem, recalling the few words Lin Xiao had written on the note, he inexplicably trusted him. But then Lin Xiao added, "There's one more thing." Ma Gaolian was startled, then even more surprised. "What's the other thing? Even more important than silicon wafers?" "Servo motors." "Servo motors." Ma Gaolian's heart trembled again. He was very familiar with servo motors. When he was young, he worked in a machinery factory, and later worked his way up to his current position. As a core component in machine tools, servo motors were a clear understanding of their importance to a country's industry. "You say," his tone became serious again. "To develop servo motors, I need to set up my own team, and I also need funding." "That's absolutely no problem," Ma Gaolian said. "Under 100 million, I'll approve it directly. Under 1 billion, I'll hold a few meetings within our department and get approval directly. Under 10 billion, you fill out an application form and I'll ask the National Academy to approve it for you." Lin Xiao was immediately amused and confused. 10 billion isn't enough. For servo motor development, 10 billion is about right. Maybe even that seemed a bit much. "Just ask for the funding. I understand how important servo motors are to us," Ma Gaolian said seriously. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, then said, however, I have a few more requests. First, during the research process, all decisions must be made by me. Second, my partners must not interfere with my research. Third, if I need help from talented individuals, the government must provide assistance. Upon hearing these three conditions, Ma Gaoliang said, don't worry, none of these will be a problem. Lin Xiao nodded, then continued, also, do you remember what we discussed in Paris? If I return to China, I have another request. I do, you said, in the future, I also don't want any political interference. Ma Gaoliang was stunned, then said, this matter requires orders from higher-ups. As you know, I can only manage our Science and Technology Bureau. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help then. Lin Xiao nodded, picked up the long Jing tea beside him, took a sip, and said with emotion, good tea. Ma Gaoliang smiled, the tea is delicious, and the dim sum here is also good. Yes. A week later, a brand new state-owned enterprise was quietly established, directly under the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the State Council. It was called Yingguang Technology Company, Limited, with a registered capital of 1 billion yuan. When the company was first established, it had a single manager, Lin Xiao. Not long after, it partnered with Shaanxi Industry, a leading company in the domestic semiconductor materials industry. Later, the company began recruiting talent from the domestic machinery industry. Of course, these events went largely unnoticed. But long afterward, when people look back, they will recognize this as the beginning of China's counterattack against foreign countries in the semiconductor industry. This year has been dubbed the first year of China's semiconductor industry rise. Chapter 220, Investigating the Silicon Industry, the System's Disdain. Shanghai. Silicon Industry, silicon wafer production plants. Many people online believe that chips are made of sand. This is primarily because chips are made from silicon wafers. Sand, a major raw material for silicon wafers, can be mined directly from nature and is very cheap. Of course, the subsequent processing becomes significantly more expensive. The sand used to make a 12-inch silicon wafer can be collected from a bucket at any river dam. While this is considered ore and state-owned, the government obviously won't care about your acquisition of such a bucket. However, processing it into silicon wafers suitable for chip production can cost over 600 yuan. Of course, a 12-inch silicon wafer can be cut into 400 or 500 mobile phone SoC chips. The price of a single chip, such as Qualcomm's Snapdragon, is generally 100 or 200 yuan higher than a 12-inch silicon wafer. Companies like Apple and Huawei design their own chips for their own use, so they charge exactly the cost. Of course, when factored into their products, the price of the SoC chip is quite high. Therefore, the more advanced the technology, the higher the profit. This is why science and technology are considered the primary productive force. We expect to reach a monthly production of 300,000 12-inch silicon wafers this year, or 3.6 million for the entire year. However, there's still a huge gap with foreign countries, and our market share is negligible. China still primarily imports silicon wafers, but now the higher-ups have asked us to provide you with another production line. This production line can produce 10,000 wafers per month. It's very valuable. Professor Lin, please treat it well. If it doesn't work out, call me and we'll buy it back, Yu Jiancheng, general manager of Shaanxi Industry, said to the person standing next to him in the factory, his tone tinged with complaint and grievance. The person standing next to him was Lin Xiao. After Yingguang Technology Company, Limited was established, it entered into partnership with Shaanxi Industry under government leadership. Shaanxi Industry provided a 12-inch wafer production line and jointly established Yingguang Semiconductor Technology Company, Limited with Yingguang Technology Company, Limited. This production line was primarily used by Lin Xiao for research, which is why Lin Xiao had flown here from Shangjing. As for General Manager Yu, his grievances were centered around this. Shuang Silicon Industry, the first company to break China's 12-inch production record, was a state-owned enterprise, bearing both a merit and hard work, while also inheriting state-owned enterprise traditions. Yet, they were losing money year after year. Now, a production line worth tens of millions of dollars was being ceded to them. Naturally, it hurt. Upon hearing Yu Jiancheng's words, Lin Xiao simply smiled, not getting angry. He simply said, "You won't regret it later." However, someone nearby wasn't happy with Yu Jiancheng's words and bluntly retorted, "Professor Lin is a top scientist. If you don't trust him, Report it to the higher-ups. How can we possibly make progress if you don't want to contribute anything? This person, Luo Ming, was currently the general manager of Dingguang Technology, primarily responsible for company administration. Lin Xiao was the chairman, but it was clearly impossible for him to manage the company, so Luo Ming was assigned to handle that responsibility. Of course, he also had another identity. A devoted fan of Lin Xiao. Hearing someone question his idol naturally made him unhappy. However, upon hearing Luo Ming's words, Lin Xiao, with a mixture of laughter and tears, reached out to stop him. Luo Ming, don't say that. We're partners with President Yu, after all, it's okay. President Luo is right. Progress requires sacrifice, Yu Jiancheng said with a wave of his hand. Advances in their silicon wafer technology certainly require sacrifices. He also knew that collaborating with Lin Xiao meant optimizing their production line to see if they could improve yield and production speed. But while higher-ups could gamble, he wasn't. The quality of the company's management would still impact his performance. Crucially, although they were state-owned, they also had private shareholders who were unaware of the purpose of granting Lin Xiao a production line. It was easy to imagine how furious these shareholders would be upon learning of this, and they would inevitably come to him for a fight. While he wasn't afraid, it would still be a bit of a hassle. Of course, it was entirely possible to hire Lin Xiao as a research expert under the guise of the silicon industry. However, because Lin Xiao said he didn't want his research to be influenced by his partners, the higher-ups simply gave him the production line. He would also have dominant control over the new Dingguang Semiconductor Technology Company. This is the strength of China's system. Everything can be done without regard for cost, and there's currently no cost loss at all. It's practically a matter of transferring money from one hand to the other. Lin Xiao said, let's go through it from beginning to end. Tell me more about our current main problem. Okay, Yu Jiancheng nodded, then led Lin Xiao through their first step. The first step involves trucks carrying sand into the factory for purification and refining. This process yields large blocks of pure polysilicon, with a purity of approximately 99.999999999%. This polysilicon is then melted and slowly pulled into a rod, which becomes a silicon ingot. The ingot is then polished, cut, and finally turned into silicon wafers. This is the entire process, and the details determine both yield and production efficiency. We still have some issues with purification, and then there's the crucial polishing part. Our ultra-precision polishing machines are all imported from Japan, and they were not the most advanced. They won't sell us the most advanced ones, so others can polish 3 or 4 times faster than we can. Those are basically the two key issues. Our main problem lies in, as Yu Jiancheng explained their key issues, they moved from the initial refining room to the melting room, where silicon ingots were produced, a 1.5 meter long, 12-inch ingot. Because silicon is a semi-metal, its color is similar to that of metal, though a bit grayer. Finally, they reached the final polishing machine. This is it, and this is our most critical problem. To process the silicon wafers to the desired precision, our polishing discs are not advanced enough. We can only polish them for a longer time, but we also have to worry about thermal expansion over time, which could further reduce precision, Yu Jiancheng said. Lin Xiao asked, is your polishing fluid traditional silica colloidal? Yes, Yu Jiancheng nodded. I understand, Lin Xiao said no more. Luo Ming, let's go back to the hotel. Okay, Luo Ming replied immediately. Mr. Yu. Until my research begins, you can still use this production line. The wafers produced will be sold by your company. However, once I officially use it, this line will be discontinued. Okay, Yu Jiancheng nodded. However, compared to the direct loss of an entire production line, this output was still just consolation. So he said, Professor Lin, I still hope you can succeed. If you do, we'd be happy to give you half of our production line. Lin Xiao smiled and said, just wait for good news. If he succeeded, production would increase 3 or 4-fold. Even if he was given half of the production line, Shaanxi Industries' output would still double. Of course, everything depended on the final result. Afterward, Lin Xiao and Luo Ming left the factory, taking with them a USB drive containing all the information on Shaanxi Industries' 12-inch silicon wafer production process. Simply visiting wasn't enough, comprehensive documentation was essential. Back at the hotel, Lin Xiao said, let's go back to Shangjing tomorrow. Okay, Luo Ming nodded, then couldn't help asking, so, Professor Lin, Do you have any thoughts on silicon wafers? Lin Xiao smiled and said, that's a question that requires more thought. If you ask me now, I don't have any answers. Okay, Luo Ming nodded. Lin Xiao waved his hand and returned to his room. Reflecting on the information he had gathered today, the first issue is purification. If polishing was a hardware problem, purification was a software one. Everyone in the industry understood the principle: sand, or silicon dioxide, reacts with carbon to produce silicon ingots. Then, the ingots react with hydrochloric acid to produce high-purity trichlorosilane. Then, electricity is applied to deposit polysilicon. This process tests how well the process avoids impurities. Lin Xiao could put his borrowing approach to good use. By acquiring materials, he had learned how a silicon wafer fab in Japan performed its purification. That Japanese fab was considered one of the best, and the purification methods were quite impressive. Of course, copying wasn't Lin Xiao's style. After months of reflection, he had come up with a better solution, potentially increasing purification speed by about 10%. However, when it came to the hardware issue of polishing, he couldn't really apply the borrowing approach. After all, Japanese companies could easily afford top-notch polishing machines. So, I have two directions now. First, develop a new grinding disc material, and second, develop a new polishing fluid. Polishing accuracy relies heavily on the material, and both the grinding disc and the polishing fluid are essential. For example, the thermal expansion coefficient of the grinding disc material must be precise. If the disc material expands due to friction, the final polishing accuracy will obviously be affected. The polishing liquid not only dissipates heat for the grinding disc, but also uses the small particles of polishing powder inside and the nanometer-sized protrusions on the surface of the material for polishing. After all, the final chip is carved on the process of nanometer-sized units. After a brief thought, Lin Xiao finally made a choice. We must grasp both hands and do both hands well. In particular, the polishing process is not only used for polishing silicon wafers. In the future, the optical lens of the photolithography machine will also need to innovate the polishing process. In the past, under the media's hype, carbon-based chips seem to have become a new field where China could achieve a leapfrog in the chip field. However, it is clear that the threshold of polishing process alone is enough to prevent China from thinking about developing carbon-based chips. Therefore, polishing process is also an area where foreign countries sanction China. A breakthrough in this field is imperative. He opened the system panel and looked at the truth points he had left, 283.5, a very high number. In the process of solving various problems of the photolithography machine, there will definitely be some problems. If Lin Xiao really can't solve them, he will consider using truth points. Of course, he needed to use all those truth points. Of course, he also wanted to know how many truth points were needed to solve his problem, so he could prepare himself mentally. System: how many truth points would it take to create a polishing tool and polishing fluid combination that can increase the polishing rate of silicon wafers 5-fold, while maintaining a stable surface accuracy of around 1 nm, while also requiring a cost at least no more than double the current level, based on the host civilization's level and overall capabilities? 10 truth points would be required. Lin Xiao was stunned. What? Only 10 truth points? So cheap? He already had nearly 300 truth points. These 10 truth points were nothing. System: how dare you look down on the polishing process so much? System: this requirement doesn't require a breakthrough in the search for truth. It simply involves the permutation and combination of various relevant knowledge from the host civilization. Therefore, only 10 truth points are required. Lin Xiao: okay, then you might as well just give it to me. System: no reply. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, then asked, what about polishing discs and polishing fluid for optical lenses with an accuracy of 50 to 100 pm/ms? The system replied, 11 truth points are needed. Lin Xiao's eyes gradually lit up. Only 11 truth points. The requirements for optical lens polishing discs and photolithography machines were obviously higher than those for silicon wafers, and yet, only 11 truth points were needed. System: this is the first time I've found you so adorable. Although the system seemed dismissive of these technologies already available to Earth humans, completely dismissive, it was incredibly good news for him. This meant he could help China break through the sanctions imposed by almost every country in the world at a lower cost. The thought of this made him burst into laughter. He wanted China to produce its own cutting-edge chips within the next few years at least. It's a breakthrough, no matter where it's headed. Let's start with the polishing process and make the first breakthrough. He then spent 10 truth points to directly exchange for the polishing disc and polishing fluid for silicon wafers. The next moment, countless knowledge emerged in his mind. Chapter 221 Ceramic Grinding Disc Materials. The second time Lin Xiao spent truth points, he instantly felt the same sensation he'd experienced the last time he exchanged for the titanium-aluminum alloy, as if he'd suddenly understood all the truths in the world. Perhaps because the material he obtained this time wasn't particularly important, it didn't take long for two more materials production methods and related processes to become apparent in his mind. This grinding wheel's material, silicon carbide ceramic? A little tantalum doped in it, 0.1%. Impressive? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up at the material of this grinding wheel. Indeed, as the system had predicted, this material was developed by permuting and combining existing knowledge, so he easily saw why it was so superior. Tantalum itself has a very low coefficient of expansion, expanding by only 6.6 parts per million per degree Celsius. When doped with silicon carbide ceramic, the ceramic's own thermal expansion coefficient is even lower, making both materials even more superior. Of course, the most crucial thing is how to combine the two. Without this combination, all the work is in vain. The system's information provided a complete preparation process, a practically idiot-level tutorial. Anyone who could understand the text could create it. Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised to learn that his requirement for the cost of the original grinding disc was no more than double that of the original, but using this process, the cost might even be lower. This was perfect, and the cost was certainly lower than that of companies in the US, Japan, and Germany. Once these grinding discs were mass-produced, China would once again be able to showcase its reputation as a developed country's grinder to the world. As for the polishing fluid, it was a colloid made from silicon powder and sodium hydroxide, mixed with other ingredients. While the cost was comparable to the previous polishing fluid, it was clearly superior to the one they were using. The production process required for the polishing fluid was also much simpler. All in all, once these two materials were in production, it would probably take no more than a few months. The main factor was the time required to set up the production line, as the molds needed to be customized and prepared. Of course, at least they could predict when they would be successful, which was clearly better than blindly researching with no certainty of when success would come. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. With these two materials, he no longer had to worry about silicon wafer production. With the production processes for these two materials established, he naturally no longer needed to worry about them. He could simply delegate the task to others, who could simply copy and paste, without him having to worry too much. As for explaining how he'd created this thing, there was no need. He'd hired the right people, had them follow his prescribed process, and no one would question his approach. So, Lin Xiao didn't need to worry about it anymore. He could just wait for the next few months for news like, "My country has achieved a breakthrough in ultra-precision polishing, rivaling the US, Japan, and Germany," or "My country has achieved another breakthrough in silicon wafer production, significantly increasing production rates." As for the other materials, there was no need to rush. He could wait until the servo motor was developed. As for the servo motor, he didn't plan to use truth points, but instead decided to tackle it himself. While the servo motor also required innovative materials, Lin Xiao, after much deliberation, had already discovered a new approach. That approach involved addressing the structure, and also focusing on intelligent technology. Considering these two aspects, the consideration isn't about breakthroughs in materials, which rely on luck. Instead, it's about knowledge in mathematics, physics, and information technology. Lin Xiao was confident. A level 5 in mathematics and a level 4 in physics were certainly within his grasp. Rest well first. I'll get started tomorrow when I get back to Beijing. Thinking this, Lin Xiao simply lay down on his bed and began to rest. Time passed quickly. A few days later, at the Institute of Aeronautical Materials. Lin Xiao, wow, you remembered to come back. Lin Xiao smiled and greeted the person who appeared before him, academician Chen Bao, the same academician who had brought Lin Xiao to the Institute of Aeronautical Materials. It was here that Lin Xiao had developed a new material that could be used for engine turbine blades. Why are you here today? And with all these people? Chen Bao asked with a smile, glancing at the people behind Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled and said, I'm here to borrow your materials lab. I'm planning to research a new material, So I came over, is that so? Fine, I won't keep you here then, Chen Bao nodded. Although he was puzzled by what new material Lin Xiao was working on, since it was supposed to be someone else's project, he didn't hesitate to ask. Lin Xiao didn't explain too much to Chen Bao. He came here primarily to research the grinding disk material. However, after Dingguang technology was established, it didn't have its own research institute. Remembering his past research at the Aeronautical Materials Research Institute, he rented the lab there. He could certainly apply for government funding to build a research institute, but such a facility would cost at least several billion, and hiring personnel would also be a significant expense. However, since he hadn't yet developed anything, it would be awkward to ask the government to build such an expensive research institute, so he hadn't yet submitted the request. Of course, this was only temporary. Once he developed the silicon wafer material and then the servo motor, he could confidently ask the government to build him a large research institute. The government would then undoubtedly have greater confidence in his ability in applied science. He could then develop everything from material science to chemistry to physics, and then expand as needed. Without further ado, he entered the institute and found the laboratory he had previously reserved. Because of his connections, he could borrow the laboratory at the Institute of Aeronautical Materials, which was equipped with all the necessary equipment and instruments. Polishing was also a requirement for aviation materials. He then turned to glance at the people behind him and said, "All right, everyone, after you familiarize yourself with the instruments here, our project will officially begin. You all have a basic understanding of ceramics, so I won't ask any more questions. We're going to develop a new type of silicon carbide ceramic material." "Yes, Professor Lin," everyone behind him responded in unison. These individuals were postdocs Lin Xiao had recruited from the School of Material Science and Engineering at Shangjing University. They were all highly qualified professionals, and he hired them under the guise of Dingguang Technology, a state-owned enterprise, to work on the project. He didn't hire professors, he already knew how to prepare the material, so he didn't need one. Upon learning it was Lin Xiao, the postdocs happily accepted. Although Lin Xiao's previous research was in mathematics and physics, his findings on bonding mechanisms had made him well known in the materials field. Of course, they had some questions to discuss before the experiment officially began. They had only signed a confidentiality agreement and didn't yet know much about the experimental details, only that it was a ceramic material. Someone asked, "Professor Lin, what's the purpose of this material?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Ultra-precision polishing, do you know?" The others were stunned. "Ultra-precision polishing? You mean, we're studying that kind of grinding wheel?" "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded, saying, "It's the material used for this grinding wheel." The postdocs suddenly felt a sharp pain in their teeth. My goodness, they came straight here to research this top-tier material? Aren't they falling into a trap? They'd learned that Lin Xiao had hired them for the project, so they'd impulsively agreed. Now it seemed like they'd brought this upon themselves. A material that hasn't even been achieved in China, and a few postdocs were expecting to achieve a breakthrough? You're kidding. How much time would that take? However, since they were already here, it was obviously too embarrassing to withdraw. They could only wait a while. If there was no hope of success, then they could consider it later. Lin Xiao smiled at them, knowing what they were thinking. However, he didn't say much. Once the experiment began, he was sure they'd be thankful to be able to participate. Then, he said, "All right, enough rambling. Let me show you our material." He pulled his laptop from his bag and opened the various documents he had compiled on the new tantalum-doped silicon carbide ceramic material. As you know, in the polishing process, grinding disk materials require a very low coefficient of thermal expansion, so ceramics are the preferred material. Their coefficient of thermal expansion is already relatively low, but how can it be made even lower? Tantalum is one option. Please take a look at the picture. Introducing a new material requires pictures, of course. Lin Xiao had already constructed the unit cell of this new material. Furthermore, he had also calculated its various properties using computational materials analysis. While the calculated results differed slightly from the detailed properties provided by the system, they were generally not significantly different. The results demonstrated the advantages of this new material in terms of hardness, coefficient of thermal expansion, and processing. Processability is also a key advantage, crucial for mass production. This new ceramic material also has excellent processing properties, making it easier to mass produce and significantly reducing costs. And so, After Lin Xiao's introduction, the postdocs, who had previously thought their work was a waste of time, now saw that it was truly possible. The calculated coefficient of thermal expansion alone was incredibly impressive, making it absolutely suitable for use in grinding discs. That's right. However, our current challenge is how to integrate tantalum with their silicon carbide ceramic and form a unit cell. This requires designing a production process. I have an idea. Would it be better to melt the silicon carbide and then centrifugally dope it with tantalum? This requires careful control of the centrifugal speed and the timing of doping. Of course, I'll leave it to you. As Lin Xiao finished speaking, the postdoc's eyes gradually lit up. So, does this really seem like there's a chance of success? One of them immediately said, Professor Lin, let's get started now. The others echoed. Yes, Lin Xiao nodded. Thank you for your hard work. The postdocs were immediately flattered. Their bosses had never used the term hard work when they were asked to do things. We'll definitely complete the task. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. He left the postdocs with the responsibility of providing ideas and verifying them. As for him, he certainly had things to do. He would also conduct research on servo motors here. He was already looking forward to the success that would follow. Chapter 222 Breaking the Monopoly. The encoder determines the accuracy of the servo motor. There are three main types of encoders: optical, magnetic, and capacitive. Optical encoders are the most widely used and offer greater reliability in terms of accuracy. After gathering all the information he could about encoders, Lin Xiao settled on his goal. Encoders provide feedback on the servo motor's movement, which can then be used to further control its accuracy. Therefore, to achieve breakthroughs in servo motors, encoder optimization was necessary. The quality of an encoder depends primarily on the elastic material used within it, though China clearly still has some weaknesses in this regard. Secondly, the encoder's internal structure and the control of the computer algorithm are crucial. Even with superior materials, an excellent structure can be optimized. Of course, for Lin Xiao, the encoder's material wasn't a problem. He had a crystal clear understanding of the lithography machine and the servo motor's structure. Therefore, directly copying it was perfectly acceptable. However, copying wasn't his style. He wanted not only to build a lithography machine, but to create one that was superior to those made abroad. A better servo motor meant greater precision, which would significantly benefit the future production speed of lithography machines. By then, their lithography machines would be superior to ASML's, and instead of selling them abroad, they would establish their own chip foundry in China, much like TSMC. Of course, this ideal was ambitious, but it still required hands-on work. Let's start by installing the ASML encoder. With this in mind, Lin Xiao immediately opened his mechanical design software and began modeling. With a reference in mind, he modeled quickly, and before long, an encoder appeared on his screen. This is an incremental encoder, achieving 25,000 pulses per millimeter. As expected of a foreign product, it's truly impressive. Seeing this, Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. 25,000 pulses per millimeter means that each pulse of this encoder changes the distance by 25 thousandths of a millimeter, or 40 nanometers. The resolution is a quarter of that, or 10 nanometers. By combining multiple encoders, the resolution can be further reduced, reaching an even lower level. This was truly impressive, even for Lin Xiao. While he sighed, he didn't forget his goal. This structure, there's still a lot of room for optimization. Lin Xiao pondered this seriously. Mechanical optimization most challenges one's physics proficiency, followed by materials science. Coincidentally, he possessed relatively high proficiency in both disciplines. So, after a brief glance, he had a rough idea of several possible approaches. Then, he began modifying the model in the 3D software in front of him. For example, he could use the bisection method. Mathematical bisection allows for continuous approximations, and physics also employs this method, as does structural application. By modifying the internal structure of the encoder, assuming its original resolution is 10 nanometers, if the change in distance each time is halved, the resolution could be increased to 5 nanometers. This was just Lin Xiao's temporary idea. Further research was still needed to determine how to optimize the structure. This was something he had to research, as China couldn't produce a sensor capable of 25,000 pulses per millimeter. Even if he had the structures and materials of sophisticated foreign sensors in mind, manufacturing them would require expertise from another field. China's backwardness in sensors also hinders the development of many industries. Clearly, Lin Xiao couldn't move from lithography machines to servo motors, encoders, and finally sensors. So, Lin Xiao had to find another approach. It's like a story, a soap factory abroad. In order to detect whether soap boxes on its assembly line were filled with soap, hired automation experts to design a system that incorporated mechanical, microelectronic, and X-ray detection technology. Ultimately, they successfully solved the problem, spending hundreds of millions of dollars. A soap factory in China faced the same problem, but the owner clearly didn't have the funds for both hiring experts and X-ray equipment. So, after much deliberation, the engineers came up with a solution: place a large electric fan next to the production line to blow away empty soap boxes, while those that weren't empty wouldn't be blown away. This solved the problem, costing only a few dozen yuan. This story embodies Lin Xiao's approach to problem solving, leveraging existing Chinese resources to achieve a level of excellence. This is also a research area that many Chinese scientists are dedicated to. Sometimes, with a single stroke, they achieve a level of achievement that even foreign countries envy. For example, in the case of aircraft architecture, superior materials abroad directly enhance the strength of the fuselage structure, while Chinese materials are less so. Scientists have developed a 3D printed aircraft structure technology. Although our materials are inferior, the 3D printed structure is completely integrated, eliminating the need for welding or rivets, resulting in greater overall structural strength. Another example is the noise level of Chinese nuclear submarines, which were long ridiculed abroad. Finally, Chinese scientists developed a shaftless pump propellant technology, making them truly quiet. Lin Xiao is now following the same path that these Chinese predecessors have taken. He also knows that if his idea succeeds, it will completely transform the world's encoder landscape. This is because binary division isn't limited to a single division. It can also be divided into 4, 8, or even 16 parts. Even if the Chinese encoder could only achieve 1000 pulses per millimeter, that would equate to a resolution of only 250 nanometers. However, through structural optimization, this could be reduced to around 10 nanometers. Combining multiple encoders would also allow for even lower precision. Analyzing the structure before him, Lin Xiao took a piece of scratch paper and began sketching out the work. He paused periodically to ponder, and as he did so, more ideas emerged. It seems that this could work. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lin Xiao, and his vision brightened, as the diagrams on the paper grew increasingly complex. Time passed quickly. About a month had passed. During this month, Lin Xiao had devoted himself to researching the encoder. Of course, the gains were significant. At least, he had built a new encoder in software and achieved an 80% accuracy improvement in displacement, meaning an 8-fold increase in accuracy. However, once the structure was complete, the device still needed to be manufactured. Without this, the actual effectiveness was uncertain. Of course, to create something, various materials are needed, especially those with greater rigidity. If the material isn't rigid enough, elastic deformation will occur if the displacement distance is quantified. Therefore, a material with a higher rigidity is needed. He already has this material. It's the one from the encoder he imagined. This material is very rigid, making it ideal for use in encoders and very helpful for error correction. Of course, this material also needs to be prepared first. Let's go check them out first. He thought of the group of postdocs still researching ceramic grinding disc materials. They've been following Lin Xiao's ideas and are getting closer to his goal, but he wonders if they've succeeded. Then, he left the computer room and headed to the materials lab. Seeing Lin Xiao approach, the postdocs called out, "Professor Lin." "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded and said, "How's it going? This batch might work." One of them replied, "Yes. We've adjusted the centrifugal speed and the rate at which the tantalum melt is added several times, and we should be able to succeed now." Another echoed, "That's fine. I'll look forward to it." Since they all said so, Lin Xiao decided to wait and see if they could get something done. Besides the grinding disc material, there was also a polishing fluid made from silicon powder and sodium hydroxide colloid. Lin Xiao decided to prepare the polishing fluid later, not rushing yet, as chemicals were easier to set up a production line for than materials. He planned to wait. Time passed quickly, and when it was almost ready, several doctoral students immediately went to shut down the electric arc furnace and remove the ceramic disc. Once the temperature dropped, a dark gray disc appeared before them. They placed it on a nearby small polishing machine and began polishing. After a while, a disc with a smooth surface, resembling those of modern ceramic artifacts, appeared before them. Lin Xiao examined it and said, "Let's measure its properties." "Okay." The postdocs immediately and eagerly took the grinding disc to various instruments for testing. The most important factor was ensuring the thermal expansion coefficient met their requirements. So, they first took it to a thermal expansion meter for testing. First, they slowly heated the sample to 25 degrees Celsius, gradually measuring its expansion. Their instrument was accurate to 10 nanometers, meaning it could only detect expansion reaching 10 nanometers. Ultra-precision polishing discs, however, could operate at temperatures exceeding hundreds of degrees Celsius due to constant friction, so their coefficient of expansion must be very low. Their previous experiments had yielded disappointing results. The thermal expansion coefficient of silicon carbide ceramics ranges from 1.2 to 4.3, and their results were only slightly below this range. This wasn't enough. They needed to go even lower, at least below 0.5, to prove they had succeeded. Everyone stared intently at the computer's display, waiting for a change. As the temperature of the tantalum-doped silicon carbide ceramic disc continued to rise, from 25 to 125 degrees Celsius. However, the reading remained unchanged. This meant the expansion hadn't reached 10 nanometers. Seeing this, they clenched their fists, their anticipation growing. Finally, after the temperature reached just over 200 degrees Celsius, the readings finally jumped. It had expanded by 10 nanometers. They couldn't contain their excitement. This result was far better than their previous attempts. "Li Wei, go calculate the coefficient of thermal expansion," someone shouted immediately. Based on the initial thickness and temperature of the ceramic, they could calculate the final result. With such a low expansion, the coefficient must be less than 1. But they were eager to know the exact value. But just then, Lin Xiao said bluntly, "No need to calculate. The coefficient of expansion is 0.16, the doctoral students were stunned. 0.16? Did Professor Lin calculate it in his head? Li Wei, after a few seconds, replied, "It is indeed 0.16, immediately, they all looked at Lin Xiao in admiration. Wow, that mental arithmetic speed, even the strongest brains can only do this? One is nanometers, the other is centimeters, a difference of 10 million. Of course, Lin Xiao wasn't impressed by his calculation speed, it was just basic operations. It was the result that truly pleased him. 0.16, practically meeting the system's predictions. With such a low thermal expansion coefficient, he could now officially announce that China would have its own top-tier polishing discs, breaking the foreign monopoly. In a few days, he would call in the domestic academicians who were researching polishing technology and use this new material to demonstrate the meaning of surprise. Thinking of this, he smiled again and turned back to the doctoral students, only to find they were all staring at him. Startled, he asked with a smile, "Why are you looking at me? Aren't we celebrating now?" Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the postdocs realized what was happening. Silicon carbide ceramic material with a thermal expansion coefficient of 0.16. This was clearly the most suitable material for silicon wafer polishing discs, effectively filling a gap in China. This was clearly a monumental achievement for these doctoral students. Although all the research steps were laid out by Lin Xiao, and they were simply following his instructions, as participants, they naturally shared in the credit. At this moment, they looked at Lin Xiao with gratitude, secretly thankful they hadn't actually left, as this would have been a huge loss. Then, everyone cheered, and the lab was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 223. The experts and professors are in disbelief. After developing the material, the next step was to write a paper and apply for a patent. Patents were essential for the material in the related process. Otherwise, if the production line were established in the future and the process was stolen by outsiders, there would be much trouble. This was a common occurrence in China's past, when patents were still a thing. Take the famous artemisinin incident, where a foreigner preemptively patented my country's own artemisinin, causing significant losses. Therefore, they needed to apply not only for domestic but also international patents to secure overseas markets. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't need to worry about the patent application process. He handed it over to his general manager, Lu Oming. Lu Oming had previously worked at a state-owned enterprise specializing in scientific research and development, and he had connections, so he quickly obtained a patent number. However, Expediting the patent application and obtaining an international patent required someone higher up. Lin Xiao had someone who could help. So he called Ma Gaolian. "Hello, Professor Lin, what's up?" The call quickly connected, and Ma Gaolian's cheerful voice reached the other end. "I have several patents to apply for, international ones," Lin Xiao said. Upon hearing this, Ma Gaolian's tone brightened with surprise. "International patents? You've got patents? What patents? They're quite important, so let's meet in person." "But Director Ma, you're probably quite busy. How about you arrange for someone else to come?" Lin Xiao asked. "Important? Then I'll definitely have to meet you in person, at the same place as last time." "Then why don't you just come to my institute? I have the actual product for you. I'm at the Institute of Aeronautical Materials, and the actual product? That's even better. I'll be right there." Upon hearing this, Ma Gaolian grew even more restless. Then, Lin Xiao heard footsteps on the other end of the line, followed by Director Ma telling his secretary to get the driver ready. Hearing this, Lin Xiao shook his head in amusement and hung up, waiting for Director Ma to arrive while asking someone to wait at the door. Although their research was complete, they still had to complete various experimental data and papers, so the postdocs didn't leave immediately. They wouldn't leave until everything was finished. A new material, of course, requires a paper. This paper primarily describes the material's various properties, compares it to other similar materials, and highlights its most prominent performance. For example, their tantalum-doped silicon carbide has a thermal expansion coefficient of only 0.16. This requires highlighting its distinct and significant properties and explaining the benefits of these properties. For example, because of its low thermal expansion coefficient, they don't have to worry about unstable machining precision when processing silicon wafers. It also allows for faster friction and thus improved polishing speed. For example, the grinding wheel material they previously used, sourced from Japan, had a higher thermal expansion coefficient, requiring a slower polishing speed to avoid excessive temperatures generated by friction. These advantages can be documented in the paper, and when introducing it to others, they can bring up the paper to let others know what this material is and what its uses are. Soon, Ma Gaolian arrived at the research institute. "Professor Lin," Ma Gaolian immediately called out upon seeing Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, saying, "Director Ma is here. Please sit down and have a glass of water." "No, just tell me what patent you're applying for." "Okay." Without further ado, Lin Xiao fetched a tantalum-doped silicon carbide ceramic disc from the side, placed it in front of Director Ma, and got straight to the point. "This thing can increase silicon wafer production. It can at least double the output. Plus, it's cheaper than what we buy from abroad. Foreign grinding machines can easily cost tens of millions of yuan, and the grinding disc, as an accessory, is a consumable item. After all, it wears out during polishing. Just like a tool on a machine tool, it needs to be replaced after a while. Therefore, domestic silicon wafer manufacturers spend tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan on grinding disc replacement every year. Their breakthrough in this area means they can save a significant amount of money every year and also earn foreign exchange." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Ma Gaolian's eyes widened. "Are you serious?" Lin Xiao nodded and smiled. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I say this is something so important?" He then explained the material's advantages to Ma Gaolian. Upon learning that its coefficient of thermal expansion was almost zero, making it ideal for polishing discs, Ma Gaolian beamed. It had only been so long, and yet Lin Xiao had already developed such an important new material. As the director of the Science and Technology Bureau, he was naturally thrilled. "That's great," Director Ma said seriously. "Professor Lin, thank you." "Haha, nothing." Lin Xiao waved his hand. "The country trusts me so much, this is what I should do, so I need your help in patent applications. In addition, our country should also have channels for applying for international patents, right? So I also hope for the country's help." "Of course, no problem. We have channels for PCT international patents. After we pass it, we can apply for PCT international patents in less than a month." PCT. Well, this is a patent cooperation treaty. Now 153 countries have signed the treaty. After the application, it has patent effect in these 153 countries. "That's fine." Lin Xiao nodded, and left these matters to these professionals. Then he said, "In addition, we also need to build a production line for this new grinding wheel. I have asked Luo Ming to do it, But if you help, the relevant procedures should be faster. Okay, of course, no problem, Ma Gaolian said. By the way, is your company still short of money? Lin Xiao smiled and said, we still have a few $100 million now, so we are not short of money for the time being. Not for the time being, but maybe we will be short of money in the future. Ma Gaolian waved his hand and said, I will go and apply to the National Academy to allocate another 10 billion to your company. Lin Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. You might as well just build a research institute for me. Hearing what Lin Xiao said, Ma Gaolian suddenly realized something, then slapped his head and said embarrassedly, look at me, I actually forgot even this. The research institute will definitely be arranged for you, starting with a national key research unit. When the time comes, if you need anything, those experimental equipment and the like, just give me a list. As long as it can be bought in our country, I will buy it for you. Lin Xiao was helpless. You? Not that serious, of course. Ma Gaolian waved his hand and said, at most, it's only a few billion. Your new material is probably worth tens of billions, right? Besides, it can also bring commissions to our country's international standing. Look at how much money those foreigners have ripped us off on these things. They might even laugh at us, the world's factory, for having to buy everything from them. You've helped us hold our heads high. Then, okay, hearing this, Lin Xiao stopped talking. He had originally planned to do it after he developed the servo motor, but with Ma Gaolian's enthusiasm, he naturally didn't have to refuse. The sooner it was built, the sooner it could be used, avoiding the need for him to constantly travel outside in the future. Oh, if I go to the National Academy to apply for these funds for you, I'll probably need application materials. Could you also send me a copy of your new material? Okay, I'll go ask if they've finished it. Lin Xiao nodded. This was where he needed the paper. Soon, he placed a printed copy of the paper in front of Ma Gaolian. It was just finished, just in time for use. Ma Gaolian picked up the introductory article, glanced through it briefly, then put it away. He nodded to Lin Xiao and said, thank you, Professor Lin. I'll get started now. Okay, thank you then. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. It's not a big deal. Just let me know your requirements for the institute later. Ma Gaolian waved his hands repeatedly, then stood up, said goodbye, and left. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile as he watched him leave. It seemed like his institute could finally get started. Meanwhile, the postdocs gathered around, curiously asking, Professor Lin, was that the director of the Science and Technology Bureau? Yes, Lin Xiao nodded. He said he'd give you tens or even hundreds of billions to build a research institute. Did you all hear that? Lin Xiao said with a smile. The postdocs glanced at each other and said, Professor Lin, let us work with you from now on. We want to join your company. Lin Xiao was stunned. Are you sure? Isn't it good to be a postdoc at Peking University? Maybe you can become a professor there someday. They immediately shook their heads. Hey, it's not as good as following you. That's right. Don't abandon us. We want to go to the new institute too. Are you kidding? The country just allocated billions to Lin Xiao. Where else can you find such an awesome boss? Only a fool wouldn't come. Besides, they've had this idea for a long time. Think about it, they've only been with Lin Xiao for a short time, and they've already come up with such a top-notch material. Who knows if they can produce another important result after working under Lin Xiao for a while longer. Go to Peking University? PFFT, whether or not to produce results is what matters most, especially for those of them who don't have a family background. When Lin Xiao heard them say this, he smiled and said, okay, then, after you quit Shangjing University, come report to my company. The postdocs cheered immediately. Great, thank you, Professor Lin. Listen, thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh, and then warned, don't be too happy too soon. If you want to join me, you will be busy in the future. You will have to spend a lot of time at the institute. It's okay. I just like doing experiments. I don't have any other hobbies. Yes, me too, Jai, me too. Which of these postdocs didn't come from the institute? Seeing this, Lin Xiao shook his head, then smiled. Okay, let's take everyone out for dinner today. Wang Fujing, Shangjing roast duck, let's go. Great, and so the group left the institute together, enjoying a relaxing day. A few days later, in a conference room in the National Academy, build a research institute specifically for him? And it will cost billions? That won't do. I don't agree. An old professor said. This professor's name is Yan Bin, and he is a professor at the School of Materials Science and Optoelectronic Technology of Huaguo Academy of Sciences University. He is mainly engaged in research on semiconductor materials. As for this meeting, the specific discussion was about how much money should be approved for Lin Xiao to build a research institute for him. After all, it involves billions of dollars, and before it is approved, it must of course be discussed in a meeting. However, these experts and professors who were invited to come and give some opinions were obviously not very happy. They don't have their own independent research institutes, so why should they build a research institute specifically for Lin Xiao? Therefore, it is not just this old professor who disagrees, but everyone else also disagrees. I disagree. He's doing theoretical research, so why does he need a research institute? If it's a public facility, that's fine. But if it's what you're saying, doesn't it become his personal property? Indeed, theoretical research only requires paper and a pen. If he wants to conduct experiments, he can just apply for permission. Seeing the expert's refusal, Director Ma, sitting in the front, smiled and said, "Professors, why don't we take a look at this document first?" He then gestured to the person next to him to distribute a sheet of information to the professors. The professors took the information with confusion, and then saw that it described a new material. After just a few minutes of reading, Professor Tian Bin, who had been there, exclaimed, "This material could solve our problem of polishing disks for silicon wafers." Upon hearing Professor Tian Bin's words, even those who weren't in the industry but knew about it expressed surprise. Have we achieved a breakthrough in this area in China? The thermal expansion of this material is incredibly low. It's comparable to those used in polishing disks in the US, Japan, and Germany. They all understood the importance of this material. You know, silicon wafers aren't just used to produce chips, they're also needed in the photovoltaic industry. While the specifications differ, they both require polishing. And considering China's currently booming photovoltaic industry, this grinding wheel is a boon for them. Seeing the experts and professors' astonishment, Director Ma smiled and said, "Yes, we've achieved a breakthrough in this material domestically, breaking the long-standing foreign monopoly. This new silicon wafer grinding wheel material has reached world-class standards, and this material was developed by Professor Lin Xiao in just over a month." Upon hearing this news, the experts and professors were immediately filled with disbelief. Just over a month? And they solved such a crucial material problem? This is unscientific. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Excitement Among Manufacturers Nationwide. The material was developed in just over a month, much to the disbelief of some industry experts and professors. After all, developing a new material can take decades, or even years, especially for such an important material. It would require a team of dozens or even hundreds of people, day after day of experiments, and countless investments before it could finally be successfully developed. Materials research begins with determining a research direction based on various chemical principles. For example, the study of high-temperature superconductors begins with understanding the formation mechanism of the superconducting state and then developing methods based on this direction. The R&D process requires nothing more than throwing money at it. There are no shortcuts. Even if computational materials science can be of some use, it's limited to a certain extent, not to mention that the materials science community still doesn't fully trust computational materials science. So the Professor Tian Bin said before, "Director Ma, you not only brought a document, but you also have to show us the test report, right? If there is no test report, we won't believe it." Director Ma smiled and said, "Of course we have this too. It has been prepared a long time ago." Then, he waved his hand again and asked the staff behind him to pass out a few more documents, and then said, "This is the material property test report issued by the Materials Laboratory of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. It includes the test report of this new material. The official seal of that laboratory is stamped below. It is the one of academician Chen Yun, so you don't have to worry about this report being forged. As for the actual object, it is not available yet. If you are interested, you can ask Professor Lin Xiao for it. He should be designing an industrial production process recently, and he should have a lot of samples. These experts and professors took the test report from the laboratory under the name of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, and there was a signature of academician Chen Yun below. They all knew that academician Chen Yun was a very upright person and would not do such a thing. It is said that a company once offered him 10 million yuan and hoped that he could help forge a similar test report. As a result, he scolded them and reported it to the higher-ups. Therefore, this test report must be genuine. They then saw that the test results were essentially identical to those in the previous article. Even if there were any errors, they were largely experimental errors. Those who still doubted the report finally ran out of grounds for rebuttal. Seeing the professors remained silent, Director Ma smiled and said, "I don't think you have anything to say now, do you?" Professor Tian was also straightforward, stating, "While I still think it's inappropriate to spend billions to build him a research institute, since he's proven his ability, I have nothing more to say." The other professors nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao's achievement was truly significant and of immense importance to China. Any further objections would be untenable. Seeing this, Director Ma smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you for your understanding." Then, their meeting returned to its main topic. A few days later, Lin Xiao received a response from Director Ma. "Professor Lin, the National Academy has approved the funding for your research institute. We've also held a meeting to discuss what equipment should be provided. I'll send you the documents later. If you have any comments, please let me know." Lin Xiao was overjoyed upon hearing this news, and then he thanked him. "Thank you very much. Well, as I said, it's only natural. We're building a research institute for you in the hope that you'll bring us more important achievements in the future. Our country needs many scientists, and we desperately need outstanding scientists like you," Director Ma said. Ever since learning that Lin Xiao had developed such an important new material, his respect for him had risen to a new level. As the director of the Chinese Science and Technology Bureau, he was privy to some of China's secret technologies. For example, a material developed a few years ago for fighter jet engine turbine blades reached world-leading levels in all aspects, and was even speculated to be stronger than American materials. To this extent, their designers have completely modified the WS-15 engine to better utilize this new material, and it's rumored that it's almost ready for installation on the J-20. Perhaps we'll even see a J-20 equipped with a new WS-15 engine at this year's Zhuhai Air Show. Director Ma is one of the few people in China who knows the developer of this new material, Lin Xiao. Therefore, he has always held Lin Xiao in high regard, and he also has every confidence that he can continue to surprise them. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Anyway, thank you for your hard work. I'll review the documents and give you feedback as soon as possible." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao quickly received a document. Opening it, he saw several categories, such as physics labs, chemistry labs, and materials labs. Within each of these labs, there were further subcategories. For example, the physics lab encompassed astrophysics, quantum physics, condensed matter, and more. Even if you wanted to build a particle collider, that was possible, though of course it would be relatively small, unlike large colliders spanning several kilometers or even tens of kilometers. Chemistry labs and materials labs also had various categories, and he could choose from them. The main expense came from the various instruments and equipment. The expensive ones could be tens of millions, while the cheaper ones could be several million. Even the basic equipment wasn't cheap. Why is there a biology lab? I've never done anything biological before. Wow, even a BSL-4 lab is available? I think there's only one in all of China. Wow, there's a cryo-electron microscope too? My goodness, tens of millions each. Cryo-electron microscopes are among the most expensive pieces of equipment in the world. If you don't know what to research, you can just pluck a strand of hair, hold it up to the microscope, and publish an article in the CNS. The CNS refers to the three world-renowned journals, Cell, Nature, and Science. The more he looked at it, the more he felt lost. He had just casually mentioned it to Director Ma, and now he was going to spend billions on it? Wang Doi was just having a little fun. The real money would depend on how they conducted the experiments. And then, he began his blissful yet agonizing choice. While he was answering the multiple choice questions, news of their significant breakthrough in silicon wafer polishing materials was officially spreading among various domestic manufacturers. There are quite a few domestic silicon wafer factories, and if anyone were to discuss who would be most excited about a domestic breakthrough in wafer polishing technology, these factories would undoubtedly be at the top of the list. Using their own materials is always more reliable than using others, so these companies flocked to inquire and were instantly excited. The news was true. Their own materials had actually caught up with foreign ones. Furthermore, it was estimated that the production cost of this new material was relatively low, and its selling price would undoubtedly be lower than that of foreign products. With no import tariffs, the annual savings they could expect would likely be as much as 40% to 50%. Add to that the increased production speeds offered by this new material, and the profits would likely increase exponentially. These benefits had the management of these companies practically beaming from ear to ear. Of course, this included Shuangxi Industry. Shuangxi Industry, General Manager's Office. What? We've achieved a breakthrough in CMP polishing materials in China. Yu Jiancheng's face lit up with surprise when he heard the news from the company's chief engineer. He'd just lost a production line last month, leaving him devastated and still reeling. But now, upon hearing this news, he was instantly overwhelmed. CMP stands for chemical mechanical polishing, and silicon wafer polishing technology is also known as CMP polishing. The breakthrough in domestic CMP polishing materials is undoubtedly good news for the silicon industry. Their chief engineer, Liang Sun, smiled and replied, "Yes, I heard from a friend. It seems they're from the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. The production process isn't technically difficult and can be mass-produced." Huazhong University of Science and Technology? Which one? We need to contact them quickly, otherwise they won't be able to keep up with initial production and other companies will snatch up the orders. That would be terrible. Oh, I'm not sure about that. I'll call my friend. Okay. Liang Sun then made a call, and the call went through quickly. Old Zhang, you mentioned earlier that the Huazhong University of Science and Technology achieved a breakthrough in CMP polishing materials. Do you have any connections? You know I work in this area, and I'd like to know more. It wasn't the Huazhong University of Science and Technology that made the breakthrough. The Huazhong University of Science and Technology proved it was true. It was someone else who made the breakthrough, and I don't know that person well enough to know them. Then who is that person? Lin Xiao, you know him, right? Lin Xiao. Liang Sun was stunned. He exchanged a glance with Yu Jiancheng and continued, is it the legendary Lin Xiao? What else? Which other Lin Xiao are you talking about? I see. Thank you very much. After hanging up the phone, Liang Sun looked at Yu Jiancheng, spread his hands, and said, it's the Lin Xiao who took over one of our production lines. Yu Jiancheng nodded blankly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Xiao? A breakthrough in CMP materials, breaking the foreign monopoly? Hadn't Lin Xiao just gone with him to the factory last month to take a look around, saying he'd do some research later? And he'd already achieved a breakthrough in a field like this? Had he told Lin Xiao that there was still a gap between domestic and foreign polishing materials? And he had already closed that gap? What kind of operation was this? At this moment, Liang Sun saw Yu Jiancheng's dazed look and waved his hand in front of him. Yu Jiancheng came to his senses and looked at Liang Sun. What? Liang Sun said, stop dazed. Why don't you call Lin Xiao and ask? Hearing this reminder, Yu Jiancheng immediately came to his senses. Yes, I have to call and ask, so he immediately took out his phone and called Lin Xiao. Soon, the call went through. Professor Lin, I heard that you have made a breakthrough in our polishing materials. Is this news true or false? Really? That's great. Thank you so much. By the way, when can you start mass production? About half a year? Well, I have a request. When you start production, can you supply us Shuangxi Industry first? You see, we also provide a production line, of course, no problem. We will trial produce some first, and then use them for testing on our production line. After that, if there is no problem, we will supply you first, Lin Xiao replied on the phone. After receiving a positive answer, Yu Jiancheng immediately became happy. Thank you very much, Professor Lin. Yeah, Lin Xiao responded, and then said with a smile, of course, it's just a breakthrough in polishing grinding wheels. If we want to catch up with foreign countries, we need more comprehensive breakthroughs. I know, of course, at least having this thing is enough for us to catch up with foreign countries by a big step, Yu Jiancheng said with a smile. Recently, you can even pay attention to the shares of our companies. The stock prices of our companies will at least rise. Stocks? That's not necessary. Hey, I know, you are doing this for the development of the country, but don't forget yourself. You can develop the country and seek some personal benefits at the same time. Haha. Thank you for your advice. Let's do this for now, okay? After hanging up the phone, Yu Jiancheng's smile became even wider. He patted Liang Sun on the shoulder and said, "Old Liang, thanks to you for telling me this news." Liang Sun smiled and said, "It's all for our company." Yeah, Yu Jiancheng nodded and said, "I remember we still have quite a few orders from abroad, right? The orders are scheduled for 3 years later." Yes, let's see what Lin Xiao and the others' prices are. If we can save some, we'll cancel these foreign orders, even if it means paying liquidated damages. Those devils are more deceptive than the other, Yu Jiancheng cursed, and Liang Sun agreed. I really want to know what their expressions will be when they find out about this. Dow Chemical, USA. Dow Chemical is one of the world's 3 largest chemical manufacturers, with a dominant position in many chemical products. They also hold a dominant position in silicon wafer polishing tools, and they control over 70% of the global market for polishing discs. At this moment, in the president's office at Dow Chemical headquarters, a secretary hurriedly reported to their president a piece of news from across the Pacific. "President, our branch in China just reported news that China has achieved a major breakthrough in CMP polishing discs." Chapter 225 International Response. China? A breakthrough in CMP polishing disc materials? How is that even possible? How could they possibly develop such technology? Upon hearing this news, Dow Chemical President Jimmy Frederick frowned. China had always lagged far behind them in these areas, especially constrained by their patent barriers. Achieving a breakthrough here would be incredibly difficult. Chinese companies were barely surviving, and yet they'd achieved such a breakthrough? The secretary nodded and said, "President, this news is true. If it weren't important, I wouldn't have come to you." Hearing the secretary's words, Jimmy Frederick asked, "So, how is their technology? Can it pose a threat to us?" The secretary replied, "According to available data, they use silicon carbide, which has a thermal expansion coefficient of 0.16, about 10% better than ours. Furthermore, their material is very hard, and its service life may be 3% longer." Hearing these 2 figures, Jimmy Frederick's frown deepened. The thermal expansion coefficient and hardness were actually better than theirs? This made him even more unbelievable. That backward country had not only broken their monopoly, but had even surpassed them? However, since his secretary had said so, he had to believe it, even if he didn't believe it. This issue was also extremely important. After all, it involved significant interests. The market for CMP polishing abrasive materials is approximately $700 million annually, and Dow Chemical holds a 79% market share, equivalent to over $500 million. This was clearly a very important market for them. Within this market, while their share of the Chinese market was not high, it still amounted to hundreds of millions of dollars annually. If this portion of profit was squeezed out, it would obviously be a huge loss for them. Moreover, they might not only take away the Chinese market share, but also a share of the global market. Crucially, polishing is the most complex step in the entire semiconductor production process, requiring up to 30 repetitions. Controlling this step of polishing consumables is equivalent to controlling the lifeblood of the entire semiconductor process. Dow Chemical, with its 79% market share, is an essential component of the semiconductor industry. With each new competitor, they will undoubtedly take the lion's share away from them. To maintain their monopoly, they must take this sudden competitor seriously. After thinking for a moment, Jimmy Frederick asked again, "What about the production process? How is the production process? China's production process should have always been backward, right? This matter is not clear yet. This news has just been released. They have not officially started production yet, but it is estimated that they will be able to build it within this year. Moreover, the Chinese government seems to attach great importance to their new material and has provided convenience in all aspects. In addition, there is one thing that may require your attention." "What's the problem?" "This new material was developed by the Chinese physicist Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao, Jimmy Frederick was stunned. "Is it the Lin Xiao who proposed the multidimensional field theory?" "Yes," the secretary nodded and said with a worried look, "that person is so smart, he will not pose any threat to us, right? Only God knows. Isn't there someone saying that he is the person closest to God?" Jimmy Frederick couldn't help but complain. "The key is that he is a Chinese. Will he believe in God? What do they believe in?" "Lao Tianyi," the secretary sighed. "That's right. I heard that Lin Xiao was studying in France last year. Why didn't the French keep him and let him convert? Now they've let him return to China, and now they're turning on us." Jimmy Frederick shook his head and said, "Well, he's back in China. We can't possibly go there to arrest him. Let's think about what to do. First, let's pray to God that their production technology will be so poor that it can compete with ours. Then, we can plan how to retain our customers and prevent them from buying Chinese materials when they see they're better. Well, then I'll have someone write a few articles in the newspapers." "Go ahead." Jimmy Frederick waved his hand. "The semiconductor industry is a vast system, but any disturbance will be known to the entire industry. After all, every part of this system is closely connected. If any problem occurs in any one part, it will ultimately affect the entire industry. Especially now that it's related to China." Soon, everyone knew that China had developed silicon wafer polishing material. This immediately attracted a large number of people to investigate the incident, all wanting to know the true situation. Then, Lin Xiao's name appeared before them. ASML, Netherlands. Lin Xiao? Why is it Lin Xiao? Dawson Edinson also heard the news and was stunned. Why would not Gaokao researching something like this? Of course, despite the initial shock, he quickly recovered. Polishing disc material wasn't part of their lithography machines, and it had no conflict with him. He didn't believe that China could produce any core components for lithography machines. Such a thing was out of the question. Then he sighed, but this guy is quite lucky to have been able to get this material for China. As he was thinking this, his phone suddenly rang again. Who's calling? He glanced, didn't recognize the caller, and then answered. "This is the ASML President's office. What can I do for you, FBI?" "Open the door." Dawson Edison's face paled, and he sat up abruptly. "FBI? Why would these scoundrels have the time to come to his place? What kind of spying situation had happened again?" "Mr. Edison? What's wrong?" "Have the security guard downstairs open the door." Upon hearing this, Dawson Edison realized what was happening and said, "Okay, please give him your phone." He then had the security guard open the door and waited for the FBI to arrive. He thought for a moment that the FBI hadn't barged in and had asked him to open the door, which meant the matter wasn't serious. They were probably just asking a few questions. There was nothing to worry about. As long as they weren't being unreasonable, he could reason with them. Especially since none of the ASML shareholders were impolite. But he was puzzled as to what the FBI wanted to ask. Soon, the FBI arrived at his office. The three men looked ordinary, but their faces were filled with menacing intent. They pulled out their FBI credentials and handed them to Dawson Edison for a look. The leader said, "Mr. Edison, I'm Hollenstein, a C1 agent stationed in Europe for the FBI. I have a few questions for you." Dawson Edison leaned back in his chair and said, "Go ahead. First, why did Lin Xiao come here on December 30th of last year? Don't you know the answer to this question?" Dawson Edison raised a brow. "This kind of thing has been reported to your American agencies, the Department of Commerce, the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, and so on." "Mr. Edison, please answer my questions seriously," Hollenstein said seriously, frowning. "All right," Dawson Edison said, spreading his hands. "Lin Xiao is a math genius, and also a physics genius. We invited him to help us solve a math problem. This kind of thing is pretty common, and you didn't think much of it when we first reported it." Following his response, another FBI agent took a note of his answer. Hollenstein then asked, "Okay, second question. Did he behave strangely during the process? Like, deliberately touching your computers?" Dawson Edison replied, "No. He was under full surveillance the moment he entered our company. It's impossible for him to do anything strange. If he had, we would have noticed it immediately. We still have the surveillance footage, and we can provide it to you later if you need it." "All right, third question. Was the information you gave him confidential?" Dawson Edison said, speechless. "Mr. Stein, are you kidding me? How could I give secrets to Chinese? Besides, even if they had all the secrets, China couldn't possibly manufacture our lithography machines." Suddenly, he came to his senses and said with a smile, "Oh, I remember now. You should have known that Lin Xiao developed the CMP polishing material, and then you came to suspect us? Please, we are a lithography machine assembly plant, not a CMP polishing material manufacturer. We don't have any technology here. If you want to cause trouble, you should go to those Dow Chemical and Cabot Corporation. The materials are produced by them. Okay, Hollenstein said. Some of our colleagues have already asked, but this is the only place Lin Xiao has been to, so we must ask. Then he stood up and said, "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Edinson, but I can't guarantee that I will come to you again in the future." Dawson Edinson spread his hands. Okay, it's up to you. Anyway, I just say one thing, if Lin Xiao can help China build a lithography machine, I will surrender to your FBI myself. Okay, Hollenstein smiled, turned and left without saying much. Soon, he and his teammates left Osma and returned to their car, where they began reporting to their superiors. As their report progressed, news reached FBI headquarters. In a small conference room, several FBI executives were discussing the matter. That means Lin Xiao didn't steal any information. This new material from China was independently developed by him, and, according to the information we have, he completed the research and development of this new material independently in just 1 month. The most important thing is that he is only 21 years old this year. His potential is too great. It should be that the potential threat is too great. Also, don't forget his answer to that question. Well, I think he can be ranked on the list of threatening figures between China and Russia, at least in the top 20. Top 20? Do we have to find a way to catch him? This requires the approval of the White House, and the target figure is too critical, and his reputation worldwide is too great. Once caught, China is likely to react violently. If he is harmed or killed, the possibility of fierce retaliation from China cannot be ruled out. By then, a few of us might be Princip, and Lin Xiao would be Archduke Ferdinand. And the Sarajevo incident would be repeated. Oh, that's exciting to say. By then, we will be the fuse of World War III, and our names will be engraved in history books. You have a mental problem. You're breaking the law. You know that? You're just trying to unleash chaos on the world? Wouldn't it be better if the world were a little more peaceful? Let's bully those small countries, and then provoke those two big countries. Of course, that's the politician's business. Wouldn't it be better if we just had a little drink every day and picked up some girls at night? Okay, let's report this to the White House first. If we really need to take action, the Wolf Prize ceremony in Israel will begin in May, which is the most suitable time for us to confirm that Lin Xiao will leave China. Okay, I'll go see the president later. Well, even if we catch him and exchange him with China for a few of our previously captured colleagues, it will be worth it. Okay. Time passed quietly. May arrived. China. Mr. Lin, the Wolf Prize ceremony will begin on May 19th. When can you arrive in Israel? We will arrange for someone to pick you up at the airport. You can also bring up to 10 family members and friends, and all travel expenses will be covered. I see. I'll think about it over the next few days and get back to you. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Xiao tossed his phone aside. Wolf Prize ceremony? Time had flown by so quickly. The announcement was in January, and it was already May. However, regarding the Wolf Prize, he wasn't quite ready to accept it. He had so much else to do, and going to Israel again would be a waste of time. Servomotor research had reached a critical juncture. Furthermore, he hadn't forgotten his previous statement that he disliked applied science. Now, he had developed a CMP polishing material. Unlike the titanium-aluminum alloy used in turbine blades, which was easier to keep secret, the titanium-aluminum alloy was a commercial product, and he was certain that the news was already known abroad. So, who knew what they would think? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.